provide less Benjamin.
Good.
So I'm trying to fill that role today, less Benjamin. I'll think of something to talk about, but at the moment I'm just stating my goal for it.
Well, tell you what, may I give you some 2 minutes of assistance?
Yes, please.
Here are some suggestions for you and anybody else who wants to come on stage but doesn't know what to talk about.
David Moon Plus, most watched, most trusted. Now on Disney Plus every night.
Tonight, breaking news, the wildfire emergency, the largest fire in the nation right now, burning unchecked, destroying thousands of acres, forcing families from their homes. Critical fire danger across the Southwest and beyond. About fireworks for the 4th of July amid drought and bone-dry conditions. Utah banning them for now. The dangerous and now deadly flash flood threat for multiple states fails. Rescue operations happening now. And the extreme heat building in the Midwest and heading east. Triple-digit feels-like temperatures on the way. Sign that deal. Is it already falling apart? A dangerous close call on a busy tarmac. A passenger jet aborting takeoff when a business jet crosses the same runway.
You just crossed an active runway. Hold short of a runway left.
The two aircraft just...
You know what? I interrupted the news. I have something I want to talk to you about, Caleb. Caleb, are you there? It sounds like you're in your car. Caleb, are you there?
I'm here. Yes, in the car.
I would like to ask your advice, and I would also like to ask Reverend Scott's advice as well as the Mod Squad. Well, firstly, let me...
No Bibles in school.
Right, exactly. There is a hypothetical fanners, Christmas dinners. Doesn't have to be any particular religion. And then the dynamic of the family changed. And that being that, forget about the dynamic of the family changing. So the member of this family who had been going forever, decades, has been told that although he has been acting the exact same way throughout the dinners, and that he's been talking the same style, same topics of discussion throughout the family dinners, the host family where these dinners are happening wants that behavior and that discussion to stop, because they are afraid that other family members will no longer want to come to that dinner, and they will simply start hosting their own. So the hypothetical family with the member has a choice. The member can either go to the family dinner, but then no longer practice the behavior. You might ask what the behavior is. The behavior is joking, kind of loud, kind of verbose, and also curtail and or edit the conversation that they normally have. And does this hypothetical family with this hypothetical member decide to no longer go to these family events, or should the member bite the bullet and curtail both their behavior and their speech, which they've been practicing for decades? That is the question that I have for you, Caleb. If that made sense.
I think it makes sense, right? He has a behavior that's annoying. He's been doing it for a long time. It's now other family members say they're not coming if he's going to be there.
Correct. And also what's contributed to that is the other family members have grown up. The other family members who used to be in their teenagers and early adulthood are now getting into their early to middle adulthood, which is why they are saying, we're tired of, we're tired of this shit. If this behavior is not corrected, we're not going to come anymore. Correct.
Yeah, I choices, that balance between like commitment to family and wanting to sort of maintain those connections versus it's annoying, right? And it's like it's tedious, and who wants to put themselves in that position and all of that, whatever. So like, I think it's an okay choice to say, I'm not going to come if he's there. It's just too much, and I can't do it. I've been doing it for so long, and I think it's an okay thing to say. It's also okay to say, I mean, has he been approached directly, this person?
By one person, but that one person is also the head of the household that holds the family.
And hosts.
Yeah, the host. Yeah, the host. Yes.
Yeah, I think there's got to be. I think there's an opportunity for conversation between family members, right? We love you. We want to spend time together. We want it to be pleasant. We love. So long as there's understanding about what people think, I think, what people feel and validation of that, then people can make.
You heard the scenario. You heard what Caleb had to say in response. What say you, Reverend Scott?
Yeah, I'm in agreement. I mean, there's space for this. I think you got to be willing, if you're going to confront it, to risk it going badly, right? I mean, you have to be willing for some alienation to happen, right? But I mean, but again, you go and you do it, and if you're going to sin boldly, maybe, I don't know. So I you got to have a little bit. You got to have a little courage, and be candid, but you got to count the cost, right? I mean, and you got to figure out if you're willing to live with the consequences. You got to assess them.
There's an old saying, and not that I endorse it, but there is an old saying that once you've lost everything, you've got nothing left to lose. Violet, do you wish to give a response to the scenario and the comments that were presented?
Yeah, I mean, I kind of see the two things that they want him to stop as separate arenas. Like the annoying loud joking, I think is kind of a different realm than the more controversial topics. Because, I mean, I was thinking about my own experience. My grandfather had a lot of ideas that, me as a child in the 90s was like, okay, Grandpa. But, I ended up just talking to him, saying, I don't think you're right. But anyway, he was able to see that whether he wanted to keep his view or not grew out of it as time went on. I mean, from the early 90s to the 2010s, my grandpa changed a lot in a lot of ways. So anyway, the controversial topics is kind of what I'd make it a compromise for the guy. Be like, look, can we just tone down things that can get people's dander up? Because, we understand that's what you're thinking about, but it's creating conflict that's making others want to leave.
I personally know some families that have banned all political talk during Thanksgiving. Just saying, please continue.
Right. I mean, I guess I just see like that is different and something worth toning down if he wants to continue to go and have everybody show up. The annoying joking and stuff, as long as it's not like offensive jokes, calling people fat or what, I don't know. But, I mean, you kind of have to deal with your relatives' annoying habits. Like, my grandpa used to do that trick where it looks like you're taking off a tip of your thumb. You do it
sure, of course, I know that. Yeah,
he did that till I was like 14. Even though, obviously, by then I knew, long before then I knew.
Yeah.
But I just humored him. It was kind of annoying because it was like, okay, Grandpa. But, those little habits like that don't seem like as big a deal to me. So it seems like it would be more important to correct.
Well, he wasn't taking a match and lighting his farts on fire, was he?
No. So
okay.
That's my take on it.
Thank you. JCC, what say you, if you wish? JCC, what say you?
I gotta be honest, I had to step away from my device for a second. Was there an issue with family members at the table discussing things that are controversial?
There was an issue of family getting together, Thanksgiving, Christmas, Passover, Rosh Hashanah, where the the head of the household, the host, came to a member and said, you know what, even though you've been here for decades, you've come to everyone, you've invited everyone, we need you to stop doing what you've been doing this entire time, because we're afraid if you keep doing it, the other family members that have now grown up are going to start coming, and they're going to stop coming and host their own.
Yeah, I get it. Yeah.
Yeah.
I think that's disrespectful. Even though you're a family member, you must respect the host that's hosting the gathering. And if you are doing something that's offensive and those are vehemently sharing it being offensive, you must refrain or curtail or maybe adjust it towards a less offensive. But I think family should be able to prevail over those issues and hopefully overcome them. So yeah, that's mine. And communists, you've been invited. You have to accept the invite. I can't invite you anymore. It gives me a red bar. You've already been invited.
And why he left the stage.
Gosh.
Yeah, why he left the stage. I
I'm
don't know.
about to grill somebody.
There you go, our grill master. So Caleb,
Stop raising your hand.
Yeah, Caleb. There you go. Sorry, I interrupted halfway the suggestions, but that thought came to my mind. So Caleb, you still got some time if you want to talk about anything else.
I think that was a great interruption. Keep it rolling.
You got it, buddy. Thank you. And if you're in the audience, you want to come up, please do. New on my stage is Alvin and Joshua. Alvin first. Alvin, good morning. Welcome to the show. What would you like to talk about?
Welcome. Yeah, what do y'all think about keeping it with like family members? One of my friends, he's an atheist, and he made it into so when he gets with his family for Christmas or Easter, he goes to church with them and does all this stuff. They have no idea that he's an atheist, right?
Oh, lots of atheists. Okay, go ahead.
And I'm like, so will you tell them? And he just simply said, why? I mean, it's not like going to church like is just the worst thing in the world. I mean, he just looked at a cost benefit analysis. He says, I just see no benefit to me telling them I don't believe in God. Because I know what it's going to do to them. It's going to destroy my grandparents.
I got an internship that time but I was just lucky to get that internship all about because of charity.
He might get removed from the family dynamic.
He doesn't have that kind of. It would be more worried. It would be like, they think I'm going to hell now. You know, and it would be like walking around in my own funeral and they'll be scared and they'll be sad and, you know, my parents will start crying, my grandparents will start crying.
Yes.
They would be completely destroyed, right? So it wouldn't be like they would disown them. It would just completely destroy their whole thing because it's like knowing your son is going to go in a car accident. So he's like, you know what? I love him. He just says, I just see no benefit to tell him. I was like, I kind of get it. What you do?
I think he's right. But we can throw that one around the Mod Squad as well. Violet, any thoughts to the scenario that Alvin I love these hypothetical scenarios on Ask the Atheist with Reverend Scott and the Mod Squad. Violet, what do you think about that hypothetical scenario? I say there's no need to tell him.
I tend to agree too, because his family's not going to reject him if he does. He just wants to preserve their feelings, and it's not hurting him to let them continue to have that for now. So yeah, I agree. It's just not worth the cost analysis or cost benefit analysis that Alvin mentioned is what was coming to my mind too.
I wouldn't want my grandparents, if they were still alive, to worry about me going to hell for the rest of their lives. I wouldn't want that. JCC, what say you?
Yeah, it's a good predicament to be in, and from the standpoint of that individual that understands their family holds it with such almost objectivity that if you don't hold a belief in a God or gods, that you will suffer a hellish like ending of life after life. So if that person knows that it's really going to cause upsetness amongst the family members and concern and worry, then yeah, there is no harm in playing along. Because I did that as a teenager up until my 20s with my mom, and I was thankful that my mom took it the wrong way. Eventually, she thought I was trying to convert her. When I finally said, no, it's just, I'm not convinced. I was never convinced as a child. I played along, and when I shared that with her, she understood. Even though she was upset, she understood. So my issue is, it's sad that a family cannot just accept other family members and, be open about it. Like, okay, yeah, it's our belief. You don't believe it. Cool. But I get his point to where he thinks it's going to instill fear because they hold it to be so true that this family member, if they say, I don't believe in God, they're going to burn in hell. So it's a good stance. I accept it.
Reverend Scott, what say you?
Yeah, I think
Yeah.
I think being told or thinking that people think you're going to hell, it generally doesn't facilitate the best of conversational or relational vibes. So.
There you go. Alvin, did you have a follow-up before we go to Joshua, or are you?
No, I think that's it. It would be interesting. I should have asked. I'm asking this stuff. I'm like, that would you coming out as an atheist or you coming out as a I wonder what would be more of the seismic shift. I mean, he's married, so
It's also possible that being gay, if he says that, they may lead to them thinking he's an atheist.
yeah. I wonder which.
You can also be gay and not be an atheist.
No, I know that, Caleb, but from the standpoint of them being very religiously strongly based, they may throw that in the mix.
Yeah, I just wonder what would be more of an emotional response.
Well, it sounds to me like they both have the same effect.
Yeah.
And that would be that the grandparents would think he's going to hell.
Right.
They would be thinking that for the rest of their life. So it has the same effect on the grandparents, no?
Yeah, it is. And you know what? It's surprising. There's a large amount of people that are in this situation where it's like,
yes,
you go to church. I would say maybe 15% of the people that go to church don't believe in God, but they're kind of going through the motions.
I would agree with you. I would say easily 10 to 15% of family members are in the closet regarding something. Whether it's being gay, whether it's being an atheist, whether it's being that they have a gambling problem, an alcohol problem, a drug problem, and they don't want the other family members to know.
Yeah,
they're in the closet about something, sure.
Because that's my cousin. Like, my cousin, I guess he calls himself kind of agnostic now, but he doesn't believe in the Bible at all. But his dad's, my uncle, he's a preacher. But so he'll still do the stuff, but he's like, yeah, I really don't know about this. Right? So, but he'll, his dad has no idea. Like, none. Yeah, it's just the thing.
You're right. It's just a thing. And please stay on stage. I appreciate that. These are good comments. If you're topics also, if you're in the audience and want to come up, please do. Next up is Joshua. Joshua, good morning. It's a pleasure to see you on the show. What would you like to talk about? Joshua going once. Joshua going twice. Hello, Gage. Oh, hi. Well, sir, what would you like to talk about?
I'm just trying to get things ready.
That's okay. What would you like to talk about?
I had my sandwich argument that I wanted to bring forth and see what is exactly wrong with it and how it can be improved.
Well, that's great, considering I've never heard the sandwich argument. Go ahead.
Awesome. So, as an atheist, I would like to disprove God with the sandwich argument. It goes as follows. If nothing is better than God, then something is better than God. Therefore, something is better than nothing. Therefore, something is better than God.
And you want my... I'm glad Caleb understands. Violet, what do you think about the argument. I have no idea what the hell he's talking about.
If I'm getting him correctly, he was trying to, or that nothing is better than God, and so the nothing is something that's better than God, so therefore nothing is something, but I don't, see how that can be called a sandwich theory. I was really expecting some sort of belly analogy.
Yeah,
with that.
I was expecting to hear like tuna. Hang on. We'll come back to you, Joshua. Don't worry, you're gonna get plenty of time on this one. I promise you. Yeah, I was expecting to hear like a roast beef, turkey, tuna, lox and bagels with cream cheese, but we didn't hear any of that.
Yeah, so I was a little confused about the title, and then it seems like a semantic argument, like a child responding to it when the mother says, I can't give you, or there's nothing for you right now, and he says, well, nothing is something, so that means you have to give me something. I don't really see how it's a strong argument. It just seems kind of like a semantic throw-off.
Let's go to Reverend Scott. Reverend Scott, what do you see about the... Oh, wait a minute.
You skipped me. It's okay.
I'm sorry. No, my PTR changed. You're right. JCC, what do you think about the sandwich argument? I don't know what the hell he's talking about.
Yeah, I think the syllogism was malformed, and I think Joshua said he may have said it wrong. I think he's getting at there must be something, because something doesn't come from nothing. And if people are saying nothing is better than God, that's illogical, because there must be something, and if there is something, that something could be better than God. That's kind of what I'm getting at.
Now that I understand. Last but not least, Reverend Scott, what do you think about the sandwich argument?
I don't think it's gonna play in Omaha, but there you go.
I'm not gonna eat that sandwich. That's for damn sure.
Okay, Joshua. Now go ahead, Joshua.
Okay, yes. Yeah. Everybody is absolutely right. I absolutely said it wrong. My nerves got to me. I spoke too fast.
Hey, buddy, close your eyes, take a deep breath. We're friends here. We are not going to slam you. We're not going to slam you.
We ain't friends, Steve. But yeah, we're all friends here.
Okay, so you and I have not.
I'm messing with you. We friends.
Okay. Well, if you want, I can mess with you. Trust me. But go ahead.
So I'm so sorry. It's a P1 and P2 is what I'm trying to develop it as. The P1 is nothing is better than God. The P2, a sandwich, is better than nothing.
Do you mean premise?
Yes, premise, P1.
Okay, go ahead.
Yeah, P1 stands for premise, Steve.
That's why I asked that. Yeah, go ahead, Joshua.
Right on. So, I just meant the P1 is nothing is better than God. The P2, be a sandwich, is better than nothing.
Oh.
And then the conclusion follow is that a sandwich is better than God.
Okay. I'm happy to respond to it if you're done. If you're not done, please continue.
No, that's pretty much it. I would just like it up for review and.
We'll give it to you. Go on mute and we'll come back to you. Don't worry, you're gonna have plenty more time. Premise 1, premise 2. This clearly falls under the category of philosophy. No question about it. Anytime we use P1, P2 premise, you're involving philosophy, and in a manner of speaking, you're involving geometry. Some mathematicians would disagree with me, but that's fine. And I'm not saying you are part of this group, sir, but you are raising a philosophical idea, consideration, premise. People have heard me say hundreds of times, and again, this is not you. People have heard me say hundreds of times that my trials and tribulations with the clubhouse philosophers are well documented.
Documented well.
The clubhouse philosophers generally don't get along with me, and I generally don't get along with the clubhouse philosophers. Why? I am a simpleton. This is not an excuse. This is no bullshit.
This is well documented.
If I can say something in a 5th grade language, I'm not going to say it at a master's degree. I'm going to say it in a 5th grade language. Why? Simple. I'm a simpleton. I want more people to understand. Why should I talk at a master's level vocabulary when I can say the exact same thing at a 5th grade level? I am a simpleton, and more people can understand me. Again, this is nothing against you, sir. Now, what you're saying, yeah, sure. But the question that I ask, and I'll throw it out to the Mod Squad, is that premise. How does that help my life? How does that sandwich theory help your life? How does it contribute to making your life better? That's what I'm interested in, not whether or not the premise or the scenario is true or accurate. I'm more interested in how can it benefit my life or your life. Let's go to Violet. Violet, what do you think about P1 and P2? Violet might be busy. She might be feverishly pushing on her phone buttons because she is visually challenged. We'll go to JCC. JCC, what do you think about P1 and P2?
It's a silly syllogism, and I agree. And yes, sandwiches are better than God. I'll leave it at that.
Very good. Reverend Scott, what do you think about P1 and P2?
Like I said, it's not going to play it out. It doesn't have a great beat, and I can't dance to it.
There you go. Okay.
And Steve, you're absolutely right. I couldn't get to my buttons in the right way this time.
And see, Violet, and everybody knows, okay? Everybody knows that, Violet, it's very important to push your buttons. Yes, go ahead.
Yeah, but I'm echoing you guys. A hot pastrami sandwich with Swiss cheese is sounding better to me right now than anything else.
Joshua, we'll give you another minute or two to follow up, and then we'll go to the You can, when you get your next fresh vibe, absolutely. Take a couple of notes, and you can go back and have a fresh vibe either at the end of this hour or coming up very soon. Joshua, final thoughts. Joshua going once.
Yeah, I got you. Man, these rules are crazy. But yeah, I
No. Actually, they're very simple.
Pretty strict.
They're simple, but they're well enforced. Yes. Third, yes.
Yes, yeah. Okay, I can't lie there. Okay.
No. And the reason is because we don't, then this show, this thing that we've been doing for 6 years, going on 6 years, just becomes like every other clubhouse room on Clubhouse. You have a tendency to have people speaking over each other. You have a tendency to have people insulting each other, yelling at each other, and nothing gets done. So, yes, we have our handful of rules, but we enforce them very, very strictly. Yeah, go ahead, Josh.
Perfect. Yeah, I try really hard not to be a Darth. So final thoughts.
Yes. Okay, go ahead, Sheriff.
Final thoughts. I'd like to try and build that argument into a best sandwich, possibly argument. Like, if there is a best sandwich, then it kind of goes into the idea of disproving the best God, because if an all best God can be imagined, then if we can imagine a best sandwich, then therefore that it goes along down a deep line, I guess. I need more time. I don't have that's it.
Thank you, Joshua. Go on mute, but stay on stage. I want to comment very briefly. It sounds to me like you're not completely convinced about your own argument, premise, or scenario. And maybe you do need more research, or maybe, and again, just maybe, you should consider expressing the ideas in a lot more simplistic fashion. There are no philosophers up here to impress. We talk about anything. We never put a restriction on content. We'd love to get both sides of the coin, regardless of if we agree with you, disagree with you, like you, don't like you. It sounds to me like you are somewhat ambivalent about the validity of what you're talking about. And no disrespect, I mean this from the bottom of my heart. It sounds like you're really unclear.
America, they would be arrested.
Or it seems to me like you are very clear that you're not saying it as well as other people have said it to you. And therefore you have two choices. You can go back to those other people, you could record them, and then you could basically repeat every word that they say, or you can find a simpler way of expressing it.
Uncle Steve.
That choice.
Uncle
Yes.
Steve, my teacher Jeffrey Stout of Summer now
Yes.
at Princeton University said one time in a seminar, this guy was pretty good, had a pretty strong background in analytic philosophy, and he said one time that when we were 5 years old, and our mother came to us and said, "Your sister said you wrote on the wall with crayons. Is that true?" He said, "You knew exactly what your mother meant, and a century of analytic philosophy has not improved on what you knew."
When you're 5 years old and you put your hand on a stove and it burns your hand, you don't need a David, good morning. Welcome to the show. It's a pleasure to have you here. What would you like to talk about? David going once. David going twice.
Sorry, Steve.
That's okay. No problem, buddy.
I'm looking for buttons. I couldn't find them. No.
That's okay. Sometimes it's very important to press the right buttons.
Yeah, no, this is not. I don't usually come in here because a lot of these arguments, they're like dead horses. Everybody wants to keep beating the dead horse. But for a lot of folks who are struggling with their faith or truth, or there's a lot of big issues here. I mean, America is we're at a crossroads with this faith thing. What's the way forward? I put forward to the room that I think the answer, Steve, is Buddhism. I think Siddhartha got it right. In the 5th, 4th century BC, when he had to answer questions. And I think it's not so much that it's a belief system with an outcome or a finality. If you don't follow, you don't believe. But it's a tool. It's a tool to help us get from point A to point B, crossing the river. And if anybody understands Buddhism, knows what I'm talking about, or don't know what I'm talking about, it's very easy to source and illuminate on what that means. But I think that's the problem, is that we're looking for vehicles. We're looking for point A to point B, life experiences that are not fraught with, all the suffering that the Buddha talks about in his writings. But whether or not there's a God or not is irrelevant. I think it's how you passage through life that determines your heaven or your hell, and how we arrive at our end days.
As we sit here today,
And I'll end there.
Buddha doesn't belong in hell, but doesn't believe in hell. Does Buddha?
No. So, but there's
I was with you the entire time of your take until you brought up hell. Then you lost me. It's like you went into left field.
Where'd I lose you?
Because it was when you said, well, it doesn't matter if you believe in God or not. The question is whether or not you are or not going to hell. If you don't believe in God, then there is no hell.
That's not what he said.
That's not what I said.
What did he say?
He said that how you live determines whether or not you have your personal heaven or hell.
Okay, I will. Romero, go on mute. We'll come to you. We'll come back to you. I'm sorry, I misinterpreted what you said. Can you repeat what you said just to make sure we have it clear? I have it clear.
Yeah, that's basically what I said. I said our heaven is between our ears, and how we pass this through life, and whether or not how we battle the stimuli of life, and how we address and get through.
Now I understand. I apologize. I humbly apologize. I misunderstood you, and I thank you for the correction, Romero, and I apologize for misinterpreting you. Thank you, David. We'll probably get one more in, Carlos, and then Romero will probably be first up in hour number 3. Carlos, good morning. Welcome to the show. What would you like to talk about? Carlos, good morning. Welcome to the show. What would you like to talk about?
Hey, how's it going?
Hi. Do you care?
Yeah, I was going to respond to the syllogism argument. But I
Go ahead. Yeah, you mean the sandwich argument and the P1, P2?
Yeah, it's a bit confusing. I think I've actually forgotten what I was going to say to be honest.
Sorry about that.
But maybe, I think is it that God is better than nothing, a sandwich is better than nothing, a sandwich is therefore better than God.
That's pretty much, I think, exactly what was said.
Yeah, I'm not sure that that's about it.
Well, couldn't you apply that to a car, motorcycle, or spaceship?
Well, it sounded like what he wanted to do is to do some version of the ontological argument. Yeah, it sounds like
Definitely philosophy.
Yeah, I don't think that's going to get you anywhere, to be honest. But I don't think the ontological argument is that convincing anyway. I don't think it's a good argument.
Well, once again, the question is, how does it make your life better?
The question is, how does it make your life better?
That was my question to him. You can take all of these psychological premises, theories, but my bottom line, excuse me?
I have a statement to make on that, but
my bottom line is, how does it make your life better? How does it improve the lives of those around you? That's my bottom line.
It's called psychology, Steve. The higher your IQ, the higher your EQ, and the less time you'll be angry. You'll be happy, Steve. Hello.
Yeah, David can go if he wants to go.
All right, very good. Yeah, Dave, we got 3 minutes. Go ahead.
if I were to take the Buddhist argument or the Buddhist,
No.
No.
Like a 5th grade student.
Talk to me like I'm a retard. Talk to me like I'm a firing hard.
if you take the
Talk to me as if I'm
you're
retarded.
gonna sit down and enjoy a sandwich, right? And you got your favorite sandwich of all time.
P1, P2.
That's happiness, and that's your bliss, if you will. And if you're a child, you're a 5-year-old child, and your mom brings home your favorite candy. Well, in that moment, you've met God, you've met your heaven, you've met your bliss. And as the Buddha would say, all we have is the momentary situations. And so in that respect, if I'm a missionary, I'm giving out sandwiches to people that are hungry. Well, I might look at that sandwich as God because it's feeding me and I'm not going to starve.
Okay, this is the first thing that I just thought of, and maybe it's completely stupid. What if you're an audience participant at the Oprah Winfrey show and she offers everybody, including you, a car? Does that mean Oprah is God?
It means Oprah brought you to heaven and you're going to come with Oprah.
I'm sorry, what was the question? What makes your life better?
Is Oprah God?
Jeez, okay.
No, yeah. Well, I tell you what, I can say it completely differently. General, it's the first time we've seen you today. We're almost at the top of the hour. Unfortunately, you interrupted a conversation that I was having with somebody else. And I'm sure you wouldn't want the conversation with you interrupted. So if you could be so kind, just please stay on mute for another few minutes, and then we will get to you. Does that sound better?
I just wanted to know what the question was because it wasn't clear.
Sure, if you go on.
Steve. I'll help you more. I'll kick you. Watch this.
Condescension right there, Steve.
Well, I'm a condescending type of guy. I'm a rude son of a bitch. Okay? I occasionally fly off the handle. I occasionally am nasty. I am occasionally hypersensitive, reactive to people.
And you know what? That makes you human.
I was just going to say, and it makes me human. And to General, I apologize if I treated you like shit. It's coming down to the end of the hour. And if you would have come in during any other time, and that's not on you, that's on me. I wouldn't have treated you like that. But I feel like I'm up against the wall, not with you, but with the top of the hour break.
The break must go on.
The break must go on. And yes, Reverend Scott, I can send that to you directly, no problem. So, General, be serious. No, I'm going to be serious. I'm sorry. I humbly apologize. That would not have happened if you would have come in like 15 minutes ago. Again, it's not on you. It's not on me. We've got some strict rules here that even I have to follow. Even I can't bend my own rules. So I do apologize. And I think, sincerely, the show would be better if you came on stage again, gave it a second shot. And by the way, I'm taking a break right now. So if you say like, well, that's Steve Appel, he's an asshole, I don't want to talk to him. You won't have to, because Reverend Scott Violet and the rest of the Mod Squad actually it's Reverend Scott Violet and JCC will be running the show for the next 30 minutes. So you won't have to speak to me. I do, though, apologize. And I realize if I was in his shoes, I would have considered that Steve Appel, son of a bitch, condescending asshole. Don't go away, and we'll be right back with Reverend Scott Violet and JCC.
Why I'm an atheist? You ask me why I'm an atheist, and I must say the question itself contains a rather fascinating assumption that atheism requires explanation, justification, defense, as if the natural state of human consciousness would believe in the supernatural, and those of us who decline this particular invitation need to account for our apostasy. But let me turn that assumption on its head, if I may. The real question, the one that actually demands an answer, is not why I'm an atheist, but why anyone would be anything else. Why, given everything we know about the universe, about human psychology, about the origins of religious belief, about the transparently man-made nature of every holy text ever written, would anyone choose to organize their understanding of reality around the claims of Iron Age mythology? I'm an atheist for the same reason I don't believe in astrology, homeopathy, or the idea that Elvis is still alive and working at a gas station in Memphis. I'm an atheist because I care about what's true. And religious claims about the nature of reality are demonstrably, provably, embarrassingly false. Not metaphorically false, not poetically false, but actually false in the same way that claiming the earth is flat is false. The universe was not created in 6 days by a deity who then needed a rest. Humans did not spring fully formed from the clay. The geological record is not evidence of a global flood. Prayer does not cure disease. The dead do not rise. Virgins do not give birth. These are not matters of interpretation or faith. These are factual claims about the physical world, and they are wrong. But it goes deeper than factual error, doesn't it? I'm an atheist because even if I could somehow be convinced that a God exists, and I can't imagine what evidence would suffice, but let's grant it for the sake of argument, I would still refuse to worship such a being. The God described in the Bible, the Quran, the Torah, this is not a being worthy of admiration, let alone worship. This is a celestial dictator, a cosmic Kim Jong-il who demands absolute obedience, who punishes thought crime, who established a system whereby we are created sick and commanded to be well, then held responsible for our inevitable failures and threatened with punishment for finite sins. What kind of moral monster creates beings capable of suffering, designs a world filled with disease and disaster and cruelty, then demands gratitude and praise for the occasional respite from the misery he himself ordained?
This almost feels illegal to know yourself.
One shit, one of you, and a little about what's bothering you. Got a question that's on your mind. Be bold and courageous. Come on up and get you fresh fire. What does that mean? Well, listen up. Have a take and just don't suck. Be respectful, make your point in a reasonable way. Come on up. Ask Uncle Steve today.
Okay, and then what is the point you're making? Did the capitalism
the point that I was making was about the different kinds of revolution, if you remember. And somebody seized on some point and decided to try to chew it to death, even though it was not a point that I had made. And that's what we're doing now. We're talking about different kinds of revolution. No, it's fine. Doesn't bother me. If I
Okay, let's just stay on the topic. Stop being meta. So after they freed the slaves, did Tsar Alexander II not
quote, transition to capitalist economy? Yes or no?
You can answer your own questions. We both know the answer.
Yes.
Yeah. Good. Keep going.
Oh, yes. And so capitalism had its own failures in Russia, correct?
Did the capitalism have the failures in America or in the United States?
Feel free to make your points. I've been hanging out with you guys for too many years to play this game.
Okay, so here, you don't have to hang out with us at all.
It's unenlightening.
Fine, you don't need to hang out at all.
I would say, yeah.
There you go.
I
You don't have to
would
hang out.
conversation. You can ask me.
He doesn't, hold on. Because he doesn't want to hang out with us for too long, we don't have to have him suffer. He can have liberation. He can find Canaan himself. That's the promised land. El Normo's Canaan, his promised land, is the hallway. Okay?
So to answer that question, about capitalism in America, and I would say yes, it has its problems, especially again looking at it from the lens of Black Americans. I would say it has a serious problem. Yeah, so let's sum up what Ben and we are speaking. So no is incorrect that Bolshevik
My friend.
is a capitalism. That is historical fact. Otherwise, just for the people who want.
Good morning, my friend.
And that's the only reason why I came off the mic, because it was just so close.
Shavuot. Well, my last name has the word tov in it, so I know what tov means. But Shavuot, my Hebrew and the verb, and I'm not so sure. Maybe like go have a great new week. Have a good week, bro.
That's exactly what it means.
Shavuot. Kitover.
I bought that phone to film myself doing baskets, but I also bought a dash cam. Have you seen my driving videos?
I have, yeah.
I think they're good. I mean, I think that whatever, it's just about driving, but that's adding value to the world in some way.
You see, my friend, I don't know if you know who I am or what it is that I do for a living, but I am a filmmaker, and when I go and I see how many videos I have up on YouTube, it's shocking to have almost 150,000 videos on YouTube because I go to the biggest accounts. Sometimes they have a lot of videos. Like me, sometimes they have no videos, but yet they still make a hell of a lot of money, got millions of subscribers. So all I'm trying to say is you are not who you think you are. You are a filmmaker in the waiting. And one day soon you will say that John Kitover was right. I started making my little dash cam videos. Now I started making these other little videos, and holy shit, I'm addicted now to making videos. And you know what? It's the only alternative. There's no other alternative than to be creative and to make videos. It is the way. I mean, who runs Hollywood? Who runs Hollywood? Who runs Hollywood? Who runs the world? Who runs the world?
Exactly.
Well, a lot of people on this app, as you know, are fully R-worded out. Totally R-worded and F-worded out, like Steve Apple. I got a room open right now called the Steve Apple Atheist Show for lonely IQ, lonely bored tards. And, if they took their atheist show and they put it on YouTube as opposed to this one platform abyss, they could have a shot at actually...
Why doesn't he, make an actual show and put it, on Spotify or something?
Maybe like YouTube, the biggest platform in the planet. I don't know if you know, YouTube is bigger than television now. And in fact, YouTube is the biggest platform on TV. I know you don't actually look at numbers and metrics, but yesterday or 2 days ago, I saw the metrics. YouTube is the biggest thing on the planet. The biggest thing in terms of total watch, platform,
I guess I should post on YouTube.
You should probably use YouTube in the morning instead of hanging out with Serendipity and screaming fat ass Monica. That's that's what Monica does every morning. You know, try to create a video of you doing something, being productive. It's just some advice. If I was like your intern advisor and you were at the YouTube video creative seminar, I'd be like, Zach, we really like you, but you're not creating anything, so we can't really help you. All we can do is just keep encouraging you. Hello? And at least you're receptive. I got a lot of friends who just want to call me and talk to me, but never create anything. And then I say, hey, it's great talking to you, but you're not creating anything. But they still want to talk.
Create things. I just know that I could be creating much more. I could be creating all the time.
Well, you're creating right now.
Right now I'm burning a pile of wood in my backyard.
I know, but you're on 20 YouTube channels. If you have the Tao Te Ching, you could just read it. If you have anything creative, you could just read it, and then you create right there. You'd synthesize immediately.
Well, I do have this. I have an aphorism memorized, and they say, before enlightenment, you should burn a pile of wood in your backyard. And after enlightenment, you should burn a pile of wood in your backyard. That's what they say. The wise masters have said.
I heard it said a little differently, like before enlightenment, the blue mountain was blue, the sky was blue, or and
chop wood, carry water.
Yeah, and then
have you ever heard? I mean, I don't know if you have any curiosity about the things that I have created in the past.
No, that's what you keep bringing up all the time.
You just want to hear the things I've created.
No, because I want to see. I want you to text me a link on YouTube. Text me a YouTube video and say, "Hey, John, I just created this basket video. It's of slow motion, or it's of a time delay, and it's very artistic, and I think it's great. Would you put it on your 300 different accounts to help me, juice it?" I'd say, "Sure, bro."
Right.
Bro, you sent me something creative, dog. You did it. You did it. Wow. Encore! Encore! Encore!
A lot of wood here. A lot of little pieces of wood.
You know what you call a bundle of sticks? Can't say it, though. It would be abusive hate speech. Also stalking. I've been accused now by YouTube of stalking. That was a new terms of service violation. I had never knew I was.
Stalk?
I don't know. Nothing. They never tell you specifically what's so hateful about your speech and so abusive about it. They never say specifically. They just say we've isolated a part that we think, in our opinion, is hate, but it's actually just accurate ad hominem. You can't talk about really the LGBTQ trans is the most and black, obviously. So we get back to N-word, F-word being the two protected classes in clown world.
Watermelon rainbow.
Watermelon rainbow. Watermelon rainbow.
Yeah, watermelon rainbows. All right, well, I'm just going to burn this big pile of wood, I think, and that's what I'm going to do. I hope I don't get in trouble with the city for burning wood in my backyard. Do you think I'm going to get in trouble? The cop is going to come and say, "You can't burn wood in your backyard."
You sound to me like a man on a mission.
Well, it's time for me to burn this wood in my backyard.
Repeat after me. This is what I was put on this earth to do.
This is what I was put on this earth to do.
If I walk in the thick of danger, you will preserve my life.
You will preserve my life.
From the anger of my enemies.
From the anger of my enemies.
You will extend your hand.
You will extend your hand.
Your right hand will save me.
Your
right hand will save me.
The Lord will fulfill his purpose for me.
The Lord will fulfill his purpose for me.
Lord, your love is eternal.
Lord, your love is eternal.
Do not abandon the work of your hands.
Do not abandon the work of your hands.
Psalm 138.
Psalm 138.
You might create a video of you making a wicka basket and, putting that little thing because it deals with the hands. And I know sometimes a lot of your customers, their hands are so weak, they can't interweave these difficult, thick sticks that you could call F words. But you see, if you mix in the Bible, you become irresistible.
That's true. Anyway, I'm just standing after this wood pile, watching it burn. Burning the wood.
We got this really good book. It's called Bible Promises for Men That Burn Piles of Sticks. There's a chapter here on dealing with stress. Would you like to repeat after me?
Sure.
God is our refuge and strength.
God is our refuge and strength.
A helper who is always found in times of trouble.
A helper who is always found in times of trouble.
Therefore we will not be afraid.
Therefore we will not be afraid.
Though the earth trembles.
Though the earth trembles.
And the mountains topple.
And the mountains topple.
Into the depths of the seas.
Into the depths of seas.
Though its waters roar and foam.
Though its waters roar and foam.
And the mountains quake with its turmoil.
The mountains quake with its turmoil.
Psalm 46.
Psalm 46. That's good. It's a good one.
Trouble and distress terrify him.
Trouble and distress terrify him.
Overwhelming him like a king prepared for battle.
Overwhelming him like a king prepared for battle.
Job 15.
Job 15.
Show us favor, Lord, show us favor.
Show us favor, Lord, show us favor.
For we've had more than enough contempt.
For we've had more than enough contempt.
Psalm 123.
Psalm 123.
God,
hear
my cry.
Hear my cry.
Pay attention to my prayer.
Pay attention to my prayer.
I call to you from the ends of the earth.
I call to you from the ends of the earth.
When my heart is without strength.
When my heart is without strength.
Lead me to a rock that is high above me.
Lead me to a rock that is high above me.
For you have been a refuge for me.
Forever.
And take refuge under the shelter of your wings.
And take refuge under the shelter of your wings.
Then I will continually sing of your name.
I will continually sing of your name.
Fulfilling my vows day by day.
Fulfilling my vows day by day.
Psalm 61.
Psalm 61.
This is the day the Lord has made.
This is the day the Lord has made.
Let us rejoice and be glad in it.
Let us rejoice and be glad in it.
Lord,
Lord,
save us.
save us.
Lord,
Lord,
please grant us success.
Psalm 755.
Psalm 118.
Psalm 188.
I
How many
exclaimed,
psalms are there?
hundreds. I exclaimed, "This is my intense suffering, but I must bear it."
I exclaim, "This is my intent, suffering, but I must bear it."
Jeremiah 10.
Jeremiah 10, I have to go.
Hello?
Rabboni Shalom, hello?
Shavua Tov, my friend! Shavua Tov! Hello? Hello?
The gloves are coming off. This is where we're at today, Scott. I think at the end of the day, they don't want to lose that relationship with Trump. Trump doesn't want to lose the world economy, the American economy. He doesn't want to lose the votes in November, our midterms. And we're seeing him hold up a very powerful bill, affordable housing bill, bipartisan, in order to get this new voting deal that he wants to erect on behalf of the American people, which is not very popular. So, yeah, a bit of an antichrist with some things democratic, and a lot of things geopolitically. And I'll end there. Thanks.
Thank you so much. And David, what better person to weigh in on theological matters than someone who is a relative of Justo Gonzalez, great church historians. I read him somewhere. Andrew Chang, our friend to the north, always giving a Canadian perspective. Andrew, would you like a fresh five to talk about Tucker Carlson, Donald Trump, the Antichrist, or anything else, Canadian football, whatever you'd like to talk about?
I'm not going to throw Canadian football in there, mate. Good afternoon. Because my team lost this weekend, so I'm a little bit. However, this morning I've been reading articles out of the Atlantic, very thought-provoking. One of them was called about a book called Two Ships, I think it's called, talking about the formation of the United States. One ship, Mayflower, which landed in Canada, and the other that is referenced is, I think it's called the Lost Lion, which was a slave ship, which I believe in just where those roots come from historically. The Mayflower, I believe, left the Netherlands initially, at least that's what I've understood from the article. But anyway, it's a very interesting article. The Atlantic was full of them this morning. The other one that was interesting was on Mel Brooks, who celebrated his 100th anniversary or 100th birthday yesterday. Very, very funny individual, probably at the pinnacle of funniness. And it just spoke about his relationship with Gödel, a book that was unfinished by the author. So very interesting. The Atlantic is full of interesting articles of that nature. But the one that I found this morning that I did post here that I think might be of interest to most Americans, or some Americans, I don't know, depends how involved or active you are, but it's from The Guardian, and it's talking about the move in Minnesota based on their past experience with the surge in this past winter of ICE agents, etc., in the cities, and their movement towards how to protect your upcoming midterms from the attack that these elections are experiencing from Donald Trump and his allies. So I just posted that for anybody in the room who is interested in artillery to push back on the election denialism. Only elections that Donald Trump wins are good ones, and those that he loses are bad ones. And I think it's good reading and some good information. You can contact some people in these organizations that are truly have experienced what it's like to face the anti-democratic, fascistic tendencies of Donald Trump recently. And I think it's a good read, and there should be some good information there for people to take home to their own areas and maybe set up similar programs to educate your population, your fellow neighbors, on just what is happening and how to circumvent those efforts as best as possible. So I'll land it there, and everybody have a great day.
Thank you so much, Andrew. Always great to hear your comments and give us a little Canadian perspective. Let's go to somebody out on the southwest portion of the United States.
Hey,
Dr.
Scott.
Francine. Yes.
Elijah's been on stage for quite a while and hasn't gotten his fresh five yet.
You know what? We'll go to Elijah right after Dr. Francine. We'll go Dr. Francine, then Elijah. Dr. Francine, come to us from the Grand Canyon State. Would you like a fresh five to tell us what you're thinking about?
Yeah, I've been thinking. Wow, I've been thinking so much. This morning I drove out to the place in Arizona where they're building the new TSMC, Taiwan Semiconductor Company plant. And it's huge. I mean, it's unbelievably huge. And it's huger, if there is such a word, of a construction site, because there are now 3,500 people there, and there are going to be 6,000, but there are also 12,000 construction workers building it. Because when you build a factory that big, you also build houses. You're almost inadvertently building a factory town. So there's like people building houses and people building, supermarkets and all kinds of stuff. And so I'm thinking how badly we are going to need immigrants, and how, if the same people who are saying, oh, AI and, semiconductors and get everything in the United States because we don't want China to blah, blah, blah. It's so inconsistent, because how can you have all that without immigrants? I guess that's enough for me.
Thank you. Great questions, Dr. Francine. Let's go over to Elijah before we hand it back over to Uncle Steve. Elijah, George, how are you? Welcome to the stage, and would you like a fresh five to tell us what's on your mind this morning? Elijah going once, Elijah going twice. I'm not seeing him coming on, so I'm going to go back to my Uncle Steve. Uncle Steve, I'm handing the reins back to you, sir.
Thank you. And I do see Moose on stage. Has Moose spoken?
Moose has not spoken yet. You can go to Moose.
Then we will go to Moose, and then we'll try Elijah again. Moose, it's a pleasure to have you on the show. Welcome. What would you like to talk about?
He left the stage.
He left the stage. Okay.
Little stage fright, maybe. Little stage fright, quite literally.
Maybe it's Uncle Steve fright. Who knows? Has any non-mod squad, non-green bean, not had a chance to speak on the stage? Apparently, everybody has. Okay. If you're in the audience and you want to come up, please do, because it's going to be very difficult, if not impossible, as it gets to the top of the hour. I guarantee, though, everybody on stage will get a chance to speak. That being said, I see some green beans that have not had a chance to speak. Alfonso, good morning. Thank you for doing the heavy lifting. Would you like a fresh five, Alfonso?
Good morning. Can you guys hear me?
Loud and clear, sir.
Excellent. Yeah, I'm quite busy today, but happy to be here as always.
Very good. Thank you very much. Appreciate that. Let's go to Yakov. Yakov, good morning. Thank you for doing the heavy lifting. Would you like a fresh five?
Good morning. I have to say, I don't know if anyone else has observed this, but I like watching the videos of foreigners discovering America for themselves and bypassing media descriptions of our country and enjoying the people and the friendliness of Americans. And unlimited refills apparently is a big deal, and apparently ranch dressing is probably going to hit whoever owns ranch dressing, invest in that stock. That's going to be big in Europe. I think people touring Buc-ee's and air-conditioned stadiums. It's kind of nice. Maybe we should have this more often. I think I'm not a real FIFA soccer fan, but I've been enjoying it tremendously. I don't know what others think, but good morning, everybody.
Good morning. And next in my queue, or actually in my queue, I show Alvin, David, El Normo, Andrew, Dr. Francine, Joshua, and Elijah. And so since none of them have spoken yet, is that correct, Reverend Scott?
Well, Elijah's the only one who hasn't actually spoken.
Right, thank you. Let's try Elijah again. Elijah, good morning. Welcome to the show. Would you like a fresh vibe? Elijah going once, Elijah going twice. Okay, well, let's go to then Alvin. Alvin, good morning. It's a pleasure to talk to you.
That's an Alvin Chipmunk, Steve. You never heard that before?
Yes, I have. Sorry, it just caught me off guard. That's all. Yeah.
That's what I do. I like to catch people off guard.
I love that. That's why you're the grill master. Alvin.
Yeah, couple of things. Y'all call Scott Reverend Scott, but I'm the only one that knows his true religion, but we're not going to talk about that right now.
Oh, yes, you do. Yes, my own friend. My own friend, Alvin. My man.
He is a reverend of you think it's something mainstream. It's a very niche religion, but we can't discuss that right now.
But we can discuss that it is a fact. He is not an atheist. We can discuss it is a fact that he is a licensed or reverend preacher, man of the pulpit, correct?
But you don't know which pulpit, Scott.
I understand that.
It's a different pulpit.
The pulpit, I understand that.
But actually, it is a pit. It can't be described as a... I digress. Now,
yes, sir.
One thing that, look, I'm not a fan of Tucker Carlson. Rather,
you're in the Matrix, sir.
Oh, I'm still in the Matrix now?
Well, go ahead.
Okay, so I'm not a fan of Tucker Carlson. However, I will defend the notion. I don't think he's a Jew hater, right? Because it's like I can criticize Kim Jong-un and the North Korean government, and nobody will accuse me of hating North Koreans, right? I can talk about how horrible the Iranian regime is.
You're apparently in the Matrix again. Okay, Alvin, if you can hear me, go on mute. Alvin, if you can hear me, go on mute. We will come back to you. You are in the Matrix again. Let's try David.
I just want to say one thing, Uncle Steve.
Yes.
Tucker Carlson's comments around Judaism, Israel, they don't just stop at the state of Israel. He has made comments on the relationship of the church to Judaism and Israel that are supersessionist, that basically replacement theology. I mean, these are not just political comments. I mean, they're beyond critiques of Netanyahu and the state of Israel. I mean, he's made some pretty serious theological criticisms of Judaism, which a lot of Christians post-World War II, post-Holocaust would note as problematic.
Well, my problem with Tucker Carlson is that for many years he was like one of the biggest Trump supporters and Trump cheerleaders, and then all of a sudden he got fired off of Fox, and now it appears he's anti-Trump, which is fine, but he never explained why. Now maybe I missed it, but did he order into no longer supporting him?
There's a long piece in the New Republic that appeared a couple years ago called "The Flawed Populism of Tucker Carlson," which traces exactly this, Uncle Steve. It traces his move from the ultimate Beltway insider, where he never missed a sort of DC cocktail party with his bow ties, to him sort of nipping at the heels of the establishment and becoming the populist gadfly.
Do they quote him talking about why he transition.
And I mean, look, he offers.
Yes.
He doesn't offer. I mean, he will say things about Trump and populism, and I mean, it's not as though he's never addressed this stuff, right? But many people find his transitions quite convenient, and point to him, not unfairly, I think, as a pretty opportunistic guy. And again, he has 20 million followers. If this is aggregate, though, if you add up, when I was looking up, if you add up like YouTube to X to this, that, his audience approximates Spotify and whatnot. His audience seems to be approximately 20 million folks, which is this is.
But that doesn't mean he has 20 million downloads for each one of his videos.
It doesn't. It does not. This is an estimate. This is an aggregate thing. But
I understand.
Even if it's half that, right? I mean, this is 3 or 4 times.
Well, all you got to do is pop onto one of his YouTubes like a week or two ago and see how many people viewed it.
Right. I mean, but he's definitely got a bigger following than
I believe
Fox Cable.
I believe has 20,000 followers, 20,000 subscribers. But
20 million.
I'm sorry, 20 million. But the question is, how many people watch each of his YouTubes? And all you have to do is go onto the YouTube and it'll show you, right?
Right. But certainly more on average than, say, the evening news. I mean, the guy is running a media empire out of his house, basically, which is remarkable. What you can do these days.
It's very remarkable what you can do these days.
Am I still in the Matrix?
No, you're not, but we're going to come back to you, sir. We are going to come back to you, sir. I want to go to Leroy, who's new on stage. Leroy, good morning. Welcome to the show. What would you like to talk about?
Good morning, Steve.
Good morning, Leroy.
It's been a minute.
I
know, right? Good to hear your voice again. You sound great as always.
It's good to hear you two, and the show is better with you than without you.
Appreciate that. So here's what I was thinking. So Steve, I've been navigating my entire life literally of being a self-governed person, right? I'm sort of a visual. How I got there is by being a visual learner, right? I observe how people behave. And somehow I connected to the behavior of good morals, treating people nice, having fun, making people laugh, just enjoying love and receiving love and giving love. And so for all my life, I've been able to have a great, not only high moral standard, but I'm really helpful and just all around good guy when it comes to people. I have great relationships. But I find that, and talking about being self-governed around people who are religious, they come across as insecure about me making the claim I just made just now. It just feels like they think that if I somehow promote self-governance as a beautiful thing, somehow it's a threat to religion. I don't know if you've ever experienced anything like that, but I wonder how many people in the world are in America, pretty much, who are self-governed, not by religion, or somewhat, maybe a little bit, maybe the foundation of religion, and maybe culture. But for the most part, they don't say anything about it, fear of making other people feel insecure, right? Not because they question it, because they don't want to be ostracized. They don't want to be called something that they're not. You know what I mean?
Yes, I know what you mean, and I'm going to respond. I've been working, in other words, providing services for other people and getting paid for over 50 years. That's right. I started working when I was like 14 or 15 years old, sweeping up hair at a barbershop, literally for $1 an hour. I've worked at gas stations. I've worked at bagel shops. I've worked at collection companies. I have had my own business for 5 years. And most recently, I'm working for a statewide law firm in my career, which I've been doing for over 30 years of workers' compensation, employment, and labor law. I bring this up because I have dealt with over, in excess of 10,000 workers' compensation, employment, and labor law cases I have contributed to the tune of 10, if not hundreds of millions of dollars to help injured workers receive money and doctors to receive money for work-related injuries. I have no debt. I have a 401k. I have money in the bank. And I have a home which I've been regularly paying a mortgage for close to 25 years now. I've also helped my 2 children not only go through school, but I contributed to my son getting a law degree and becoming a lawyer. I contributed to my daughter getting a master's degree and becoming a social, getting a master's degree in social services. Why do I bring up all these achievements? Because occasionally when I go into rooms and I tell people I'm an atheist, the first thing out of their mouth is, you're fallacious, you're not logical, you're stupid, you don't understand. Now the response out of my mouth from that is, well, all those claims that you just made against me for knowing me for 5 or 10 minutes, are you saying that I'm fallacious, stupid, not logical, I don't know what the fuck I'm talking about after knowing me for 5 minutes, only about God? Or is it about my entire life? And then a lot of the times, well, it's only about God. And then well, I don't know about the rest of your life. And I said, yeah, that's right. I've been trained, I'll land in 60 seconds. I've been trained in my 30-year plus career to think logically. And you have the chutzpah, you have the balls, you have the predisposition to accuse me of not being logical on this one issue, and you've only known me for 5 minutes? Who is really the one that's
right believes what they believe is common sense? So that's the thing. I think that we can universally agree, though, that we want, I don't know, probably the temperature to turn down most people. But how do you achieve that? You understand? Like, I think at the end of the day, people crave realism, and they crave someone who is relatable. You know, here's the thing. At the end of the day, Trump, I love the guy, great guy, but he's not a blue-collar man. There's no way for him to ever experience the ability to be a blue-collar man. That's something that I crave. But here's the problem. Every time we get a blue-collar man who has experienced the blue-collar life, he goes to Washington and gets wined and dined and turned into a fucking swamp creature because money is power. Money is influence. And Trump's, he can't buy that motherfucker. He can't get influence.
You say that's the case with John Fetterman.
John Fetterman, I don't know. He's hard. I can't think. The brain injury actually helping him see a little bit of sense, which is crazy. Because when you're I'm sure when you're by the leftist virus, it's hard to see clearly. But him bonking his fucking head has somehow got him to see a little bit of common sense, which is scary.
I think he's Joe Manchin reincarnated on their end.
Yeah,
I think that he's a part of the party, but he's not with the extremism, and he brings common sense, and they don't like him for it.
Well, there's some common sense left. Yeah, they definitely want to push him out. They want compliance, that's for damn sure. Whatever they want him to toe the fucking line and throw away his values so they can advance the cause, right? But he's not willing to do that, that's odd for someone on the left. They normally
that's the very definition of woke. The very definition of woke is cult-like adherence to liberal orthodoxy.
Yeah. And some I will hand the right to is that we've gotten divided because we have values, and we're willing to stand on values, and it sucks because we'll almost break up our own movement because one value that you stand for is broken or seemingly, gone out the window, and you're willing to fucking throw the whole thing out, and I don't know if that's good or bad. I think it is good to a sense, but it also is bad. And it could be short-sighted because we have the alternative. But, you got to stick to your values. You got to stick to what's important to you. And so I will hand that to the right, right?
Hello.
Yeah, and that's what they're trying to do. They're trying to splinter the right into two factions in efforts to ice out the radical left.
Yeah, well, because
the Democratic Party is all.
Dude, the Democratic Party is in a bad. Did you hear what happened yesterday? The left eats their own. I mean, fuck.
That happens in an internal civil war. They fight each other and they kill each other, right? They annihilate each other. And that's what's happening in the Democratic Party. Because like I said, I think it's like 4 different factions in the Democratic Party that's vying for control. You have the progressives, the moderates, the communists, and the radical leftists.
Yeah, I'd almost say we have 3. We have the people that are, I hate to say it, but Israel is a dividing line for some people on the right. I mean, they're either anti-Israel or they're with Israel, or I don't know. There's like 3 kinds, I would say. I don't like to say there's 3 kinds, though. I don't like Marshall and the rhinos. I mean, that's the 3rd kind I'm talking about. They say they're on the right. I don't know if they really are.
How bad do you think the political climate has to be when Tucker Carlson and Joy Reid agree on the same thing? You get what I'm saying? Like,
man, that's a sell. You know what I mean? That's fucked up.
Joy Reid agree on the same thing.
That is real disappointment. You know what's about that? I can kind of sense a worm from Tucker Carlson when he would go hard on Ted Cruz, but then when he goes and interviews Putin, because he's afraid of the guy, he fucking treats the guy with kid hands, with fucking, kid gloves. He really did.
He was over there in Russia.
That's true. I was going to say, to be fair, he could get murdered, but, it is.
So,
but don't do the fucking interview. If you're that afraid of some person, don't do it. Don't. You better stand by your fucking values, bro. And you're going to go at him hard and ask him tough questions like everybody else.
Mountain.
Values, because when he says that he's not going to vote Republican because of the Israel situation, well, that makes you a hypocrite. Why? It's because you understood what Miriam Adelson and her donations to Donald Trump meant. You knew what that meant. And you voted for him, right? Matter of fact, you even talked about Miriam Adelson and her donation to Donald Trump and what that meant for Israel. So don't sit here and say that you're now anti-Republican because you're anti-Israel.
Adrian.
We literally laughed about when they brought up, you and your brother laughed when his brother brought up the Muriel Adelson.
Adrian, let me make a point about Israel, if I may.
Start over again?
I said I want to make a point about Israel and Trump in America. The point is that, Mountain was breaking down the division within the right or the left based on Israel. But if you just take a step back, if you believe in sabotage and espionage and foreign influence, AIPAC controls Congress, and you're part of this belief that this is a fact and you're anti that type of influence, you still have to, in my opinion, in the past 26 years, the entire American attention and focus has been subverted. It has been espionage, and we have completely terraformed the Middle East by invading Iraq, by invading Afghanistan, because we went into, 6 countries after 9/11 and the Arab Spring Revolution. So my point is that, Sheldon Adelson and all his money from the Venetian and all of this Jewish influence money, it has actually terraformed the Middle East. And it's not just the Jews, though. It's the Saudis. It's the Qataris. It's the Abu Dhabians. It's the entire monarchy of the Middle East fighting this Shia Islam threat, which has no monarchy. It is a theocratic state, a union of religion and state, church and state. So it is really like this tribalism or gang-on-gang warfare. And America, unfortunately, has plunged itself into public debt. But now we've created hundreds of trillions of dollars of money out there. And anyways, my whole point is you can't deny the success of Israel's espionage program and secret intelligence services in terms of influence and regime change. It is probably the most successful country operator at that type of game level. My final point that I just want to emphasize to everybody in this room is that America has been operating in a way like a video game, like a first-person shooter, and everybody's lives, your whole experience from your birth to your death is really much. It's very much like a video game. You make the wrong movement here, you don't get a third life, a second life. Like, this is it. You get one shot at this video game. And there's movies, that Tom Cruise movie where he makes the mistake, he fixes the mistake, finally he, is able to pass through. I'm just saying that the fact that we're 200 trillion in debt, 40 trillion in funded, 200 unfunded, every state has hundreds of billions in debt. The point is that it makes it seem almost as if this is some type of a game simulator or some type of, Matrix-esque type simulation. Like, if simulation theory can be proven, it can be proven in the ledger, meaning that we are lucky we were able to create 200 trillion in unfunded debt, 40 trillion in funded debt, and states were able to borrow like this, because the world is one huge network and we are borrowing off of it. And China's doing the same thing, and India's doing the same thing, but at a much lower level. And it's truly because of our victory in 1945, where we conquered the earth and became the supreme dollar monopolist on the planet. It's our greatest blessing. But the truth is, if we didn't do any of this, the past 26 years wouldn't have been possible. And then before that, the 50 years before that wouldn't have been possible. It is immoral and it is unethical. And we should pronounce judgment on the immoral currency system we have and what we're doing. We shouldn't spend more than what we take in revenue. Businesses don't do that. Households don't do that. But our Congress people do that. They are immoral. They are corrupt. And you have to pronounce judgment, moral judgment. Hello?
I mean, our system's kind of fucked. Our system was kind of fucked, but what do you do, man? I don't know. John, that was a long one, bro. And good and insightful. I don't even know how to say or respond to that, bro.
Well, I just think today's Pride Fest, and there's lots of people out there looking for dignity, looking for honor. But the truth is, putting up rainbow flags and marching in a parade and saying, give us our dignity, give us our... That's not where dignity comes from. Ethics and virtues and morals have to be studied. They have to be experienced. And, I know a girl that went to the Pride Fest and they towed her car. They destroyed her day. They could have plunged her into bankruptcy. $300, 4 hours to go look at it. So all I'm saying is all communication is political. All communication is hypnosis. All communication is spam. And it's your first-person shooter game to determine what type of communication you want to take in and what kind of communication you want to push out.
Yeah, we're definitely in a simulation by the Lord. The Lord, has made this simulation to experience, and that's definitely happening, for sure. And what was cool about it is like, say you're playing that character. Jesus did that, bro. Played as a human, wanted to experience that suffering, but died for our sins, man. It's pretty cool simulation theory. Even my boss a little bit. Last year, he didn't believe in God at all. For years, bro, he's laughing at the stuff and actually talking to him, like, because he likes video games. I'm like, bro, think of it as a video game. 200 years ago, some guy would have came to you and said, hey, bro, we're living in a simulation, man. And like this year, he's not an atheist.
Well, the founders, Jefferson and Benjamin Franklin and Adams and Washington, they their intuition must have told them, oh my God, like this could completely be destroyed and ruined by a superior force coming in and shutting it down. Because it's not just the military, it's the whole communication. The spam changes. And if the socialist communists take over in this country and Mamdani is running the largest apartment group, on the planet, determining the rent, and he can't be sued because Democrat judges are on his side, there are alternatives for future America. America could be splintered. There could become an alternative currency, an alternative legal framework, an alternative political network. America is not static, it's dynamic. And if you study economics, laissez faire capitalism, according to Ayn Rand, is always the future economy. And this is what the communist socialists, why they're so disingenuous and hypocrites, is they never talk about the Federal Reserve because they want to keep it. They want their piggy bank, and they want to use that power of inflation to carry out their ideological agenda. Their ideological agenda of altruism is suicidal. It is anti-America first. It's anti-nationhood, and it's all queer ideology at the end of the day. And they're not based in history or reality or law. And when you get to the law, that's the big distinguishing part that they never talk about in the propaganda, is that they are not lawists or jurists or legalists. They want to transcend the law, but that's where their plan will never work, because we all know that lawyers, at the end of the day, either hit two buttons, yes or no. It either proceeds or it does not proceed. And in some ways, lawyers are the worst thing in society, but because they're so slow and because they can be manipulated and it's all about money, and all I'm saying is the communists will never succeed in America because of our American philosophy. American philosophy.
Have you heard of digital communism?
I mean, I can see how you could think. See, a lot of Bitcoin utopists are actually digital communists, or they're digital capitalists.
Chew on this for a second there, John. If we are to make a universal basic income system, well, for a universal basic income system,
I'm not going to let you ride the fella.
Well, yeah, possibly, but listen to me here. So we have to think about this. A universal basic income, for it to survive, taxes have to be paid, right? I mean, taxpayers have to support it. But as more and more people are replaced by AI, it's going to be products, you know what I mean? Like, there's not going to be enough taxpayers to support universal basic income. So what's going to happen is they're going to task companies, corporations, with paying this heavy tax burden to support universal basic income. So then you're going to have like 4 or 3 or 1 company basically tasked by the government or hired by the government to make all these products for the people in exchange for them paying the heavy tax burden required to support universal basic income. So then you have about 4 or 5 companies making everything for everybody around the world. You're not going to get everything. You're going to get less and less. It's got to be approved by the government. It's got to be made by this corporation. And that's kind of your digital or your communism that we're going to be getting there. Because it's going to be corporations making, a few corporations making everything for everybody.
Well, see, this is where law comes back into play, where in Chicago, in Evanston, Illinois, they did the cannabis reparations tax, where they paid out $50,000 to 300 supposedly descendants of African slaves or had some type of property rights slight. And it was deemed unconstitutional and illegal. And so if you try to put a tax on Google to fund the minimum basic income, that will be determined illegal. So that's what I'm saying. The utopian, socialist, liberal, progressive, pluralist economic lies, you have to look at the statistics. What is best for social abundance? Laissez-faire capitalism or hardcore socialist, communist wealth redistribution through taxation? because the whole scam rests on taxation and theft. Brandon Johnson, the mayor of Chicago, is stealing from the pensions billions of dollars, stealing it, but calling it an investment. It's all in the language and in the way that it's obfuscated and termed and presented. That's why I say all communication is political, and it's spam and it's hypnosis. And if you say that he's lying and using words that don't mean what they mean, you're accused of being racist or a homophobe or a transphobe. It doesn't matter. The point is, you always have to just remember that you have 2.5 billion seconds in this game called life to exist. Look it up. 60 seconds times 60 minutes times 24 hours times 75 years. It's 2.5 billion seconds. What you listen to is probably more important than what you say in your life. That's one of my observations. And so I'm just saying, try to play the game with knowledge and wisdom and get some books. Look at my name, book. If you're just using this app and you're not surrounded by books and you're not occasionally reading something, it's like if you just look at Psalms in the Bible, that's enough wisdom to know that almost everybody on this app is spamming you. Guys like Steve Appel in these atheist rooms and these never-ending Christian debate bro rooms, they're spamming you. You need to pick up a book and get out of their communication network of spam. It's political and it's all hypnosis. But remember, what is the opposite of pride? Disgrace. And most of these pride people are just disgraceful people putting on a spam show for children because they are disgraceful. They have no virtue. They have no ethics, no morals. They pronounce no moral judgment. They know nothing about the economy. They know nothing about vaccines and war and spam and hypnosis. But you do, my clown house friends. You do.
Yesterday, BB said that she lost her virginity to a rabbi, and I was about to say before I got kicked out, well, so did Pepe. Anyway, sorry.
Well, Pepe.
What a coincidence, BB, so did Pepe.
Pepe was abused by a priest, not a rabbi. Let's get the facts straight.
Oh, okay. One of those.
And we know where Pepe comes from, which is the hardcore racist, right-wing, extreme Discord ghetto trenches, where he figured out how to say that. If you can't say that in 2026 and you say that or dis with every single thing that you say, you need to read a book. I'm telling you, books are not ancient technology. They are modern discoveries waiting to be integrated into your comprehension, into your central nervous system, into your memory. You've got the greatest computer system the planet's ever created. You are 65 billion years of human evolution, but you failed to pick up a book and read it because this app is so fucking dopamine creating. There's no better experience than listening to a guy talk about books, but not even read a book. Think about that.
Oh, Lord.
Lordy, Lordy.
Lordy, Lord.
You could go on eBay right now. I don't want to tell you to do it.
I don't need no books, John.
Well, no, you don't have to read a book. You could get what's called the Great Courses. They're on DVDs. They got math, they have science, they have history, they have religion. Just get the Great Courses on DVD and put those in your DVD player, and you will be amazed at the content. And when you compare that content to this content, you will naturally say that this app and the people that talk on it are just spamming you. Like, go listen to Ban and First Lady's Politically Correct. They are spamming you. It's just spam.
I don't listen to those people. I don't listen to that, John.
I do sometimes just to throw shit in my face.
Yeah, I get on here, have some conversation, then I jump out. I'm on here less and less. No, I'm still addicted. Trying to have regular conversation.
No.
Then I run into homosexuals like Pepe to move me down. And that's just like, wow, I'm reminded why I hate this fucking app sometimes. And that's like, I'm like, you fucking son of a bitch.
Well, the crime statistics are shocking because, that's the reality you're facing in this first-person shooter game. In Chicago on the trains, they did a study. They found 9 out of 10 people that come from the South Side pay for train fare. They just skip the fare, go underneath the wheel. And 9 out of 10, they recovered over 40 guns. So these aren't trains to get to work. These are death and theft trains.
Be like, wow, that is not a train for me. I'm a white guy.
These are theft and death trains. And the police are finally enforcing it after 20 years because guess what? Trump's going to cut their funding. Daddy Trump. Daddy's home. Daddy's home. Johnny Trump is home.
I went to Itasca, Illinois, dude, a couple of years ago for training, and went to Chicago finally after the training. And my mom and I looked at that fucking train. There ain't no way I'm getting near that fucking thing. You know what I mean? You can look at it.
Death and
like,
theft
yeah,
trains.
I don't want to get stabbed to death,
Or lit on fire. Young girl sitting on a train gets lit on fire by a guy that's been arrested 75 times. 75 arrests, gets on a train and lights a 16-year-old blonde girl on fire. Yeah.
What the fuck was she doing on that thing?
She was just going to her next stop to go have a cup of coffee at Starbucks.
Yeah, don't get fucking dick down by some black guy.
She's probably going to the Pride Fest before she got lit on fire by a 75-time recidivist. The point is,
I'm sorry, man. I mean, people don't like us. I know that. I stay the fuck away from them.
Well, I'm just saying, if we can invade 7 countries, spend $10 trillion, kill 20,000 of our own soldiers to liberate the Middle East for Israel, well, the least we can do is use our own military to liberate our cities from the criminals that are murdering our population and provide security to our population. If we don't do the most basic first-person shooter strategy game skills in our own country, we will not have a country for long. It is falling apart. That people are stealing beyond belief. There's $500 billion a year in federal fraud. There's probably another $500 billion in state-level fraud. I think we really need a period of military dictatorship in this country for 4 to 10 years to get America under control because...
Like Nayib Bukele?
Exactly. And I think that our sanctuary cities need to be raided by tens of thousands of U.S. Army and Marines and Navy and Air Force soldiers armed with rifles and grenades. Because in Chicago, when you have 60,000 gang members, every single weekend, 15 gang members get assassinated in the streets. Now, I don't care about that population that dies. Let them kill themselves. But the innocent victims of their terrorism, and let's just call it for what it is, domestic terrorism. Americans are committing domestic terrorism every single weekend across all major sanctuary cities. And we need to use our military in the same way that we've used it internationally. Take the pussy comitatus bullshit. It doesn't matter. What Donald Trump says is what the will of the American people is and what we can do. We need to use the U.S. military to evict the domestic and international terrorists killing our population in all our major cities. And if he doesn't do it soon, he's going to lose his window of opportunity. The Overton window will close, and we will not MAGA, and we will not liberate America. Because the liberation narration, the liberation theology is always the most successful philosophy ever created. And Donald Trump truly needs to liberate America, put his army helmet on, go into the bunker, and say, this is America 2.0. Sanctuary cities are terminated. It's over. I'm sending in the U.S. military into every major sanctuary city in America. All illegal alien residents will be arrested by the U.S. military and brought to a processing facility at the Alamo. And they're all leaving. That's the rest of his presidency. That should be the whole focus, is securing America for Americans, using the American military power to do it. And Trump, if he doesn't do this, he will lose the government, and it will fall into the hands of the communists, the socialists, the Mamdanis. the AOCs. We cannot allow these people to take over the country and the military. We have to use the military to end sanctuary status. And if we end the sanctuary cities, we eliminate 80% of the election fraud. Americans aren't voting for suicide and altruism. They're voting for liberty and capitalism. I am complete. This is book. Pick up a book and read it today. Go to the gym. Hello.
That depends on the outset of the book. For example, any person can go and write something.
It depends on what?
Outset. Write it. Outset. A-U-T-H-O-R.
I think Americans are ready to kick the door in.
Use all of the military power to go and arrest immigrants.
That's what it takes, yes.
That is in the book. I want to see the writer of this book also.
We're all tired of the bullshit. It's simple. Very simple.
Then don't write books for me.
Yo, what up? I can't hear anybody. You guys there? Puff, what up, bro? Can't believe you moved me down yesterday, bro. Can't believe it. I want to know them.
You gotta give them suck muscles a break once in a while.
Yeah, whatever, bro.
Like a steam locomotive, man. Once you get going.
Yeah.
Stop me, bro. Gotta know what the breaks, man.
I don't know, bro. You were the one talking for a long fucking time.
I barely got in, maybe
I was trying to find a response. I was trying to respond, bro, because you were moving that like 4 different topics and expecting me to respond to that because you were asking, why do I like Trump?
All I was doing was just pointing out the things that I asked for a question, you responded, and then I began to speak. And you thought that you had been placed on some kind of standby to listen for the purpose of responding only. That was what was happening there.
No, I listened. That's what I was trying to write. I was listening to everything you were saying. I listened to everything you were saying. You were wanting me. Bro, that's all right. No, it's all right, because the conversation was, just so you know, why do I like Trump? And then you responded, why?
You told me.
Yeah.
You told me, yeah.
But then you went and made a bunch of counter arguments. And I was,
I couldn't finish speaking because you wanted to jump in and respond. And I get it, I get it.
Well, after 5 minutes, it's hard for me to track what you're saying, bro. If you want me to respond to that, you gotta mute up finally, you know? The same.
I'll tell you what. I'm gonna give you a very small cue. The way you track what people are saying is by paying attention. And you can only do that by staying quiet and listening with the intent of not wanting to immediately respond, but actually listen to what they have to say, so you can understand where they're coming from. And then, as you're going,
Puff, is that how you have a conversation?
You'll be able to respond back once you get the opportunity to do so.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I get it, but here's the thing: is say I'm trying to get you to respond to a question. I'm not gonna load that fucking question and make it a 10-minute fucking spiel with 4 or 5 different topics and expect you to track every fucking one of them and respond on. That's what you were trying to do. You were trying to load that motherfucker.
That's where the problem lies, man. Once again, you were listening with the intent of responding. When you spoke, I was listening with the intent of paying attention, which is the
Me too. That's what I was doing that.
Did you know? You're doing it right now. Every time I go to talk, you tell me I don't do that to you.
Well, imagine having a conversation about a conversation, but not actually having a conversation about any topic, but just talking about former conversations and then criticizing the way that people have conversations right now. And then a guy jumps in and starts criticizing the conversation about a conversation. And then he gets kicked to the goo because he won't stop talking about a conversation. Guys are having a conversation about no conversation. Think about that one. Hello, Puff? Make a point. Come with a point. You got a point? Make a point. Say something intelligent. Hello?
You're disappointed because of the Epstein files. You're disappointed because of the fucking war. You're disappointed. What were the other two topics that you brought up? Hold on. What were the other two topics that you brought up, bro? So that was Epstein, that was the war. What else? Oh yeah, the checks. You were mad about the checks too, about these issues. So that's the third one. What was the fourth one that you also brought up in that 10-minute spiel? What else was it? That was the checks. That was the wars. That was the Epstein deal. What else was it?
See, you weren't paying attention.
Bro, I got those three. If I'm not paying attention, why would I? Bro, stop being homeless, man. Bro, I remembered three topics from yesterday. If I'm not listening to what you're saying, how am I remembering all these topics? I'm trying to track what you're saying, but you're loading the fucking question, making it intentionally long, repeating yourself, because you're trying to fucking stump me, bro. So what is the fourth one? Sorry, I forgot. It was a 10-minute fucking spiel, bro. That's why I got pissed off. What was the fourth one that you said? What was the fourth one?
Imagine having a conversation about a conversation from yesterday, but making no points, and you gave three variables, and you're worried about a fourth variable, but the guy won't tell you the fourth variable because it was a 10-minute spiel about a lot of generalized shit. And then you're back here on Pride Day on Sunday, 28th of June, 2026, talking about yesterday's conversation. Hey, Abdul is here. Welcome. Sing us a love song, a prideful song, Abdul Qadir. Take it away.
The intermission, we let Abdul's a special guest every time he comes up here. He gets to be able to sing a song in peace. Thank you.
Does that promote America First?
Yeah. He's America First should be used up. Demo for
Abdul. Monica.
Thank you. Appreciate it. We love you, man. We love you. Okay. Good afternoon. I didn't say hi to you either. You're good.
Yo. You're live. Nice.
mayor, and then you secretly collect signatures for alderman the entire time. And what's that chicken in the ballot all the time? And not tell us so, and something to use to me.
That's fucking.
You like it?
That's genius.
And really go hardcore on the mayor stuff.
That's a very,
really go hardcore.
very good idea.
Here's the thing: is that the Chicago Republicans try to rig it to make sure no Republicans run. And so I feel like you might be able to walk on the ballot, or at least piss off whatever plain Republican they want to like raise money on.
Yeah, that's smart.
Yeah, but if you're running, they'll for sure put someone up. But if they don't know you're running, because isn't your guy a hardcore Republican?
No, he's a he's a Democrat, but he's like a centrist Democrat.
No, it's a firefighter dude. I know him. It's Gardner, right?
Yeah, he's not Republican, bro. He's Democrat.
He's a dino.
But somebody,
Trump or whatever,
some woman, he's spending all his time. I just looked at his Instagram. He's doing professional podcasts talking about how the city sued him, and he had to spend like all this money defending. Anyways, he has.
That's Republican shit. I know. I've been following that.
Yeah, he has an opponent. There's a woman that filed and a trans person that filed.
No, I don't get no guy. I know a guy that's running against him.
Yeah.
Named Adam. He works with CTU's DSA guy.
To get the
he might lose.
To get the signatures for alderman, it's only like 750 signatures or something.
You actually can do that.
That's totally possible.
Yourself this time and not rely on Craigslist people.
Yeah. I mean, this time is going to be. If it's only 750 signatures, that's worth it. Like 15,000.
Outside your house. Like, what if you actually do 20 a day? Like, I know you.
Just imagine getting the money, and we say we get 30,000 signatures for the mayoralship, and they challenge it, and we lose the challenge. Like, could you imagine how fucking frustrating that would be? It would be insane.
Yeah, imagine you spend $60K to get the signatures, or $120K in so much time.
Unbelievable. Oh, you know.
That'd be kind of fun. It's not the end of the world.
Okay, so listen to this strategy. I also thought that if I run as an independent for the mayor, I can create a new party, and we'll just call it Brandon.
No, there's no party.
Well,
there's no party for mayor.
Oh, really? I thought
it's not partisan. No, he's not Democrat or Republican technically.
Well, see, I was just thinking, like, when you file though, on the petition you have to put the party name. So if we put,
I don't think you do.
Have you seen it's the same petition every time, dude.
No, sort of. No, for different offices it's different. I'm like, I haven't seen the mayor's petition in 4 years, obviously. But dude, it's nonpartisan. That's a fact.
I've seen anyways, but my point is, if there is a line for party, we could put a ridiculous name for the party, like Brandon Johnson is a criminal fraudster party.
So someone did Hitler some shit. Someone's running as an independent writing is like Hitler was right for governor.
Well, see, that proves my point. You can use any name for the party.
Yeah, no, that's an extreme. Like, don't do that. But that proves the point.
Well, I wouldn't do something.
I think that guy might stay on I think that's being debated right now.
Well, anyways, I like your idea there. I like that pivot move. That's like when you play basketball.
But don't tell anyone. Exactly. You got to keep it. It's kind of like that trick play that you have for the fourth quarter basketball the entire time.
Mm-hmm.
That's the key. And also this time, I think just like, dude, if you can just come on, it's like just once in the morning, like just once in the morning and then once like in the evening, every day for like 3 weeks to a month, you'll be good.
Mm-hmm.
Because I think you should do it yourself. There's no other way. And other people like myself will help out, but you want to make sure that you get like 750 yourself, and then other people get you the extra. You know, that's my opinion, and that's how I've always done it for my campaigns.
Mm-hmm.
Of course, you accept extra help, but I make sure I got at least enough on my own.
So, what was I going to tell you about Illinois Record is that, bro, you have to start creating on YouTube, my man. You have to.
I know. How?
Did you
try to redo what you do and just read my articles?
Well, either way, I saw that it's the largest platform even on television now. Because you know how people have smart TVs? It's like people just open YouTube.
I only watch YouTube on
Yeah. So it's like, bro, you have to take Illinois Record to a higher level of creation on YouTube. And I don't know what you're waiting for, but here you are
No,
being
no,
consulted.
format.
I'm a communication consultant here to give you the good
asking for your
news.
consultation. You know what I'm saying? So for the medium is YouTube. Is the format like more loosey podcast? Is it more like investigative, like a 60 Minutes piece?
I don't know. This is, as the president and CEO of Illinois Record, these are all decisions you're going to have to creatively make yourself.
I know. I'm going to make the decision.
I know, but you just said you don't. You just said you don't want to be consulted, so I'm pulling back.
No, I do. No, I literally said I do want to be. Like, no, I said the opposite. You must have misheard me.
Oh.
Did you play back the podcast?
Well, I
do want to be consulted.
I have a Jewish friend who lives in Maine, and he does a lot of artistic work. And I said, bro, buy this phone and start filming your process and the work that you do on a time-lapse photo. And he did it, and he's got millions of views now of his artwork. And he's like, John, you are the best communication consultant a friend could ever ask for.
Yeah, exactly. You're a master communicator, and you also understand the modern era. And you're in the ground level, and so I'm earnestly curious on like how long should it be, and what should be the angle. Your problem
is
like attacky, should be more investigative, should be more informational.
I think just like doing the long form podcast is the best way to do it.
Like an hour just on Aaron Delmar, for example.
Yeah, but just
I'm just like using specifics, like how
in the same
long-form podcast, do I interview someone? Am I talking about a subject? Am I talking about subjects?
Well, let me ask you this: what are you doing right now with John Kitover, the communication consultant? You're talking to him on the phone.
I'm asking questions.
While he live streams the condo. This is the work that I'm asking you to do right now.
No, you're doing. I'm talking about like.
You need to be doing what I'm doing.
This is not necessarily the format that I'm on record.
Please hold on one second. The communication consultant is speaking. I'm just telling you that until you get a phone up on a tripod, you're worth less than a tripod, my friend. And a tripod is only $4.95. So how much do you cost? Because you got 2.5 billion seconds to spend.
Less than $25 apparently.
Do you have any moral values? Do you ever make a moral pronouncement? When was the last time you made a moral pronouncement and said, I'm worth more than a $4.95 tripod?
I've made moral pronouncements. I've never made that moral pronouncement. Interesting. It is interesting. It is all interesting stuff. But so when's this podcast? But like, so my main question is interview or myself? So you're right. You prove your point. This is all I need. I can call anyone, and that's podcast. But do you think I should do by myself and just kind of control everything, or just kind of be like the anchor and have a guest and peek in their mind?
Well,
I've done that before.
Chicago Flips Red is a good example of a team that creates a ton of content, and sometimes they mix in artistic stuff. And so what you realize is every day as you're building more videos, wait till you get to 100 videos, then 1,000 videos, then 10,000 videos, then 100,000 videos, then 150,000. You're so far behind in the film. I'm at over 150,000 YouTube videos.
Let's go, John Kitover. Let us go.
So what I'm trying to say is, until you experience creating, you have to be a filmmaker. That's ultimately what's happening here. And that's what all these politicians are doing. They don't do work. They create videos. That's all they do.
I'm not interested in electoral politics.
I'm just telling you that it doesn't matter what you're doing. Is if you're not creating videos, you're worth less than a $4.95 tripod. Hello?
You're right. I need to be creating interview videos too.
Hello? Hello?
Hello?
Listen, sorry, but it doesn't matter what industry you're going to work in. If you're not a filmmaker, you're worth less than a $4.95 tripod.
That honestly should be a book at top.
How much are you worth? Well, I ain't even worth a tripod. I ain't even worth. We should make a song called "I Ain't Even Worth a Tripod." It'll be a hit. It'll be a banger. It'll be a new Drake. It'll be a new Drake song. These girls will be dancing in the club. I ain't even worth a $4.95 tripod. Drake.
Yeah, Drake.
Just remember, go on Amazon right now after we hang up the phone, and go on Amazon and type in cell phone tripod and buy yourself a $14.95 tripod. Treat yourself a little, and give back and invest to yourself.
Yeah, I agree.
Invest in yourself. It's the best investment you'll ever make.
Exactly. Because you can't waste it. Treat yourself. Maybe I'll go with $24.95.
That's why Brandon Johnson's always saying we got to invest in the youth, because he's never invested in himself.
He was like Red Kitover. Man, dropping wisdom.
Oh, you're the one that told me that these people are totally self-unaware. It's true.
They are. They really are.
They're like automatons. Like there's no spirit in their machine. It's unbelievable.
You see the full like the 4-minute clip of Tommy McIntosh and Jay McGuire spazzing out.
I didn't see the full thing.
That was so funny. They call Rocio an empanada. She's a freaking loser.
Dude, the fact that they're even talking about him is like the publicity that the person is trying to create in the first place. That's what they do.
That's why I just put it on my Instagram. It's like that makes me like, that gives me a lot of credibility.
Yeah.
Because like you can just tell like the fact that I make this random old dude that angry, he's like huffing and puffing.
He's your publicist you could ever have, and you didn't even have to pay him for it.
I know. It could be a good intro to a podcast.
We're doing it right now. We're doing it right now.
You see how he's like, he writes commentary. I'm like, wow, he's doing that for me.
There you
go. He attacks. He writes commentaries, reviews. For $5.95.
He's like, we are the media. We're coming after you, Max Rice. Because he knows.
You know why I'm saying that? It's because I have the Illinois Record has lawfully obtained footage of his wife beating up dudes. What do you call it? So she's saying, John, tell me out with this. What's the technical term for this? She's basically telling the guy that, she's basically like beating up on him. It's like, you want to get laid? If you want to get laid, I want to like ride your, all this like stuff. And she's punching him. And, I have the video. But like, what's the term of that? What's the crime? There's battery for sure.
Yeah.
But also there's a sexual element.
Sexual physical assault.
So she's like, she's like, you want to get laid tonight? I'm going to get laid somewhere else.
Damn,
I just want to ride your dick. What the fuck is wrong with you?
How did you legally obtain this footage?
Lawfully. You got to keep that journalist integrity, but lawfully. And then I have other footage of her, like, beating up. Like, she's, like, I'm very impressed with her physique. Like, obviously it's disgusting. I don't condone domestic assaults, whatever. But she was, like, beating the fuck out of her ex-fiance. And then he's like, I'm filming you. And she goes, like, pussy. And then just, like, drop kicks him. Actually impressive.
Can you text me this video so I can publicize it?
You're a journalist and I'm a journalist. I believe so.
I recently did a YouTube journalism training course that they have on, what is permissible under their policy and guidelines.
Oh, this one get kicked off because he.
No. If you give it journalistic context, everything is permissible as long as there's journalistic context.
She's a trustee.
Yeah, there you go. She's a political figure, so we can publish it.
She has a radio show and she's a trustee.
Send me the footage. Send me the footage immediately.
All right, I'm hanging up.
Okay,
I gotta call my source. I'll let them know.
Okay, and after I post, I'm gonna send you some posts. Please retweet some of the stuff that I create.
But only because we're journalists and you're Jefferson Park News.
No,
not because they toasted that.
I shut down Jefferson Park News. I'm part of Chicago News Incorporated.
I'm not asking you. So we'll be clear about that.
Please, I'm gonna send you my LinkedIn. I'd like you to follow me on LinkedIn. It's Chicago News Incorporated. I'm a journalist working for John Kitover News Incorporated.
I've seen you you're like actually one of the most hardcore journalists because you get the raw footage and you go, like remember you were interviewing at the Cook County GOP convention. No, I consider you a journalist. That's what I'm saying. I'm sharing it to you.
Thank you.
I'm not sharing it to harm or I already deem it newsworthy.
Freedom of the press. Exactly. Freedom of the press.
Freedom of the press.
Okay, Rabboni Shalom.
Cell phone? We're on this side. I'm on this fucking Facebook shit, man. I'm on these random groups and stuff. And I'm on this Bitterroot Classified anyway. There's some weirdo, some lady complaining that some sex offender was snapping her kid on Snapchat. I think you'd be able to talk to adults pretty easily. I mean, I don't know. Anyway, so like that's dangerous though, to give your fucking kid a cell phone and then not know what they're downloading. You know, my sister gave my niece a cell phone, and she has this mirror app where everything my niece like types on her phone, my sister can see all of her texts, all of her apps, everything to monitor. You know what I mean? And that's important if you do give a kid a cell phone. I'm not advocating for having a cell phone, but if you do, fucking watch your kids, man. You know what I mean? Watch your fucking kids.
So did you see the latest data that's been out? Well, they have correlations between the suicide rates, especially in young girls. It's always been high amongst boys, but amongst girls, it's skyrocketed since the smartphones, since Instagram, all that stuff. Look at the data that aligns with it. Now they're talking about math and science, and how the proof is now showing that it more aligns to data usage from those individuals. So what happened was people became doom scrollers during COVID. It wasn't COVID. It wasn't disease. It wasn't the lockdown. It was the actions that parents weren't being, accountable, saying, no, you can't be on the damn phone that long. Now you've got nations literally banning kids until 16. They're cutting it off like a curfew. It's 11 o'clock.
People might think that's extreme. But I actually support it. You know, I mean, like, one thing I don't like a lot what Australia is doing, but Australia, I believe, is the one that's banning social media until you're an adult, and stuff. And that should be, let them motherfucking kids be kids. I don't like how addictive social media is, and the reason why I've stayed away from TikTok is because I've been reading that short form content is actually causing brain damage, causing a very powerful ADHD where you literally you lose the ability to have a long attention span because you're so used to the short form content of 10 seconds and 20 seconds and 30 seconds or even 60 seconds max. Your brain is wired to not be able to fucking, handle it, to keep that attention span long. It fucks with your attention span. It causes brain damage, man. So I refuse to download TikTok, and I try not to watch shorts on YouTube because they're just as bad. Because I noticed it myself, man. My attention span fucking sucks now. It just sucks.
In several industries, real estate, everything, it talks about if you're going to do some sort of a public, any kind of a videos, this is the length of time, emails, don't send emails anymore, send video emails, with video mails, so that way, because people are more willing to watch and you got to keep them under, 20 seconds, stuff like that. Well, think about that. Our brain has literally gotten trained to that, the algorithms, they were just, I was listening to someone speaking on the data, they can now predict, Facebook can now predict what time you use the bathroom, how long you're on the phone in the bathroom, when you eat, where you're likely to go after you eat, how long before you go home, and they're learning us, and they can do it. Why? Because we are creatures of habit. Our brain gets trained, and then what can they do? It's not about to try to, it's 100% about marketing. Now they can market to us better because exactly what we're looking at online, when we do something. I remember getting in my car, this is 9 years ago, and I was getting my phone or car, and it's 43 at home. It's like, how do you know I'm going home? But we are creatures of habit, and I didn't even leave at the same time every day, and what I had to get done. But, it's addictive. The brain is highly adaptive, and now it's being forcefully adapted to short term. And you think about short term, we forget about the promises politicians make, and then they go for them again a few years later. It's by design. If they do something, you get something done, they have to promise you something else. They run out of things to promise you, you know. So that's why they do what they do, you know. So,
Ice, look at it from the context and the perspective of an outside observer. When you see your population hunched over, doom scrolling on a cell phone, you quickly realize that your population has become mind controlled and time controlled. And there is no productivity in consuming never ending amounts of content spam. But when you look at what really all politicians, doesn't matter Republican or Democrat, but really more on the Democrat side, look at like Elizabeth Warren videos. She's sitting there screaming, spend, spend, take out more debt, build more houses, spend more on healthcare executives and vaccines, spend, borrow, spend, tax, borrow, spend. And they create videos of themselves screaming that. And so all I'm saying is that these cell phones have enslaved us. However, we can flip it around and we can retransmit the communication that we desire. But you have to do it. That means, in my opinion, is stopping most of your pre-existing communication, because most people are just spam chatterboxes repeating themselves like a never-ending record. But when you read a book online, you open up a new doorway, a new pathway of possibilities for yourself and for others. So I just want to encourage everybody here today to pick up a book, come on Clown House, and change the way you communicate. And don't do two-way communication. Just do one-way communication. Just let people listen to you reading. It will change your perspective. It will change their perspective. And that's how we fix and cure and patch the wall and plug the holes. Hello?
Well, John, I tried reading the book. You promised it would make me feel better. You promised. It didn't work. So I started taking vitamins. And
Now he's on ashwagandha. Yeah, I mean, get a bottle of ashwagandha gummies, come on Clubhouse, and just read a book.
Oh, we got concrete. We got this. Come on, man. I'm just fucking around. Get up here, concrete. Where you at, dude? Look at that little sissy boy. Get up here. William, we should let concrete up, dude. There's a miserable black man that projects on us and says that I'm miserable. Yeah, I'm pretty happy.
Projection says what?
Fucker tries saying I'm miserable.
Projection says what?
Get up here.
Projection says what?
Peter.
How unaware remains silent during his thought experiment of pontification? It's unbelievable.
Peter, William, please let concrete up.
Projection says what? Thank you so much.
Thank you, Peter. Come on, man. You guys got a mod here, bro. Peter, would you thank you?
The mullahs have come to an end. The mullahs are no more.
Thank you, Peter.
White power.
Oh, God. What's up, dude?
Hey there, buddy.
Hey, buddy.
What are you doing up in here?
I'm just listening to the class.
Angry whites. Why are we angry? We rule everything. We run this place.
Projection says
we
what?
run the country. Well, how much money do you have in your bank account, Mountain?
Hello?
You want me to tell you that?
Yes, I want to hear it, but
I can't tell you.
how much do you think you're worth, man? If you were to take all your assets and have like a valuation of your assets, I'm talking about your home, talking about your car, talking about your savings, talking about all your retirement accounts.
Yeah.
How much do you think you're worth, man? Would it be above or below $500,000?
Well, something you forgot to include was me, my body, my spirit.
No. We're talking about your... We're talking about your what's wrong with out of your body, not your intangible assets inside of your body. Right? I think you're... Jesus Christ, at least $1 billion. But we're talking about your tangible assets. Now, how much... Listen, Mountain,
I'm not gonna talk about that, dude. Look at that. Around the world.
You said you run the world, man.
Concrete.
Anybody that runs the world's got at least $500,000.
Well, concrete. See that movie right there? You ever heard of The River Runs Through It? You ever heard of that movie?
That movie's gay, man. Sorry.
Okay.
Concrete's like the Drewski.
I live on that river, bro. So I don't. But I'm a humble man. I'm not going to talk about the things I have,
Hey, Monica.
the things I own, and how much I want. I'm a humble man. That's all I'm going to say. Okay. So, but the Lord gives me life.
You told us you run everything, man. That didn't sound very humble to me.
I'm a humble man.
Concrete is the new Drewski of Clown House.
The thing is, you're humble when the rubber meets the road. You were when there was no skin in the game, you were just as boastful as possible. You said we run everything. I said, man, how much are you worth? According to you, because if a man,
It's not working, Concrete.
I know, it doesn't sound like it, man. Come on, bro. Just talk to us normal, bro.
One second. I don't want to be interrupted.
Don't be afraid.
I don't want to be interrupted. White power, please. White power.
I want to let YouTube know from a journalistic context, this is an African American man that goes by the name Concrete, and he is saying this derogatory racist term. For journalistic context, I want to point it out. What we're recording here.
Concrete when he's getting down the taco. Preach it. Preach it. Preach it. If he wants it.
So, the question was, why do you think white power? White power. That's right. White power. That's right. That's right. White power. That's right. Somebody said, we ain't angry. We run everything. And I just said, well, some people run everything. But we aren't those some people. That's why we're angry. We want our free health care.
When I get warnings.
Listen, you got to.
Do not interrupt Drewski in the middle of a new Drewski skit, all right? Don't interrupt Drewski.
You got that from the master's table, and that makes you feel like you're the master, but you're just a dirty dog just like me. No free healthcare. Why just a dirty? Hey, listen, you might have better scraps, all right? But we're both dogs at the master's table trying to get a little something. So what we need to do, we need to stop hating each other, white power. We need to come together.
I don't hate you, dude.
We need to come together, Pauls, and we need to revolt against the system. But I understand that because you have so many choice scraps from the master's table, you don't have the appetite for revolution in the same way that I do. And I understand that as long as you feel satiated in your malaise, in your discomfort, right? Because there's a way to get comfortable being discomforted, right? And as long as you have that quality,
This is a new Drewski skit.
You're not going to unite with this Negro over here. You're going to stay over there with the whites. And we all know who our problem is, and that's the rich. This is a class war, brother. Wake up. White power.
Oh, come on.
Does anybody want a white power? Because I got another one.
I'm not falling for that.
I got another one if anybody else want one. Anybody else? Going once? Going twice? White power.
Drewski! This is a new Drewski comedy skit.
Anyway, if there anybody else, the white power, just let me know.
Idiots. White power.
White power. White power. Anyway, like I was saying, we need to come together, white people. All the Negroes,
is a beautiful thing.
All the Negroes and the Indians and the Mexicans.
This is a new Drewski comedy skit. Like the video to see exclusive new Drewski comedy.
You're going to have to share that beautiful country when we take over. Well, guess what? That's the price of freedom. You got to share. Now, what you could do is you could, on your own, revolt. But we could clearly see you just don't know how to do that because you hired Donald J. Trump, and Donald J. Trump don't give a fuck about you. He only cares about his lineage.
This is a new Drewski comedy skit. Like the video, share and subscribe to see more Drewski videos.
We've all been once or twice before. Not me, So what I suggest moving forward is we don't let these billionaires divide and lie to us, and we come together as a community.
Wait, you said the Mexicans and who?
What say you?
Mexicans and who?
Niggers.
Well, we don't mind
Niggers.
the Mexicans.
This is a new Drewski comedy skit. We're listening to Drewski Prank Call Radio Show.
Penis envy, and there's nothing to do about that, but they do have certain technologies where it might get you out. There might be a little technology that might be helping you out. That's exactly it. That great big obelisk that niggers be walking around with. That's what you got a problem with. That's what you got a problem with, boy. And I understand it. I understand. When I see that big, great 6 foot, 7 foot nigger, say, gosh, and that got a big old horse on him. And there's nothing you can do about it. Listen.
This is a new Drewski Comedy Radio Prank Show. Like, share, and subscribe.
Quit jumping out there, Godfrey. You gotta stop talking so much, bro.
You gotta let it go. You see how he's irate now? And I'm telling you why he got irate. He got irate thinking about that big old Johnson. He got irate thinking about his ladies thinking about that big old Johnson. And there's nothing you can ever do about that big old.
And he's gonna keep on chimping out, and he can't control himself, you know. So this is what I'm talking about. This is why we don't like you guys. This is why we prefer the Mexicans over y'all, because concrete is the epiphany of like the people we don't want to be around. Fucking guy chimps out, never shuts up. He's like an adult child. Like an adult child walking around.
Just remember that you have 2.5 billion seconds in this game called life to exist. Look it up. 60 seconds times 60 minutes times 24 hours.
He does this shit on the chillism too. If you ever hang out in chillism, bro, it's him fucking screaming and yelling that he needs to be heard, and then he fucking never shuts up. So.
Wait, so where'd he go?
Yeah. He went down to the deal, but he left. He wouldn't shut up, but I didn't think he would listen.
I understand. Feels safe.
I don't think he has a job.
Oh, this is nice. Finally found the gas, finally. God damn!
Well, some people do work on some of this.
Why would you slam that shit that damn hard? Pick it up, pick it up. You understand? How you gonna move the damn shit by himself? I know it. This look really good right there. Let's go. Why is my thing wrong?
Culture's biggest tonight. Who's coming to the BET Awards? Do you plan on attending the BET Awards? BET Awards. Are you attending? Did you beat your kids?
Depends on what they did. If they misbehave, you know.
I beat my kids. Do you plan on attending this year's
rally? What was that?
I think so. That was kind of cool. I mean, I like this.
Okay. White power.
Cosby messaged me that he won the whole grand rally in a room.
Yeah, I know, but we gotta tell them, like, that's too much white power concentrated like that. People are gonna think we're serious about that shit.
Monica, I thought you would say it right. White power.
I thought it was white tea.
No, that's just people that are scared to say white.
Come on, man, we're a bunch of fucking heads on a fucking app. You gotta
By the way, the big black talk thing with white guys is a big myth, by the way.
You're hungry. Here's the thing about the Mexicans too and stuff. Like, I'd rather have the Mexicans than them leading it, because the Mexicans actually have good food and they do have some values. And it's just I'd rather have big enough for that line. These lines probably run through. You have to bring both up to date.
I think you're like.
Yeah, so those must go into that, and that taps into.
He call you sweet cheek?
Whoa. I'll be honest with you, not a big fan of Mexicans. They don't seem to have a lot of personality. You gotta stand there. And then, like,
I don't know. I mean,
that's funny. Black people are fucking hilarious, bro.
my brother-in-law's a Mexican man. I mean, he's a pretty good dude. You know, but like,
outside the gas stations, I'll buy him a case of beer every once in a while. But like, they just kind of stand there.
listen, man, I worked in the oil fields, okay, in North Dakota, and all the white guys that I worked with were miserable, pit-sands, bro. Fucking weren't nice, dude. Complaining all the fucking time. They look over at the Mexicans, dude. They're working harder. They're laughing. They're whooping and hollering. They're working good together. They're not dickheads. And they share their food with you. They have really good food. Don't take peppers from them, I learned, as a white guy.
Yeah, spicy for them is not spicy for us.
Yeah.
Yeah,
But dude, they're the nice dude. They're way. I way enjoyed working around Mexicans than I did fucking white guys, man. You know, and they were a language barrier, but they were really good dudes. So, you know, they're hard workers. Not everybody. I mean, there's individuals that are individuals. I've been to Jamaica too, and I was around a bunch of black people and super friendly guys. You know, I don't know what it was like off of far off, like in the jungle, but they were all pretty friendly dudes. But because we're tourists with money and shit, so I don't know, man. But I prefer the Mexican, and they got better food. They just do.
I do like Mexican flavors. I will say that.
Right? Well, I go to Spokane, Washington. Every time I go out there, I get good Mexican food.
I'm a big fan of Mexican food.
Yeah.
Yeah, I like the flavors of Mexican food.
Carne,
We can crack some jokes, have a good time, drink some beers.
Here's the thing, though. I agree.
Have some fisticuffs, throw some punches at each other once in a while. I'm down.
I agree, but some of these people don't fucking like you. Do you understand that?
No,
like just because. No, man. There's certain people out there, and that's okay. Well, that might be true. But some of these fuckers don't like you. Yes.
Yeah, it might be a language barrier. I don't know. They just seem to just kind of stand there.
Something about the gang, the Latino gangs over the black gangs. I guess I would say maybe this is anecdotal, or maybe it's my own opinion, but them fucking cartels are like hyper violent.
Bro, down here, bro, the Mexicans on the farm, they'll chop you with machetes.
That's what I'm saying, bro. They'll fucking
chop you with machetes.
Yeah. Mexicans are straight up hyper violent. They'll put a peg over your head, tie it up, and leave your. Yeah. Well, fair.
Won't even think twice.
No. No. So I was talking about the Latinos.
Trailers in the back of the farm, bro, and like my buddy's uncle owns a farm, and instead of if a dude like steals something for another person's trailer, they'll just fucking drag him out of his trailer and chop him up, bro. Like, it's nothing.
Yeah, no, I mean,
fucking nothing, bro.
You heard about those cartels in Mexico, dude. They literally are having a competition of who can scare the shit out of each other the most, dude. They fucking do horrible shit to deter each other, and it's terrible. But the Indians, man, I'm up in Montana, and we have, prairie Indians that could go missing.
Bro, that's why, people, get upset when they call them savages. Do you understand, they call them savages because they had never seen killing like that before.
Yeah.
They had never seen shit like that before, tying motherfuckers up and scalping them and shit like that. They're like,
oh, yeah. Yeah. Oh, dude, the things they did you hear what they did to Custer, because they think that they used to think, maybe still do, that if they mutilate you, you're going to be like that in the afterlife. So they cut his fucking ears off and shit, cut his balls off, cut his dick off. I want to make sure you don't have anything and the Blackfeet, dude, the Blackfoot Indians, there's a bunch of stories about them, the mountain men would come up here, bro, and there was marauding Blackfoot Indians all over the northwest, Montana. They had guns, because, I don't know why, but the French decided to trade guns with them. The Spanish knew better, but the French decided to trade guns with them, but as a consequence, they were just like the most powerful tribe and super territorial. And if they found you, dude, they'd fucking cut your legs off and cut your head off. It was scary shit.
And then they string your body up like a warning.
Dude, yeah, that's actually. Have you ever heard of Hellgate Canyon?
No, but I'm about to find out about it.
Look it up. Hellgate Canyon, Missoula, Montana, bro. They call it that because the Blackfoot Indians, if they found you, like if you were an Indian that weren't part of the tribe or a settler, they'd kill you. They'd put your body along the trail that was, and this is Hellgate Canyon where I live, and they'd fucking put your body there like as a skeleton to deter you. And the French started calling it Hellgate Canyon, and that's where it got its name. And there's actually a school called Hellgate School. It's legitimate. I mean, the Hellgate School, Hellgate, yeah, it's real shit. It's called Hell's Gate. Yeah, that was the Blackfoot Indians, man. So, but anyway, what's crazy about that is if I guarantee that if we wouldn't have put them on reservations, if we would have allowed them to be what, you know, the Palestinians are to the Jews, to Israel, they would have been launching missiles and attacking us just like the Palestinians would, because they're a bunch of fucking Indians at the end of the day, man. Just the truth, you know? And they don't fucking like us, a lot of these guys. Some of them do have friends that are Indians. I did, I mean, one of them did, but they don't fucking like us. And if they have the capability to fight back and be legitimate, man, they certainly would. But our government knew a long fucking time ago that these people would be a serious problem if they were able to unify into one country like they proposed in Oklahoma, or, you know, be a fucking legitimate force someday like the Palestinians are, you know, fighting against Israel. I mean, it's a real fucking problem, man.
People don't understand that a lot of the land the natives had was taken, stolen from somebody else. They're completely unaware.
That's the only way they enforced it, man. It wasn't through some fucking document. It was through blood, sweat, and tears, bro.
Yeah, what's the thing with the Sioux were completely savage. The Apache, the Comanche, the Seminole,
the Sioux, the Cheyenne, the Blackfoot, the Crows, Northern Cheyenne, dude, yeah.
Yeah, the Comanches were awful, and I think the Mount Rushmore is like I think it's the Dakota Sioux, like you said. They're like, oh, it's built on stolen lands. Like, then you look into the Dakota Sioux stole it from a fucking leather tribe.
Oh, bro, have you ever heard of Red Cloud War?
Who's?
The Red Cloud War. It was. We don't talk about it because it's one of the wars that America lost, actually. And it was called Red Cloud War. And that was a war where originally the Crow Indians, their hunting grounds were Powder River County in eastern Montana. I used to live there, and they there was 30 to 60,000 of these fucking Crow Indians, man, using it as their hunting grounds. But the Lakota Sioux came in there, like the Cheyenne and the Sioux came in and pushed them off of there, and so the Crow. That's why they started being scouts for the American military, because they asked the American military to help push out the Lakota Sioux and like that were pushing the Crows out, but we couldn't fucking win. Red Cloud was in there, and we try to send in attachments to try to subdue Red Cloud and this group, and they just kept on beating us. And there's actually, you probably know about it in your history books, but it's called Powder River Campaign. And the reason why you don't know about it is because most of the documents of the official conflict were burnt in a warehouse fire in Oklahoma accidentally. But it was a total defeat by the U.S. cavalry. We went over there to try to subdue the Indians and got our fucking ass kicked. And they would draw straws to go down to the Powder River to try to get water. Nobody wanted to do it because it was so dangerous. And the guy who drew the shortest straw would go down there to try to get a bucket of water, and he'd get fucking shot and killed. And so pretty soon they were eating their fucking dogs and their horses. They lost a cannon in the river, and they had to leave because they just couldn't subdue them fucking Indians over there. Pretty wild shit. Red Cloud War. Look that shit up.
Well, it's 2026, everybody. The country's still $200 trillion in debt. State of Illinois is $200 billion in debt, and Chicago's $100 billion in debt. And Chicago's finances are 2 times worse, 3 times worse, 5 times worse than even Los Angeles. If you look at the debt per citizen per major city, it ranks New York City, then Chicago, In Chicago, every citizen owes the city $55,000, and when you combine it with the state, it's over $200,000, and it's worse in New York City. So these socialist hellholes who are taxing businesses and just average everyday workers to death are wasting your money. Mamdani funded $15 million for transgender mutilation and sex reassignment surgery, even though Trump outlawed it. We got money. We don't have money. We're in debt, stupid. We have no fucking money. It's bankrupt. The pensions are being stolen from. They're underfunded by 60%, and these communist thieves are giving out $100 million grants to NGOs. It's the same USAID scam. If Todd Blanche and the Department of Criminal and Fraud at the DOJ doesn't step in and make arrests of politicians, this country will fall to the scammers, the thieves, the communists, and the socialist liars who use altruism, equity, and social restorative justice as code words for theft, for thievery, for stealing, for misappropriating funds. Are there any patriots in this room right now? Hello?
It's American culture.
Hello?
It's American culture.
No, that's your acquiescence to thievery, lying, and fraud because you, sir, are probably a faggot retard and maybe a pussy. Oh, no! Oh, no! He's a faggot retard! He's a faggot retard!
I like America. Man, what are you gonna do, man? Can't do that.
Well, we gotta do something about it, man. We gotta do something. We can't just we can't be doers. We can't, like I got a big old pissing match fight with my buddy, one of my best friends.
You know that, right?
What is?
Well, just think of the taxes, bro. Like, I know, like, the taxes they take from everybody's check, right? The Social Security tax, blah, blah, blah. We do tax, right? Whatever it is, right? Some people get $7, $3. I mean, it's $3, right? Imagine you're getting $3.
Oh, you're a pussy.
Fucking crazy.
They were only taking $3. They're taking a lot more than that, man.
I'm in Florida, right? Every car on that highway fucking is giving the government of Florida fucking at least $2 every time they go through a toll, bro. You know how much fucking money that is? It's crazy.
It's not enough, apparently.
No, that's what I'm saying though. Like it's $2, dude.
Well, what's sad about that is that basically 99 or 97% of the federal government's revenue comes from taxpayers, and they spend more than they take in. And they want more, and they want more, and they want more. We should reel that in, bro. They use tax with money. Dude, it's crazy. Yeah. Oh, yeah. So, and it's not enough, bro. That's what I'm talking about. So,
no, dude, we're talking like trillions of dollars a day.
Oh, fuck, bro. And they want more, and they want more. And they want fucking schemes on how to get even more out of this. So, let's tax the pollutants that come out of people's vehicles. Let's tax fucking every gallon of gas that they fucking, you know what I mean? It's just, it sucks, man. It
It's all
sucks.
scam. Like, look what's saying. I'm in Florida, right? I saw a thing that said, for 20 years, the Florida lottery has donated, because the lottery in Florida is supposed to be for schools, right? It's all for schools. That's the whole shtick. It says, in the last 2 decades, the Florida lottery has donated $300 million for schools. And I'm like, wait a second. Y'all just some dude just hit a fucking $1.2 billion one, and y'all took fucking $500 million from it. And you're telling me in the last 20 years, you only donated $300 million? Y'all took $500 million in one fucking go. Like, where's all this? Like, what are we talking about? Every fucking lottery winner, y'all get half of it. In 20 years, you only get $300 million?
What's sad about it, bro, is that, maybe I'm repeating myself. Maybe this is kind of a doomer thing, but as a Christian, I know that this probably is not going to end well, right? I mean, it's eventually, ultimately, it will end good, but before that, there's going to be a real fight. And I don't see any hint of America being there toward the end times. I try to speculate what it is that's going to destroy America, and it's probably this. It's probably the debt. It's probably uncontrollable debt, the uncontrollable spending, the wars that we constantly go in, the fighting that seems to escalate more and more. I don't know what it is exactly that's going to break America.
a theory on this one. They said theory was like capitalism. It's great. It's great, but inevitably when you play it out more profit, where does that come from? Like it just can't sustain itself, right? And so now we're getting to the point of subscriptions. It's like, what the fuck, bro? Like, I gotta have all these subscriptions to just watch TV now. Like,
bro, they're coming out with shit.
They're
coming out with food subscriptions.
You would get Channel 3, Channel 5, Channel 7, Channel 11. You would get that for free. Like, national broadcasting, NBC. ABC is America's broadcast. Like, we're supposed to get that shit for free. Now you have to pay for it. Then another subscription. Then another subscription. It's like, now the refrigerators are asking for subscription. It's like, what do we not lose on our refrigerator? What happened? Like you said, dude, like, where does it end? It can't sustain itself.
Well, ultimately, this is where the Bible talks about how globalism, one world government, one world police, one world this. You can see where it's going. I mean, there's no way that we're going to be able to reel this back realistically because of the profits. These corporations are not going to reel back and say, okay, yeah, we'll give up our slave labor, we'll give up our maximum profits, come back to America and start being ethical.
Yeah. Once they got the maximum profit, they're not going to take a loss.
Well, yeah, once NAFTA was signed, once that permission was given, once that fucking crony capitalism was allowed to happen. And again, that's something about it. You got to really be, I'm not saying regulate, but don't give them the keys and encourage them to bounce out. I mean, that's the thing is we had a huge industry in America. We made a lot of our own shit. Things were relatively affordable. You buy a house and a car. And it was, you could actually fix it yourself or get it repaired. It's not fucking gonna, shit on you. Your houses weren't fucking crazy expensive. People would go out. I mean, things were just better. And I can see the writing on the walls, man. Being a Christian is almost surreal. Because the Bible talked about this. When I was a kid, I used to scoff at this. But it's so surreal what's happening. It's to the T what's happening, bro. Like, it's true. And globalism will ultimately prevail. But the Lord will come back and ultimately prevail. It's going to get really fucking dark. It's going to get really dark in the beginning.
I was listening to one pastor one time, and he's like, look, man, I get everybody's down and shit, but I read the Bible. The good guys win. So everybody relax.
They do, but it's going to get really bad in the meantime, especially being a Christian, bro. It's going to be very testing and it's going to get very bad for a lot of us, man. We're talking, because this shit will not be reeled back. That candy bar that now is fucking $3 damn near is going to be $5 to $6 in a very short time. The things are going to be unobtainable. It's going to escalate. It's going to get crazy, folks. It's going to get wild. It's going to get fucking crazy. Can't believe it, man.
Yeah, highly doubtful.
Well, okay. I mean, what's doubtful about it, bro? You can see it happening. Because here's the thing, man. Like, it's crazy. My grandparents, my grandfather gave my mom his '68 Chevy pickup, and it's beautiful, And she's given it to me, and so, but envious of the time that it was. Envious of the people that got to live at the peak when things was, and let's make this thing as cheap as possible, but as expensive as possible. Now they're replacing metal parts with plastic parts that doesn't like cold and hot cycles, so they're going to get premature failures and less reliability. But is the price getting cheaper? No. It's all fucking crazy, bro. It's
they have people that have these old houses. They rip up their fucking carpet. Someone buys a house, and all of a sudden their house is built in the 1920s, and the hardwood floors, like beautiful fucking wood.
Yeah.
It's like that's just how they used to build houses.
Yeah.
Like we covered it up. It's like, holy shit, like that was standard back then.
And what's scary is we got up to 1970 shag. It was green shag. and installing a fireplace for him actually. And when I cut out the carpet, it was a rare type of oak, is a tiger or something oak. And I was like, you might want to come here. And they got something wrong. I was like, you want to get rid of your carpet? Your floor
You
was
check
amazing.
this out.
Yeah, and then they were just like, yeah, it was amazing.
See? And man, you're actually getting a treasure when you get a house like that. It's older because it was built right. It was built with quality. When a 2x4 was a 2x4 back then, it was a fucking 2x4. Nowadays, a 2x4 is like, what is it, 3? And I mean, it's not 4 fucking. You know what I'm saying? And so, what's crazy is that because most of our lumber mills have shut down because of NAFTA, we're getting a lot of our fucking timber from different places. And housing is so expensive, and they're taking crazy cost-cutting measures. These houses are fucking built cheap and fast, and yeah, it's just terrible, bro. Fuck, man, what world are we living in nowadays? That's that globalism shit, man. You know, this is the real simple thing about it. Like, I've told this to people, but it's true. When I was 15, and I smoke weed still, but when I was 15, and trying to buy a bag of weed was hard. So, like, this is the type of shit I would deal with. This is globalism that we're dealing with, okay? I would try to find someone to eat when I was 15 years old, and I'd be looking for like a $25 sack of weed. Well, if I found the dealer directly, I could count on it being a $25 sack. But because I'm 15, they're not going to sell to a 15-year-old. Yeah, I'm gonna have to find someone who knows that guy. So because I gotta find someone who knows that guy, that fucker's gonna pinch my bag. He's gonna have a finder's fee. Sometimes I might actually have to find 2 people. I might have to find the guy who knows the guy who knows the guy who knows the guy. So then as it's going through more hands, that $25 sack of weed becomes less because everybody's going to get their finder's fee through that supply chain, right? So at the end of the day, I'm getting fucked. And that's exactly what's happening here with that candy bar. You're watching your candy bars shrink through shrinkflation because they got to make sure they are getting maximum profits after it's getting shipped from China. You know what I'm saying?
You're familiar with Milton Friedman, correct?
Cost-cutting fucking measures to the ass, bro. And this is Milton Friedman's amazing. And so that's what's happening here, bro. Is like they're pumping it full of more preservatives to last forever. It's getting fucking smaller and less of it. It's getting faker, and it's getting more expensive. And every year it gets worse.
But Milton talked about why this is happening, and the reason that it's happening is because we listen to politicians who tell us they're going to do things for us, and we like these things for us, which means they have to print money, so they get to print money, which drives inflation. In reality, when you look at what really has transpired more recently, the costs gone through the roof. If you look at our debt up until the year 2000, we were 5.8 trillion in debt. Now think about that. Built the entire infrastructure of the United States, 5.8 trillion in debt, 200 years. Since 225 years. And since 2000, we've gone from 5.8 trillion to 39 trillion in debt because they're printing money. Inflation is going through the roof. Now think about this. When you hear billions now, it's not that big of a deal. And that was by design. Look at the money gone to USAID. I said this. I said all this money's coming back roads. Now look at they cut this, and the Democrats are $16 million in debt after taking a $19 million loan. This is what their party is dealing with. Well, wait a minute. You guys raised $1 billion, quote, air quotes here, grassroots. You don't go from raising $1 billion in days grassroots to not being able to, unless you know where that's coming from. Now you hear about the backroad deal with the Bidens and Ukraine. And let's talk about the 2% for the big guy. Why was that case never heard? It went somewhere. You had a guy who was involved with it saying, I was part of the Biden thing. He was the big guy. Nothing happened because all of these politicians are doing it and they know it.
Yeah, it's like, you're right, dude. The $1 billion thing, we become so immune to it. Like the $100 billion in Ukraine shit. Like, I get billions of dollars as common folk. We're just like, yeah, billion. Like, think about this: $999 million. $999 million. That's not even 1 billion. And they did that to 100 billion times.
It's me.
It's fucking $999 million. Then you go to 1 billion, 999 million, 2 billion. Like, that's fucking nuts. How much money is that?
It's fucking nuts, man. I mean, there's no end in sight. So, dude, like, absolute power corrupts absolutely, bro. It's fucking nuts, man. They're not real
Look
shit.
at the iPhone, right? Remember when you used to get an iPhone? You get a charger, a lock, and a set of headphones with you. Now you get a cord, no block, no headphones, no nothing. They changed the chargers, so you gotta buy a new fucking charger. And now these apps now, they're like, every time you try to log in, they're like, verify your identity, we're gonna send you a text message. And the only reason they do this is they get a fucking 99-cent text message fee. And you're like, twice. Boom, they send you another one.
Not only that, bro, they fucking
passwords. Like,
not only that, man, like, you can't find a free app anymore.
They can't find a change of password.
You can't even find a free app anymore. They fucking want you as, you gotta pay this subscription fee. You get a week free for fucking. It's like, what is going on in this world?
It's crazy, bro.
Two-factor authentication is not like a scam to make you pay 99 cents per text message. First of all, it shouldn't do that. I don't know why you're paying.
Standard text message rates apply.
That's
so when they send you that,
delusion.
They send you a code. You gotta enter the code in.
What, you think they're in cahoots with the phone providers? What are you saying? Do you not understand why two-factor authentication is? It's to protect your data. It makes
they do it every time I log in. Every time I log in.
Go to your settings in most apps and
I do. I remember.
Like to embed. But most people it's just hilarious that you think that's some kind of conspiracy theory. It's obvious to protect your data. You work in a company, it's mandatory. What the hell?
Carl the J, listen to me. In Bank of America, they did a thing recently. They were like, change your password. You've had the same password too long, whatever. They sent me a text to give me a code to go, or send me a text. I had to click on the link to go change my password. Then think about that. They sent me the text. I click on the link. I change my password. Then I had to go back to the app, log in. And when I logged in, they sent me another text with a code to verify my phone.
Yes.
And I'm like, wait a second.
That's why it's called two-factor. Because you have to authenticate once through your cell phone and once with your password.
Right, but if they sent myself on a link to change my password, why would I need to get a code after I click on the link?
Because somebody could know your password or somebody could have your phone, but it's unlikely that somebody knows both your password and stole your phone, right? That's why.
Do my shit on my app, I log out, then a couple days later I go log into Bank of America, and they had to send me another text.
It's because it's your banking company. It's just about the most important.
It does it with every app.
You have three-factor authentication. They could send you they could call you and check your voice. What are you talking about? It's your banking.
Disney does it, Hulu does it, YouTube TV does it. Everyone fucking does that shit now because they can't get any more profit off me because I'm already a subscriber. So now they want to send me a fucking text message.
Profit off of the two-factor.
Bro, think about it. They send text messages to 50 million. They send text messages to 50 million.
Do you think that's how they're making profits?
Your bank isn't making money off of that, and who doesn't have an unlimited plan? If you're paying in a prepaid or something, and each text is costing you, that's the phone company that's making that money.
Right.
Not Hulu, not your bank.
I didn't say the bank. No, I didn't say that. I'm saying I'm talking about AT&T and shit like that.
It is the standard within security now because everyone's on an unlimited plan. When they say text,
why the fuck do they have the option of remember the device? What's the remember the device option for?
Because that's right. Of course, you want to remember the device.
Right. Okay. But it doesn't matter. It's still sending me a text next time I'm trying to log in.
Yes, it's
frustrating. Then I gotta go into the code.
I spend enormous amounts of time dealing with what you're
right. Why do you think they're doing that?
But it's not a conspiracy to get money out of this.
Then why?
If you happen to be paying for text rates, you're a minority, a very small minority. Most of us here, text rates may apply, and we don't even care. It doesn't faze us because we're not paying for a text.
Right.
It doesn't cost me anything. You can send me 1,000 texts. It doesn't cost me anything.
So you're saying all those texts are sent for free?
Yes. And I get it if you're on a plan that you are still paying for text, but that's 10-year-old technology. I understand what you're saying, but It's not the reality for the vast majority of people.
Do you think those companies are doing that to help us, to protect us?
No, they're doing it to protect them, because if there's a problem, then they end up paying, and you may or may not get your money back, depending on if you know how to navigate from that point forward. Is the bank altruistic trying to protect us more than protect themselves? Probably not. No, they're doing it to protect themselves more than us. They frustrate us in order to protect themselves. I could go on and on and on about problems I have with the bank over shit like that, right? But it's not about trying to get 99 cents every text.
Yeah, I disagree.
Interesting, Mike.
Well, it's like the idea of what's the one thing, I think it was called the pet rock or some shit that they did, and like, or someone had a product, and they're like, oh, you can sell this for, $20 a pop, and instead they decided to sell it for $1 a pop. Now they can sell it $20 and maybe sell it to 100 people, or they can sell it for $1 and sell it to 1 million people, because 1 million people are like, whatever, it's $1. Now they made $1 million fucking dollars, right? But their product $20 and sell to 100 people, which seems okay, but not better than selling a $1 product to 1 million people. You see what I'm saying? So now William, they're like, oh, 99 cents, whatever. Not when it's fucking 30 million people. 30 million people, bro. Think about that for a second. Imagine every single Bank of America customer that ever logs on the Bank of America on their app in the entire country gets a text. Every single one. Every time they log in.
Yeah, but the bank isn't making money for
I
that.
never said the bank was making money.
Okay, so who's making the money? Who's getting
It's
the money?
the phone company. It's the phone company, bro.
What do you
Don't
think
be
the
such a
disclaimer is
I'll
for?
say it.
Yeah, so Mike Allen said there's a disclaimer there for a reason. Why do you think that disclaimer's there?
Because there was a point in time when we paid for every text we got, and there's still some old people who just haven't gotten to
Well, there you go.
And yeah. There you go. It's not a mass plus of the phone like that.
No, phones just make money. If they're using the text, they're making money anyway. They're just like, if you're texting with them, I think they're still making money anyway. If they're using their product, I mean, they're generating revenue.
Mike's logic applies when you talk about other fees. If they can collect fees from insufficient funds or from all kinds of other little things, and they get 1 million or 2 million people a day doing that, those things add up. The logic applies. It just doesn't apply in this particular scenario, because the vast majority of people are on an unlimited plan and don't pay for text.
That's horrible. Yeah, that's a horrible thing. Like
You're paying for the text.
Like your things are unlimited. One example, like amongst a whole bunch of examples of how they're able to nitpick, right? How they're able to just take small little pieces of change, like the subscription joint. How many subscriptions do you know that you're paying for right now? And then when you go look, you're like, oh shit, I'm actually paying for 27. You're just pointing out that this is kind of like the design of how to extract money underneath your nose without you even noticing it. He's pointing out that the banks and all these other people that are forcing the disclaimer to be present, like when you're logging in, he's pointing that out. That, hey man, this is not us, this is somebody else, right?
Yeah, they just do weird shit. Like, it was just weird to me, right? Like, they forced me to change my password, sent me a text, I had to put my phone number in, sent me a text to click on a link, clicked on the link, went to the website, then I had to change my password, right? Then they made me go back to the app to log in, and then when I logged in, they're like, oh, here's the code to verify your identity. I'm like, wait a second. I'm thinking in my head, like, I just put my phone number in, you sent me a fucking link. How could I click the link if it wasn't me? Now you're sending me another text with the code. Now I gotta go put the code in. So I've gotten 2 texts from you. Remember my device, right? You check the little box, remember this device. And now every fucking time I log into fucking Bank of America, I have to fucking enter a code. I get a text. Every fucking time. I'm like, huh, that's fucking weird. You don't find that a little fucking weird? You're just doing that for my safety?
Okay, then that means you have something else going on. Your account's been flagged, because that doesn't occur for most people. I don't have to put in the code every time I go to my bank. I have to type in my password. If I uncheck the save and it doesn't remember my username, and I'm actually logging into it from a different device, or my device yes, it will force me into a code system, typically send me an email, but I'm not having to type in a code every time I go to my bank. If you are, you'll get there.
Yeah,
if you are, then your phone has been flagged. Your account.
Hold on, like, no,
Something
that's not true.
triggered.
Like American, No, American Express, Bank of America, all these institutions understand that like we need multiple layers of security. So they do like the thing, then they do, hey man, we know that you're actually from that number, and we know this is your number, but let me send you a text so that you are like consenting in this interaction, this one's interaction, right? So like they've already acknowledged that that is your number.
On some level, if it's texting, if it's sending to your email, it's about security.
Well, it gives you a choice. It says you can text or they can call you. Like it gives you a choice on which box you want to pick, right? But what they're doing at that time is saying, hey, in this one interaction, is this really you? And if it is, we're just going to cover our ass by making you put in a code. I mean, this shit is getting pretty like, bro, I had my rewards. I had 900,000 points, like with Hilton, bro. They took all of my points to purchase like Amazon online shit. I was like, whoa, how the hell did that happen? Right? There's 3 major like purchases of converting like reward points. I'm just saying, criminals are pretty smart.
Fucking crucify me. I'm just saying, I thought it was fucking weird. Like, again, I had the same password on Big America forever. I've been using it for fucking decades. You must change your password. The only way to change it is to get a text message. And after I click on a link, I change my password and I have to get another text message. I was like, that's fucking weird. That's really fucking strange. Why am I getting 2 text messages when y'all just sent me a link? Clearly, if you sent me the link, then you know it's my phone and it's me. If I click on the link, then I have to enter my phone number again to get the code. Log in. It's fucking strange.
You're giving me boomer vibes, man. You're not that old yet.
Yeah, no, fuck that, bro. Boomer. See,
I think he's older.
Fucking, I hurt my back speaking the other day.
Oh, hell no.
I don't have to worry, Colin.
I get tired of turning over a bit.
I'm smart enough.
As long as it's not sciatica, bro.
Well,
I heard sciatica shit.
If you have a problem with captures, you know what captures are or no?
Oh, yeah, I can crush those.
Okay, you're good with that, right? You're all
I can
good.
crush those.
Okay.
I can crush those ones.
But why are we so happy and content jumping through all the hoops that they're making us jump through?
Nobody's happy or content. We're frustrated every time we have to do it. It's sort of like he's the most frustrated.
Well, you know what's crazy? Like the caption thing you bring up. Remember, there was that story of the AI that was trying to hire humans to beat the captcha or whatever. Remember that story?
Yeah.
It's like they went there. Now think about that. Remember how long ago captcha started? It was like back when like AOL was a thing. You're like, holy shit, what is this? What is this weird thing? I gotta look at these wavy letters and write the shit. And now it comes out that AI was trying to hire motherfuckers to beat the captcha. And captcha was made to stop from robots from logging in and being whatever. So like they've had this AI shit for decades, bro. We think this shit's new.
So wait, real quick, to the room.
It said it was blind, but that's what it was doing, was hiring a task person. So it was clever as shit.
Right.
Yeah, smart as fuck.
Let me ask the room. Would you waive all rights to 2FA and all the security measures, for no liability on their part? Would you do that, or what would you choose?
I wouldn't choose that.
What's that, Smoke?
I wouldn't choose that.
Yeah, no, we gotta blame somebody.
I just told you that I lost 900,000 points. I mean,
It's me.
Like the day later, but the idea that they're able to get into these, even the rewards accounts, not like your banking account or whatever, right? But just here, like they're getting super smart. So I'd rather there be like some sort of a safety net for when these people. I mean, and it's from other countries. Like these people are like super smart. They understand the weaknesses. They're probing, and I need these institutions to take accountability for it if they want my business.
And they use it. So does anybody know? Like, does that actually work?
What?
The 250,000 is guaranteed by banks, whatever the FDIC.
Kids, you would get a fucking book with everyone's number and everyone's address. Everybody's. Everyone's phone number and everyone's home address.
Unless somebody pays not to be public, right?
And then Domino's Delivery would just deliver a pizza in 30 minutes like there's fucking mythical land pirates. Like how the fuck they do that without GPS?
You can do unlisted numbers. Yeah, you can do an unlisted number starting in
nuts.
Late 80s, early 90s.
Yeah, we just get a book with everyone's address. It goes nothing.
Yeah, now we're all started paying for that.
Free, you go around, put them in your freedom mailbox.
Yeah, but I'll take GPS over a Thomas guide any day of the week.
But I remember Matt Place is shit.
Wait, do they still do yearbooks at school?
Yes, like printing out.
Matt Place was the shit.
Remember Matt Place print out as like 2 pages? You gotta find a stapler. And it's like, turn left, dog. It's fucking
But
awesome.
they're
The
digitizing
directions
it
are
now.
always fucking
Yeah, no, that's why I was going to that. I figured it's all digitized by now, the yearbook shit, you know?
Yeah, like the elementaries, the middle schools and stuff, like they're still doing it because I still got like kids that are actively altered, but yeah, like, they're still doing the yearbooks, but then they give you an option for digitizing it just so you can kind of like share.
Well, that's kind of fun. Like, you got able to write shit. Like, if anybody knows how to write anymore, I don't even know anymore, but like, that's the shit that like should stay the same. It shouldn't be digitized. Like, that's fun, man.
Yeah, man, because it's like a memory book, right? It's like all your friends sign it, right? Like you can't be walking around with some sort of a tag, like, hey, can you like scribble here? Like you just no, like the interactive is what you interact.
My buddy was telling me that his son was going to some. He was like, so what's your friend's last name? He was like, I don't know. I said, well, what's this friend's last name? I was like, I don't know. I was like, do you know any of your friend's last names? It's like, no, I just have them on my phone. It's like, what? Like, yeah.
Stupid kids nowadays, they don't remember phone numbers. Remember when we were kids, we had to remember everyone's phone number. Now they don't remember anybody's phone number. They've never heard a dial tone. They've never heard like a busy signal. Like when you ask them that, how do you hang up? Like how do you hang up a phone? They'll like hit their palm with their finger. But we, like all of us, you ask us how to hang up. We put our pinky and our thumb out and hang up a phone, right? Or like roll down a window. Like, how do you roll down a car window? We'll fucking grab the handle and start wheeling it down. They'll like pretend to push a button. It's like this shit is crazy.
Yeah, but it's not just kids. If you end up in jail, who would you actually call? Whose fucking number do you actually remember, right?
You know, that's what I'm saying. Right? I remember my original house number, but it's probably not existent anymore. So.
Yeah, I don't think your original house people are gonna pay.
No, I know. Like we're guilty of it too, right?
We need to go back to our memory and physical items. The better off we'll be.
Have you ever known about video games, Joe? So video game, play it all over again. Now it's an everlasting game. It just goes. It goes. Even if you die, you just pick up where you go. But we had to like start over.
Yeah, there was no save options. It was like,
we all played the first level of Mario by memory.
Yeah, but I think the best possible like scenario is that people don't have like experience atrophy of like the memory and like the I guess the will to search, right? Because they're so dependent on these things. I think that you could use them in concert and not lose them. But
remember we'd be on the internet and someone would pick up the house phone and we're like, fuck! God damn it!
Oh yeah.
Shit,
I know.
The screen would load
the fax machine, John.
Now we get pissed when a fucking YouTube video buffers for 3 seconds.
Are we gonna talk about BBSs now?
What? And what about the
BBS?
Yeah, what about history?
BBS, the bulletin boards. Going to the chat with somebody. They're like, "Where do you live?" Try to look up the bulletin board. You know BBS?
No, I use it. Also, they're going through it and not only just changing documents, they're going through and changing TV series and movies and editing and changing scenes and redoing them. And you only find out and realize it if you have physical copies that you can go back and reference to. Like, they're rewriting history and we're allowing it to happen because nobody wants to have digital, like physical copies, hard copies of things anymore. We all want to have it online and on the cloud and just on the phone. Like, no, have a library, take up the space.
Yeah, but isn't that the whole purpose of convenience? I guess like the incentive that we all kind of like move towards is that there are certain things in our minds that we want to throw away, right? Like, isn't that kind of like how we're being conditioned now? That if you're letting things anchor you to something, the best thing to do is to let it go. And what they're doing now is they're saying, hey, these things way back here aren't relevant at all. They were just there as placeholders. And we can remove them now so we can free up space for more information. I guess it's like subjective, right? To like what you find valuable, I guess.
Then that's suppressing some type of memories in a way too.
Okay, but that existed before, just in a different form. I mean, that revision of history has always occurred. They just publish a new version of the book.
Put your hands down. Quit being.
Wait, what do you mean?
I mean, there's people who collect rare books and go and look at the versions that came out 100 years ago, 50 years ago, 20 years ago, and there's differences within versions of books. So the idea that society flags is not new.
If they were all on digital, online, they would never know the changes unless they went back and read it every month. Just for clickbait. Like, no, they had the hard copies to go back and be like, document these changes.
See, you guys are arguing about changes in books, but not reading books. And I gotta say, Marshall Stankin Rankin here, this fake Hidalgo County, no border, lying, Trump-hating, fake Republican rhino here. Yeah, we gotta roast guys like Marshall Rankin. They have big brains and colossal-sized heads. They're know-it-alls. And the truth of the earth is, Marshall Stankin Rankin hates Donald Trump. Marshall Stankin Rankin is working with a fake rhino Latina Republican. I looked it up, Marshall. I know who you're knocking doors for. I've notified the Trump administration to keep a watch on Marshall Stankin Rankin and his fake rhino Latina Republicana. Marshall Rankin believes in open borders. Marshall Stankin Rankin doesn't believe in fiscal conservatism. Marshall Stankin Rankin is a liberal, progressive, socialite parasite. Marshall Stankin Rankin needs to take his cheetah jacket to the dry cleaners, and he needs to clean the disgusting talum and body fat odor that has permeated his filthy, disgusting cheetah jacket. And Marshall, you're not a cheetah. You're a fucking snake. That's what you are, you stinking, ranking, fake Hidalgo Republican. I notified every Republican in Hidalgo County to keep an eye on you, Marshall. You and your Latina Republicana Comunista. We know who you are, stinker. We can smell you from Chicago. You smell like shit. You smell like shit, Marshall. I can smell you. I can smell the snake shit coming out of your nasty. Marshall probably got a skin condition on his ass crack right now. Marshall got a skin condition on his ass crack right now.
I think if we're going to add that Marshall is great as opposed to your motherfucker. No, when you see him entertaining being moderate up in the liberal room, bro, we fucking know what he's doing. We know this shit. We're not stupid. But John's right.
Yeah, this turned into Backseat Marshall hour so quickly.
Well, Marshall is usually highly protected. You should hear Marshall Stankin Rankin in Gary Baumgarten's room. He's treated like royalty by Gary. It's unbelievable.
Because he's a smart dude. You're really a functioning brain. Seriously, he's not as retarded.
Projection alert says what? Projection says what, Ben? Projection said what?
No, seriously.
Go ahead, ad hominem me again. Say it again. Projection says what?
Every little shit that your little guy
Projection says what?
Every fucking day. You know? Come on, man.
You know, it's a stupid hat, but I don't like your hat.
I know you like my hat.
Stupid ass hat.
Yeah, you want one?
He's just the blues brother. He's a Nigerian blues brother scammer.
It's a pretty sweet hat, I'm just saying.
Projection alert. I got a way cooler hat. My hat says liberty. Ben says lies. My hat says truth. My hat says virtue. Ben says lies. Ben is a liar, just like Marshall Stankin Rankin.
I just talked to my little brother, and he's dating a girl who sits on this committee. And according to the word that I heard, Donald Trump is a bad, naughty, horrible person, and I hate Donald Trump. I hate the president. Marshall Stankin Rankin, helping a Republican Comunista open border fake rhino Republican get into Congress.
Hold on, everybody. I got to go knock on another door. Is Mr. Hidalgo here? Give this to your parents. Tell them Marshall Rankin said vote for this fucking cunt puta in Hidalgo County.
Oh, so Hidalgo's the people. Who's the person? I don't even know. Delgado?
Just look up the candidates in Hidalgo County and look up the Latina. That's the one Marshall Stinkin Rankin works for.
It's a chick.
We got you, Marshall. We got you, Marshall Stankin Rankin. We've reported you to the Texas GOP, the Hidalgo GOP. Stankin Rankin Marshall ain't going to have a job after this election cycle's over.
But I'll put a good word for Latinos.
Yeah. Marshall, are you? We don't get like yourself, or should I?
Oh, I'm sorry. I was looking for the unmute button. I couldn't find it. Yeah, John Kitover's a retard. Everybody knows he's a retard. And he doesn't dry clean his clothing. He doesn't clean his glasses. He's got smudges all over his glasses. John Kitover should never come close to power. Hold on. I got a call coming in from my little brother on the Capitol Hill. He's dating a hot chick on the immigration committee. Hold on, everybody. It's me, Marshall Stankin Rankin, working for the Hidalgo County Mafia. Open up your door and take this ballot. Oh, also, Marshall admitted to ballot harvesting and committing election fraud on this app. On this app. He actually goes to buildings with 15 residents that have left and harvests the fucking ballots. He's an election harvesting criminal fraudster. We've also reported Marshall Rankin to the Texas FBI for election fraud investigation.
Texas FBI is cool. Marshall, do you like ranch?
I'm just sitting here taking notes on all the shit that John Kitover was saying.
Saul, or when Roger Rabbit, the bad guy, spoiler, the bad guy turns out to be a 2 the whole time. What do you think's a bigger plot twist there?
Are you on an iPhone or on an Android?
Oh, Marshall's all Android all the way.
My only MAGA test is if Marshall would wear a MAGA hat. If he's not wearing one, then yeah, maybe John has a point here. I don't know. We'll see here, but
listen to. You're right about the MAGA hat. If you are publicly willing to post a photo of yourself in a MAGA hat on Instagram, you got balls. You got fucking balls. You're one in like a million. There's so few of us. And Marshall Stankin Rankin all day long, he says, I hate the president. He's got too much power. He's got too much power. Oh, my little brother. My little brother on the phone. My little brother on the phone.
That's just weird. You're obsessed with me. Come on, bro. I'm not
Marshall, did you hear that whole thing, or you just come back a little bit?
Ow!
He's been going for like 15 minutes on it. I'm not even joking.
He wants to know if you're karaoke.
Yeah, man. I don't know, bro. Oh my God. Some serious revelations there, but it's gonna be on. Very good.
Marshall, what's your karaoke?
Do you want?
Projection alert says what, Marshall? Projection alert says what, Marshall?
What are you alleging there again, John? What's the?
I've reported to Marshall Stankin Rankin, the Hidalgo GOP, the Texas GOP, and the FBI that Marshall's engaging in election fraud, ballot harvesting. I have him on record. This is Chicago News Incorporated, JohnKitoverNews.com. I'm reporting on election fraud in the Texas GOP legislature, and Marshall Rankin is committing election fraud, doing door knocking and ballot harvesting. I've heard him in Politically Correct talking about ballot harvesting specifically. You've been reported to the FBI, Marshall, for election fraud. To the Texas GOP and the Hidalgo GOP. You've been reported, sir. You're going to have to get a new dry cleaner because that jacket is not cutting it.
Yeah, it's up to their machines.
All right, are we done with Marshall's stuff?
We're done roasting this fake rhino, this Trump-hating fake Republican.
He's got too much power.
Shut up, man.
I got my little brother on Capitol Hill. He's dating a hot chick in the immigration department. Hey, let me talk to my little brother on Capitol Hill.
Okay, Kitover gave you a lot of space, okay? Good afternoon, morning, whatever you want to call it right now, Marianne. How are you?
Hi to everyone. Hi, Matt. Good. How are you?
Good, good. Anything on your mind? Want to get off your chest or whatever you want to do, or have something to say or no?
Yeah, I want to say something. And thank you for having me, guys.
I am for 10 years in USA. My nationality from Afghanistan. And nice to meet you. That's it.
Welcome, welcome.
Would you rather have no eyebrows or no ears?
I don't think everybody.
Sorry, say it again.
You get to hear and everything. So like no eyebrows or no ears.
Okay.
Make sure you join the house. I don't know how long you've been on the app. I didn't check your little profile yet, but
Sure.
yeah, definitely join the house.
Sure, of course. Why not?
Yeah, we got a lot of the good opinions. We let the opposition come in here and talk too. We have our Ben down over there, so he's been here a lot. And yeah, we have some good
But
mods.
I'm not from USA. You know?
Oh, that's okay. There's
no shit, liar.
This stage is this word with.
Thank you so much.
Yeah, it's okay, man. It's okay.
Marianne, are you curious on why Ben is such a big Trump supporter?
I love Trump.
You do? Wait the
Yeah,
fuck.
I love
So does Ben.
This raises a good question. Is Marianne more American than Ben?
I think you guys are starting to convert me to liking Trump.
Because you know why?
Yeah, let's crack a fucking computer.
Oh, fuck yeah. Fuck yeah. That's never gonna happen. That's never gonna
Let me
happen.
tell you why.
You finally turned the corner.
Let me tell you why. Because my door is open for Daddy Trump to kiss my ass.
Yeah, fuck yeah.
What the fuck did I just walk in on?
I don't know.
President should don't to be rude.
Going for Africa. I have to tell you something, man. Since my last visit, earlier.
It's so rude.
Fucking friend requests went off the charts. Man, what the fuck?
So we're friendly people over here. We tend to do that. We're not a monolith of just like bad dudes talking to each other.
Yeah, that's why.
Actually, those are buildings with 15 residents that have left and are instant balance. He's an election partisan criminal fraud. Also reported Marshall Rankin to the Texas FBI.
Fucking damn. I tried to work out.
Yeah, it's super funny. It's super funny.
Yeah, I see that every time I go into a club.
Because it's USA, it's free speech. You can do that, guys.
Every time you go to a room, what?
And we love our boobs.
Oh, I'm like, what the hell did I walk in on a clubhouse these days?
Yeah, I know everything.
Yes.
I know everything about USA.
Well, Ben loves cops. Marianne, explain to Ben why you love America.
Yes.
And Trump.
I love America.
I love to hear his paradise.
Can we just talk about the world?
Hello everybody, this is a book. I want to say I love America too.
Which is wise. So I heard them just say, they love America, right? They love America. I just understood that. Which is why. This is why.
I love that.
Right. That's cool. Now check this. This is why I didn't have a problem with what the fuck Megyn Kelly said. Y'all heard what she said, right? Y'all heard that what she went on? Well, she was basically she was basically saying to Haitians and Syrians, hey, we get it. We love America. Who don't love this place? Who wouldn't love this place? We have all these freedoms here. We have all these things here. Like, it's fucking awesome here, and I get why you don't want to go home. I get why you don't want to go back to your own country, because no place is like America on earth, right? Essentially. And I'm paraphrasing, not saying everything. But this is basically what she was saying, and she was like, what? Your stay here has run out. Go home. Go back home to your fucking your country. Just share the whole country. Right? And I get why you want to stay here, because America is fucking great.
Is he breaking up?
America.
Adrian, have you seen all the videos of the people visiting for the World Cup? They're like, holy shit, bro. This is nothing like what my country's told us it was. The people are fucking awful. Everyone's fucking friendly. Fucking this place is the shit. Fucking ranch, fucking barbecues, fucking place is awesome.
Right. And you know what's been crazy about the world coming to America for the World Cup? The one thing that has been blowing my mind and has been cracking me the fuck up is when motherfuckers see actually how big America is.
Yeah.
It's me.
They're like blown away. They're like, holy
America is. They're like, holy shit.
This guy was in Arkansas.
We've been driving and traveling this fucking long, and goddamn, this country is big as shit. Because if you compare America to a lot of European countries, it's small as shit.
We got everything. We got coastlines, we got beaches, we got forests, we got deserts, we got it all. We got mountains, we got everything.
There's this guy in Arkansas, okay? I don't know how many of you have been there.
I'm from Arkansas.
Okay, yeehaw! Northwest Arkansas is fucking beautiful. It is beautiful. There are places like this in this country people don't even know.
That's where the college is up in Fayetteville.
It's absolutely gorgeous. Yeah.
Yeah, so Ozarks kind of thing. Yeah.
Y'all ever seen the river runs through with Brad Pitt?
Yeah.
I live on that river, bro. Like, like, look at my beach car. That's the river I live on, bro. Like, so. Pretty cool.
There's a guy that did an interview, and he was talking about how I think people from Czechoslovakia or some shit like that I think they were from Spain or some shit, but they wanted to go muddy. And he took the money, he's in Texas, and he opened up his property to people to get the full Texas experience, horseback riding, mudding, all of that shit, barbecue, all of that shit. And it blew their fucking mind when they got a taste of a true Americana, right? And he was like, I just want to open up my home to the world and everything to show them whatever image that they had about America from outside forces, from whatever media that they consume, it is nothing like it. And those people actually confirmed that. It was like, yo, we never thought America would be like this because people are given this narrative about America.
Until they see us blow shit up in a few days, they're gonna be like, holy shit.
Yeah, they make it even more American.
Exactly.
I saw the one lady, I forget where she was from, but she was in like Pigeon Forge, Tennessee. She was driving through it. She made a video. She's like, can we just take a moment to look at this fucking place? And like, if you've ever been to Tennessee and Pigeon Forge and driven through that area and shit, they were driving those roads. They're up in the mountains. And she's like, look at this fucking view. And this is just like the side of the road. She's like, what the fuck? It's like, this place is amazing. Yeah, we just take it for granted. They're like, the Japanese are like, holy shit, bro.
I know, bro. I'm an American, man. I work outside, bro. And all the time when I'm working outside, bro, the other day, bro, I saw 3 bears at work. And I went to go take a piss around this big Ponderosa pine, and there was this fucking scratch marks from the bears on the tree, bro. I always look at the mountains, bro. Feel so lucky and remind myself of how beautiful a country I'm in, bro. It's, you always gotta remind yourself.
Yeah,
I'm very thankful, bro.
One thing that's really blowing their minds, blowing foreigners' minds right now, is the massive selection of food that we have here. Motherfuckers was going to Waffle House. Motherfuckers was going to Taco Bell. Motherfuckers was going to Buffalo Wild Wings.
McDonald's on every corner.
This guy from Australia was like, get us a Waffle House. This shit will blow up in Australia.
Exactly.
And they walk into Walmart, they're like, look at the shelves. Holy shit.
Right.
There's food.
There's food. Tasting seasoning and shit for the first time. It was like, holy shit.
Somebody replied back to that guy and he goes, okay, go ahead, asshole. You see why we're fat now?
Yeah, they're like getting blown away by ranch sauce. They're like, what the fuck? They're like, who says America doesn't have culture? They got ranch.
Barbecue and all types of shit.
What was the video? I think it was Evergreen dude. He was trying to Texas barbecue. He's like he wouldn't get out. He ate the whole fucking rack of ribs. So this is insane.
Yeah, we call that the itis.
It's crazy, bro.
When y'all is ready to fall asleep at the fucking table.
Dude, in my state, man, we can fucking open carry and stuff, or concealed carry.
We can too.
And so how awesome, man. I mean, like, it's just, this country is amazing. We have so much, we have so much diversity in this country, bro. And it's just so cool, So I love my country.
I forgot the one lady. She was like, I thought coming to America, and I know about that everyone has a gun and everything. It's like I was so worried that I was gonna get shot. And she's like, I've never kind of felt more safe. Like everyone can protect me.
Especially when you're around people that you know are good people and they got a gun. I mean, I've had people that can kind of, I don't open carry, but I definitely conceal carry. And I've had guns where I kind of print, where that's obviously I'm carrying a gun. And I've had people initially kind of wide-eye, but then they see who I am and they chill out because they know that I'm a good guy.
You're the ones we want with guns.
Yes, exactly.
That's what people don't get, bro. The gun nuts are the ones that are supposed to understand what it can do, how to use it, and they will use it when they need to. They're the ones we
we had an issue in Florida. It was like at a Dollar General or one of them stores. I can't remember, but a guy walked in to rob it, put a gun to the guy's head, and told him to give him the money, or he's going to kill the guy. And he ended up pulling the trigger, but what he didn't know, or not pulling the trigger, he cocked his gun, right? He pulled a hammer back on his type of revolver, I'm assuming. There was a concealed carry person with a concealed carry walked in behind him and said, "Move," and I'm pulling the trigger. He moved. He got killed. The parents of the guy that got killed were screaming that the other guy had no business getting involved.
Keep voting the hood.
No, that's what concealed carry's for. That's a concealed carry right there. You got a man with a freaking hand. It takes a bump of that freaking trigger, and that's a dead man. And this man saved a man's life, if not more than one.
And dude, what's sad about that is that you never hear about that in the news because the media doesn't want to portray
USA is showing that the always to related that Chicago's in it. Keep voting the hood is effing you.
They want to fucking,
animals, like the mall in Indiana, dude, let it go.
If it bleeds, it leads.
Shot him and killed him. Probably saved fucking 10 or 12 lives. No one reported on it. No one said a fucking word.
Yeah, I'll go back to what you guys were talking about. When you're talking about everything America has, a cousin who has literally been all over the world. He works for USGS, head of volcanology, lived all over. And I asked him, so where's the most beautiful places on the planet? I wasn't expecting what I heard. He goes, summertime, Alaska, hands down. He goes the rest of the year. And it was the small island that they filmed Jurassic Park on.
He's a well-known alcoholic.
Hawaiian Island. He says this is the most beautiful place. He's gone into Colombia where they literally got to partner with the gorillas with their bring in double of what they can assure themselves getting in and getting out. They've been in the craziest places. And he's like, those two places, and he goes, I'm not saying it just because they're in America. They're literally just amazing. And most people in this country will never go. It's like, I know people who didn't ever want to travel. My neighbor finally convinced him to go. He was blown away by Alaska.
Well, you said you're in Florida, bro. Like in Florida, I've done like driving trips with my kids and stuff. And we drive up through Florida. We do kind of road trips a little bit. I always drive back to Arkansas, see family. We do a road trip. But like Florida, we got like caves with like these natural like springs with like cold ass pools, like fucking deep as fuck, bro. You gotta like climb down. You know, these crazy ass pools you can just jump in, bro. All these fucking crazy ass.
All the springs.
The springs and shit, bro. It's fucking nuts, bro. We just got them like nothing.
Oh, people literally will be on their paddleboards or kayaks or whatever, and gators swimming right by them in those springs. You know, gators want nothing to do with those people. And it's, I mean, I ain't gonna lie. I haven't had that happen yet. I've seen videos. I can put up a picture of us. I brought some people out to Shot Valley. They were nervous at first, but I got a picture of them standing within about 3-4 foot of a 9-foot gator. His tail. These are wild. This is on the Everglades. They are not aggressive animals, you know. But they just swim right by them in those creeks, in those springs, and just people watch them swim on by like it's no big deal.
Yeah, no, go
One last chance. Do you want to get like?
For a lot of people, this is their first time seeing grizzly bear. Right?
I never thought about that.
Yeah, they've never seen these things. They've only seen it on TV or in media or whatever the fuck, or in movies. But to actually see them up close and personal in real life is a culture shock to them. And that's another thing I've been looking at. Is like just imagine
Syphilis.
your whole world being
Syphilis, Danny.
being shattered.
Syphilis, Danny.
The minute that you visit.
Danny the syphilis.
God bless the girls.
They're so fucking nice. It's all good. We're a bunch of assholes.
They haven't been close down. They haven't been. Yeah.
I've been around the world. I know I have. The best.
It's me, I assure you. I just.
In the world is Kauai, the island of Hawaii. And then second to that would be Guantanamo Bay, Cuba. Just saying.
He's a communist.
No, it's gorgeous. Hilly, gorgeous, green, beautiful white beaches and black beaches, mixture of all different colors.
They got black beaches and white beaches?
Yeah. They do. Maybe on Kauai. Not like, like you don't want to see that shit. It's gonna go out there. Say it's not.
One thing, though, you got to remember, though, is with Guantanamo, that if they get too many more Marines on it, it could tip over.
It's very sparsely.
You do recall. Don't you?
I apologize for interrupting, but we need to readdress Marshall Rankin's ballot harvesting fraud that he admitted to on this app and politically correct. It's not boom. We need to talk about the Hidalgo County Republicans and the Texas GOP. Hello?
Who was that, Marshall, that said that? You remember?
John Kitover, Chicago mayoral candidate, fighting for the Republicans to stop these rhinos that hate our great president. This is a MAGA afternoon. We love America, unlike Donald, unlike Marshall Stinkin' Rankin, who doesn't love his country.
I didn't say anything to him.
I have you on record, and I've notified the authorities.
Can y'all do something about this, John? John, I didn't say anything to him.
Marshall, I will help you out, even though you're a dick to me. John, let's just chill out, bro. We'll do it another time, huh? Bro?
Well, I understand, but Marshall censors me and kicks me from rooms. You know, he is a censor, and he is a rhino.
Guys ran Mary off.
Another time.
Is it just me or is the audio on Savvy's ass now? It's got a lot of work.
And it has gotten worse for sure. Like stuff like
the pool, so I'm gonna write a letter. I think they're doing it on purpose to eventually just get rid of us all. That's how they're closing this thing down, you know. Eventually, if you can't hear anybody, what's the point of being here? Leave. Like you guys all four of you sound like you guys were drowning in water.
we're not doing a shock, right?
We were and I'm by the pool. It is loud as fuck, so I apologize.
Nah, you're good. There's somebody.
Me too. I'm poolside.
Somebody sounds like they're like in a car wash. So this be you, Alex.
Well, it is windy. I'm outside and it's like 100 degrees, but it's windy. It's like a furnace.
Well, Marshall's out knocking on doors. How hot is it as you ballot harvest right now, Marshall?
Oh my God.
Hi, everybody. My name is Marshall Rankin. I'm here to encourage you to vote for Latino Republicana Fascista Comunista in the next election. You got 25 ballots there. Great. Just hand those over to me. I'm a Hidalgo Republican. I'll take those ballots from you. Thank you, everyone.
If you got Europeans, it's
Open up. It's Marshall Rankin. I've got a ballot I need to harvest. Hello, sir. Have you considered voting in the upcoming November election?
Part of the reason we're getting all those little Nazi things is because we're putting foodstuffs in that trash can over there. So we should try not to do it.
Marshall talking to us.
No, Marshall doesn't even know he's on mic.
I
Marshall, what do you think about Ben? Earlier, Ben said that the Republicans are going to control everything for the next 12 years. What do you think about that, Marshall? Ben believes the Republicans are in control for the next 12 years.
Me? What?
Yeah, Ben, you were saying that earlier. You were like, the Republicans are fucking gangsters, and the Democrats have nobody. Do you agree with that, Marshall?
The Democrats are losing social into
Ben's more MAGA Republican than Marshall. Holy shit.
Yeah, dude.
Marshall, you disappoint me.
What did I do?
Well, you don't sound like a strong Republican.
What didn't you do, Marshall?
I don't measure my worth as a Republican based on social media. I'm sorry, I just don't. No, I don't do it. I don't do it because the thing I actually do for a living is working for the party. So of course I don't measure my worth on social media. It's fucking stupid.
Ben, aren't you glad you're not a Democrat anymore, Ben?
Am I what? Democratic what?
Aren't you glad you're not a Democrat anymore?
Yeah, I think you guys started to change me a little bit.
Fuck yeah, we're awesome, dude.
Yeah.
Yeah, go to a left room, everybody's just yelling at each other, cussing at each other. And if there's no Republicans in there, they just cuss at each other. They just start eating each other. It's fucking nuts.
It's not bad.
And elk and moose and
Mike, that's so true, bro.
which state has the best pizza? I mean, we're having America love fest here.
Fuck yeah. Hell yeah, hell. Bro, fish tacos.
That is wild shit to bother eat each other like that, man.
Good fish tacos.
Hey, man. Best fish taco I've ever had is from Mexico.
I just want to address Marshall Rankin said his social media work means nothing to the party because he does real party work. Well, then why is he here on Clown House all day long espousing fake Republican values?
Really, the reason why they hate each other over there is because you can never pass the purity test with them, right? Their purity test is ever evolving. And there is no right answer to the purity test.
You can never pass
each other.
Never.
No, exactly. Not even.
What do you mean by the purity test? What do you mean?
Well, you know, they have their leftist purity test, man, that like they eventually eat themselves because.
Do you use pronouns in your LinkedIn bio?
Oh,
yeah.
The other guy.
Oh, well, yeah, like, you know, like they'll get offended by, you know, I mean, it's crazy shit. Man. It's like, I watched this video the other day, yeah, where they were chasing this candidate just yesterday at this meeting. They were all happy about his transgender.
Yeah, the
they were pissed off about. Yeah, they were pissed off about the way he was voting on Palestine and shit. And the way, dude, they were just fucking. Yeah, and they're chasing it.
Like, even though I like your trans agenda, I don't feel like Palestine.
Yeah, bro. Like, yeah, dude, they're just fucking crazy. They're eating themselves. And so, when, you know, a couple experiences like that, and that happened to Candace Owens, you know, that, like, I've never trusted that bitch, but the reason why she even came to the right is because she got eaten by the left, and we were so welcoming and so tolerant that we welcomed that bitch in with open arms, and then she shit on us.
She can get it done.
You know what I mean?
Yeah, she
So
can
this is coming from the same right that would brand you a rhino if you miss one vote supporting Trump, right?
No.
Oh, he's a rhino because he doesn't support Donald Trump. Oh, 2 votes. Yeah, 2 votes. Okay. I mean, Trump would literally. Trump is successful within 99% of the time, and he goes against him one time. Oh, he's a fake Republican. Oh, he's a rhino. That's who you guys want us to believe. Other party you guys want us to believe.
Where you going?
We have rhinos. We do have rhinos. That is the funny thing. That's been a long day.
Rhinos are folks, by your definition, rhinos are folks that do not support Trump. That's it.
No, that's not true.
To the world that rhinos have been things long before Trump's
Yeah, man. Come on, man. We're not retarded. We just all of a sudden walk out and we're not retarded. Well, bro, it's just like crazy. You don't know what a rhino is, man. Like, a rhino is someone like Lisa Murkowski.
That is how Trump defines rhino. Whoever doesn't vote for him is a rhino.
Ben, here's a fun little quiz. When did the term rhino pop up? And I'll give you a clue. or Trump. Okay, honey?
Yes. Ben, you want to take the conservative test, Ben?
No.
It's like 5 questions. You ready?
I'm not that.
All right, Ben, you ready? Do you believe that we should be able to arm ourselves and have guns?
Everybody. That's a trick question.
No. Do you believe that we should be able to
There's gotta be conditions.
That'd be the easiest question.
Yeah, the answer is yes.
No. It has to be conditions. You know, it has to be
If there's kids in a track,
I was in Texas.
You're on number 1.
I was in Texas the other day. I'm not a gun person. I don't own a gun. I was in Texas the other day, walked into a gun show. Literally, I saw like all kinds of guns. I've never touched all kinds of guns. And I asked the guy, how do I get this gun if I want? He was like, oh, just show your ID and you can buy it out of here. I'm like, what the fuck are you going to do?
Yeah, you're like, all you have to do for an FFL dealer is show your ID, pass a background check.
Don't skip over that part. Pass a background check.
Yeah, as long as you pass the background check, you're good.
You a gun, dude.
That's all you need. Pass the background. By the way,
It's
I
fine.
believe Ben's story to be 100% made up. Not a gun show. Bullshit.
So Ben,
Right.
you failed the first time.
I think people can be curious to see what guns are about.
Alright, so Ben, let me ask you this question, right?
I think
Ben,
it's
hold on for a
full of
second.
shit.
Let me ask you this question. Watch this, y'all. Hold on.
I can sense that too. He's full of shit.
When the guy said, just show your ID, why do you think he said, just show your ID?
Exactly.
Hold on, y'all. Watch this. Why do you think he said, just show your ID?
Because that's how simple it is to get a gun.
Nope.
No.
No, it's not. You're in violation of state law if you just use an ID, and you're in violation of federal law if you
I
just use
did
an
not,
ID.
Marshall, I did not buy a gun. I asked.
You're fucking up my experiment. Hold on. Ben, the reason why he said show your ID is so they can perform a background check, sir.
Correct. And by the way, the Democrats, obviously you don't have an ID.
The ATF.
Nobody gets a firearm without it.
Edward, I don't have a gun. Edward, I've never tried to buy a gun, so I wouldn't know all of these things. I've never tried to buy a gun.
Guns is a weird place for you to be in.
Right, hold on, man. I'm not trying to play stuff. I'm not playing that game. I love to edify and educate, right? Nick's check is often ran through the FBI and sometimes the ATF. That is mandatory, meaning you can't get around that, right? That is mandatory. And the problem is that I have with Democrats or people on the left is that they always conveniently leave out the part about the background check that's mandatory.
They act like it's like buying beer.
Right, they act like you can just go in there and just buy a fucking t-shirt right off the goddamn rack and walk out with it. No, that's not the case. And because leftists don't understand the process of obtaining a firearm, they go out here and give this narrative to other stupid people who is going to go out here and repeat this shit.
Basically make shit up.
Well, no,
Last time I bought my gun, they were like, they changed the wording, like, do you unlawfully use marijuana? And I was like, no, I don't unlawfully use that shit. But that was before they just made their recent ruling on, marijuana, the Supreme Court. But yeah, they've even changed the wording to where, because the last time I bought a gun, it was like, do you use marijuana? Like, do you illegally use drugs? That's what it was. And then the next time was, do you unlawfully use marijuana? And I was like, no, I don't unlawfully use this shit. It's illegal in my state. And now I think they're going to change it again, So it's...
And after when I bought my firearm, I had to wait. I had to go back a week and a half later to pick it up. They didn't give it to me.
No, I told the guy, I was like, I have right now. I need this man.
And we've done all of these things while also delivering the lowest recorded crime in our city's history. That's what it looks like to have democratic socialism. And what you're seeing is that New Yorkers experienced once and made the decision that they wanted to see more of it on the national stage as well.
Can a democratic socialist get elected president?
I think a democratic socialist can get elected anywhere across this country for any position. What I think we need to bring is a focus on working people.
And that's the direction that the party should go in terms of selecting a candidate for 2028.
I think the direction that the party should go in is how best to fight for working people. I think we need to have a platform and a vision that doesn't sound as if it was cooked up by consultants, but instead one that you would say in response to someone who's asking, why can't I afford my rent? Why can't I afford my groceries? groceries? Why can't I afford my childcare? We need to make clear who we stand for, how we're going to stand.
Did you want to say anything? Because it sounds like he's repeating himself. Every question, he keeps saying the same thing. Response to
Working people.
Only got 2 more minutes.
Shout out to the working Negroes, man. Shout out to the working blacks, man.
For them, and we're actually willing to fight for them when they're going against us.
Obviously, Israel was a big issue in these races. Not the only issue, but a big issue. Is there room in the Democratic Party for candidates, officials who support Israel, not just support Israel, but support military aid for Israel? This was a huge issue for you.
I think what we've seen is the time for us as elected officials to pronounce what the party should be is one that should come to an end, and we should let Democratic voters themselves. The way that Palestine is described is as if there is a ceasefire. That's the language that's typically used. More than 1,000 Palestinians have been killed in that ceasefire. And what believe in the humanity of all people, it shouldn't be a journey too far. And I think that our party needs to hear what Democrats are telling.
Democratic Socialists of America now says they no longer favor a two-state solution. Is that the way you see it as well? The idea of two states, Palestinian, Jewish states side by side living in peace.
The way I see it is equal rights for all people. And I think that that's the truth for Israel. It's the truth for any country in the world. And frankly, as we're coming up close to the 250th anniversary of our nation, one of the things that makes me proudest to be an American is the belief that equal rights are at the bedrock of our notion of what it means to be American.
And the idea of a Jewish state, Israel's a Jewish state that's in the charter. That's the way it is now. Do you support that?
I've said time and again that I support the state of Israel as a state with equal rights. I believe that any state that
privileges a Jewish state is the question.
I think any state that privileges one religion over the other is one that I can't tell you I support, whether it be Israel or Saudi Arabia or anywhere else. And a lot of that comes back to a fundamental belief that we should all be considered equal no matter what our faith is.
How big a problem, you said it's rising, is anti-Semitism in the city?
We've seen anti-Semitism rise in the city. We've seen the fact that Jewish New Yorkers comprise a minority of our city's population and yet continue to constitute a majority of the hate crimes that have been prevented in this city. And that's something that's unacceptable. It's something that we will never come to see as if it is a part of life. It's something that has to be fought and rooted out of every one of the 5 boroughs.
What did you think when Dan Goldman, that coffee shop in Brooklyn, said that they wouldn't serve him because of his support for Israel? You have a problem with the idea of, of a establishment like that saying they're not going to serve somebody if they support Israel?
I've said that I have political disagreements with Congressman Goldman. I do believe that that's a response that goes beyond that.
So that's not the right kind of thing?
No, I think it's much better to keep that particular way we go.
Okay, so we're just about out of time. I got to ask you, I noticed you're turning 35 soon, right? In a few months, yeah. So you now hit one of the constitutional requirements to run for president. But there's another one that says you have to be a natural born citizen. You were not born here.
Yes.
But do you think that's something that should be changed in the Constitution? We'll take an amendment, but do you think that we should change that?
No. I think the Constitution looks good the way it is.
Just the way it is.
Just the way it is. I'm very excited to focus on New York City. But thank you for reminding me of my upcoming
35 years old. 35 years old. All right.
Yes, sir.
Sure. Thank you very much.
Let it burn.
Well, I wanted to hear it. Hello? I don't hear no response.
You know what? The only thing that I have from that interview, but also in our column I read yesterday, he might have a problem because he still has the arbitrage of frisking, stop and frisk. And he's beginning to turn away from police having oversight and reform. So I don't know how it's going to look down the line, but it's a sign that, yes, he's saying all of those things, but he still has this issue. And the issue has not changed. And his position is pretty much the same position that the previous mayors have about stop and frisk. And also the oversight board. Whether or not the oversight board has enough power to rein in the NYPD. I know that's not mentioned in this interview, but I do see that as a problem for him with New Yorkers.
Sherry.
Black and brown.
Sherry, well, this is what I heard.
He a Democrat. Exactly.
He walked away from being called a Democratic Socialist multiple times. It wasn't until toward the end of the interview that he even engages it. Every time he's asked about being a Democratic Socialist, what does he do? He goes back to the point about centering working people in the conversation for solutions for New Yorkers.
Mm-hmm.
I am just, if this was Democrat, if this was any other, if Hakeem Jeffries sat down with Jonathan Karl on ABC and said said the same exact thing verbatim, the left would say both parties are the same. That's what I came away. I don't know about anybody else, but I came away with that thinking that guy sounded more like a regular Democrat, maybe a little bit of a progressive Democrat than what I thought he was going to say.
And only that, and maybe correct me if I'm wrong, but he has a similar position about Israel as the rest of the Democrats.
Hello?
It's like, hello, yes.
Yeah, we spent a whole several years fighting and the watermelon carriers, God bless y'all, fought Democrats for the last few years, and he said equal rights for everybody. He might as well have gone to the UN and said these famous words. Women's rights are human rights. Shout out to Hillary Clinton.
I was just going to say that. It sounds, if you take Hillary Clinton, not foreign policy, everything except the foreign policy, it's exactly there. And to be fair, Hillary, by today's standards, is a progressive Democrat. Again, excluding foreign policy.
I mean, you know what? I'm going to say this again. Yes, he has a similar position as the Democrats concerning Israel as a state. That's not that much different from what the Democrats are talking about. What are we doing?
Yeah, maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I didn't hear. Maybe, I don't comprehend well. And that could be totally true because I'm packing. But what did he say that a Democrat today, like a sort of a progressive Democrat doesn't say today about Israel? He didn't say, let's go.
I'm so
I'm trying to make my screen ashy.
Yeah. Like, I don't think that this bitch realizes, like, I crack bitches all day on Clubhouse. Like, what the fuck, bro? That's weird as fuck.
Lotion.
Yeah, I don't care. I would buy him, but then what? But then what? Like,
we need to cash out the money for lotion.
Ashley, so you agree, right, Dennis, that this was a attack that happened by Iran? That's violated the MOU, right? You agree?
Yeah. No, I do believe that Oman, should have sovereignty over their own part of it.
Okay, that's all I was asking you. You should say yes. But in this particular situation,
you gotta have an ego to be up there. I'm worried about the Rubio Vance thing.
Yeah, Rubio definitely has an ego, especially when it came to the Cuba thing. Because it's Cuban descent. His parents from there, right?
You gotta have an ego to fucking be that.
He definitely has an ego, or else he wouldn't have tried
to have an ego.
Right? Or else he wouldn't have tried to run for president in 2016, correct?
I'm worried about the Rubio Vance thing, guys, though. I'm really worried.
So
it's gonna happen.
Yeah, they're gonna get on stage in the primary and just talk shit about each other.
Right.
I mean, we can talk about egos. I mean,
How
what's
they're
a
gonna
person with an ego doing?
collaborate? They're gonna work together. Y'all are crazy.
But look, check this. Going back to what Ben just said about them capitulating and doing all of this other shit. Ben, I don't know if you can look at things from a 30,000 foot view here, but think about it like this. This plays into the Epstein shit. Let me tell you how it plays into the Epstein shit. Okay. If you had a choice in outing all of these global pedophiles in one fell Epstein files, or shoring up hegemonic of the oil industry in your favor to one country only in the Western Hemisphere, which one are you opting for?
The second part of the question, I don't understand it.
Okay. What I mean by hegemonic control is, look at the war in Iran. A lot of people think this shit has everything to do with Israel and what Benjamin Netanyahu wants and blah, blah, blah. Wrong. It has nothing to do with Iran. The war in Iran, ironically, I know that sounds like a paradox. The war in Iran has nothing to do with Iran. It has everything to do with China. Everything to do with China. Because China, let's look at China's three major oil suppliers. Russia, Venezuela, Iran. We have Venezuela. Venezuela is offline for China. Iran, we got them to shut down the fucking Strait of Hormuz for months on purpose, which honestly fucked up China's oil supply. And so what little oil that they were getting from Russia, which is only a small percentage because Russia needs their oil for not only for themselves, but also for Eastern Europe. So they can't really supply China with the amount of oil that they lost to replace Iran and Venezuela. So what China's going to do is they gotta make a choice. What are they going to do with the oil that they have left on reserve and the one that they're getting from, the little bit that they're getting from Russia? This far. He got back in office. He restarted drilling, right? Renewed these
exactly it, bro.
What happened?
China, bro.
He reignited all of these the leases, the gas and natural gas, the oil and natural gas leases. He restarted the Keystone Pipeline that Joe Biden shut down. We took Venezuela. We renamed the Gulf of Mexico to the Gulf of America. What effect did that have on? I'm going to tell you. Be patient. Please be patient. He renamed that. Right. He renamed the Gulf. He took over Panama Canal. Right. He shut down Venezuela. He shut down the oil routes by dismantling the drug cartel routes. Right? Because the only thing that can sabotage trade routes is drug cartels and piracy. So he shut that down. Right? Not only that, he also surrounded Cuba. And he was also talking about taking Greenland as well. Right? So all of that is indicating that he is shoring up hegemonic control, because with the Strait of Hormuz closed down, where are all those other tankers are going? They're coming into the Gulf of America. This is what we do.
I think you live in a fantasy world sometimes.
I know I'm not living in a fantasy world.
I think he's right. I think he's chill out. Come on now.
Wait, buddy. I can't be living in fantasy world if everything that I'm saying is a fact. So
It's still a significant amount, William. It's still a significant amount, bro, nonetheless. It's a large amount, bro. That's what we're going with.
Hey, hold on, man. Yeah, y'all gotta chill, man. Y'all really do gotta chill with this shit, because we can't have a cohesive conversation if everybody keeps talking.
Yeah, you gotta listen to what Adrian said the whole time.
Right. I'm saying, look at everything he's done so far. Because the people who are saying I'm living in a fantasy world are the same people that thinks Donald Trump is always slipping on banana peels whenever he does a goddamn flip. Right? Oh, well, he only did the flip because he slipped on banana peels. I'm opting
playing checkers and he's playing chess. That's why, I'm just gonna say it. Marshall got all pissed off at me and I left the room because he kicked me down and refused to let me talk because I brought up the Chinese angle too. And a lot of people don't want to admit it, bro. This is clearly about. It's not all about China, but it's clearly about China.
Right, because you were born this way. And of those 16 times, 12 of those times, war has broken out because of Thucydides' trap. If you don't know what that is, I'll tell you what it is. Thucydides' trap is a phenomenon where it describes a rising economic power when it's poised to overtake or dominate the dominant economic power from a position of strength, which is something that China ironically told Joe Biden and Anthony Blinken on Alaska.
Adrian, currently, I didn't want to say this. Currently in China, right? Currently.
I thought you was just in Texas.
Yeah, no, I live in Texas, but I'm in China for business. And the way you guys sit there and think China is some backward country, I mean, are you treated like a god? What'd you say?
I heard they treat Americans like gods.
No, they don't.
Right. Hold on, hold on.
Sorry,
hold on for a second. How can you say I'm treating China like they're a backwater country when I say literally they are a rising economic power?
Yeah, bro, we're not. You got this all wrong, man. We actually respect the Chinese, and we're worried about them trying to overtake us.
I think that's we're still number one. America is still number one, but we should be worried at how fast China. I've visited a couple electric car companies.
That's their season. Their figures, by the way.
So Malcolm,
we have to count on them telling us the truth. Hold on a minute, Adrian.
Yeah,
we have to count on the Chinese telling us the truth, and they even admit, dude, that they only make up about 22%.
If you go by the cars, I know this is not a factual data, but if you just go by the cars you see on the street, we go to America. We see a lot more gas cars on the street than we see electric cars, right? Am I right or wrong in America?
Yeah.
In China today, it's 3 a.m., 4 a.m. in China right now. You get on the streets, you probably, because they have to designate the electric cars with a green plate number, the gas-powered cars with a blue plate number. I know you guys talk about Africa as a shit. China is dominating. Chinese cars are dominating. Electric cars are dominating Africa. They deal with Canada to start shipping their cars.
That's not good for Africa.
You guys see little in big little America, thinking that America is the whole world. No, it's not. China has been the biggest electric car company in the world. Guess what car company surpassed it last year? China's BYD. They built more cars than how you awarded it. We should be worried that China is
The ones are literally allowing them to rise.
Who do you think needs billboards? China need us, or do we need China?
I think we need each other. China has a population of 1.4 billion.
What do you say about at this point, dude?
China is nothing, bro.
Well, at this point, dude, they can diversify. It's sad that we've allowed them to do it. They were a peasant nation, and fucking Richard Nixon comes in and fucking normalizes relations with these people and allows them to rise. We give them, we allow them to enter the World Economic Forum in 2001. That was a mistake. Hoping and thinking that, this communist nation would change if they just understand free market capitalism. They're not. They are using free market capitalism, but they're not doing it for good. They intend to rule the world. They intend to rule the world, bro. Certainly, they really do. Anybody tries to deny that is fucking
Hold on. You guys, one thing that you guys are missing and completely missing, and you've missed it since Adrian's point came up, was Adrian was explaining what was happening. And everybody seems to have forgotten one thing, and Adrian was right about everything he said, except for he forgot one part. What is the most important thing happening in our society today? It is AI. What does AI require? Insane amounts of energy.
Yep.
And what happens when you limit the energy supply of China? You limit them becoming the dominant force in AI. That is what the whole thing is about. You literally have a foothold. Now, I will say this.
Which is why you took the CEO of NVIDIA with him.
Of all of those cars, there's only a couple that are considered reliable. BYD's getting up there now, okay? But guess what? When you cut the throat of them, they have to then what? Come into line with us, and that's what we're doing. People can say, well, that's wrong. No, we are doing that.
Let me read you a stat. Real quick. Space, which was 1.95.
What's the population
Wait, how many gigawatts? 4.4 terawatts.
Their access to water is much different. Their access to water.
In terms of total capacity added, China installed over 500 gigawatts of new renewables in a single year compared to about 40 gigawatts in
What does that mean, Ben? Ben, what does that mean, Ben?
It means somebody's talking about, they don't have the power.
Breakdown was
limiting it.
What is limiting? I think we should get out of this text that audio is great. It's great about
they created.
We're going to have a discussion here, Ben. And this is what I want you to tell me. When you want to talk about, when you look at the numbers like that, what I like to do is we can look at data, we can look at stats, but if you don't know what the fuck that really means, it's irrelevant. So what is when we talk about them being a big powerhouse economically, how many people per dollar does it take to match? So what's China per person to match? So if you were going to say to match our GDP, to match dollar for dollar, how many Chinese people does it take compared to how many American people? I'll just cut it short and say I think it's like 20 or 30. I think it might be 30 Chinese people to one American. That's averaged across the entire population. So we can talk about them being a powerhouse. They still have the expense of 30 people to our expense of one, which means to have the same lifestyle, they're going to have to do more than just beat our GDP. They're going to have to destroy it. And guess what? You can't do it when you're limited.
Your lifestyle.
No, hold on, Ben. That's not the question. Hold on. The question is, if they don't have the chips for this AI infrastructure, how are they going to expand?
They can't.
They can't. That's the point of why Donald Trump.
They're a paper tiger, bro. Ben, just the simple fact, think about this. Do you know what $100,000 in Chinese yuan is? $100,000 in Chinese yuan is $670,815.
What's your point?
We gotta stop calling them the paper tigers. I just gotta say that, man. Trump wouldn't be making these moves if they weren't paper
That's how
tigers.
bad their fucking currency is.
I know, man, but they're a legitimate threat to us.
Well, they're a legitimate threat because of all the fact that
the globalists have allowed them to rise, yes.
They're manufacturing, shit like that. But their economy is shit.
You really think so? Just because
$100,000, you guys should get $100,000
right now.
What's happening in the real estate market right now, Ben? Ben, what's happening in the real estate market right now?
It's dropping like a rock.
Yes, it is. What happens when the real estate market starts to tank? What does that do to the overall economy?
Drop it down.
We need to fucking put our foot on the gas and leave these fucking Chinese in the dust, dude. We need to realize they are a threat to us. And we can't fucking go out of slave labor to make our fucking shit.
What happened in China? China went to Europe after they were trying to get around our tariffs before agreeing to terms of Trump. China went to Europe, and Europe basically told them what? Get the flying fuck. No, we're not buying your stuff. Why do you think Europe said that?
GDP grew 5% in China last year. I'm not advocating for China, but I'm just saying that you guys.
Population growth.
You guys should very powerful and is still very powerful today that we should overlook. And Mountain, I don't know. I'm pissed that I'm agreeing with you, but I'm agreeing with you.
No, we're not overlooking them. I think you're thinking wrong.
You guys are sounding like you're overlooking them.
And I'm kind of getting that a little bit. Listen, I want the Americans to understand, guys, that that like the art of war. Our number one rule is basically don't underestimate your enemies and know who the fuck they are. Don't underestimate these people. I'm not saying we're weak. I'm not saying fucking you. I'm saying do not underestimate these people. Understand they are not your friends. They are your enemies. And we got to put our fucking foot on the gas here. We got to let every American know that they are not fucking our friends, and that they're not. We can't let the. We got to stop doing business with these people, man.
Okay, and why would we, if we go to war with Iran like we did, this is a little test run too, because they realize with who, they do some exchanging of technology with who, all North Korea and stuff. And guess what? Now we got a little taste of what China is actually capable of, right? Not everything, obviously, but at least we've got some knowledge, right? And that's a huge thing. So, we're not underestimating them. I think you're looking at it wrong to me. I think we're finally looking at it and saying they're a bigger threat.
Yeah, I hope people understand that. Because here's the thing, even people supposedly on the right, we're talking about Pepe. I think Pepe is more on the right than Marshall, but they used to believe that this is about China. They refused, none of it, I got kicked out fucking yesterday out of the room because Marshall said, don't fucking talk about it. We're not talking about it. I hate it when people bring it up. It's so fucking stupid. Bro, you can't even acknowledge it's a little bit about China here. No, I'm out, bro. This is the type of shit that I don't understand. It's clearly, maybe it's not all completely, but it clearly has to do with China, from the Panama Canal to Venezuela to Iran. Come on.
Yeah, if we can fuck up Iran,
go out of those big picture.
It's definitely about China. I think William, I don't know if William's still young, but William was trying to talk to this guy about this. Remember this, William? I think his name was Mandingo. And you were talking about the China thing.
Yeah, we talked about this for hours last night.
It just wouldn't happen. Mandingo just wouldn't happen. William's like, bro, listen, this whole fucking thing is about China. That's what this whole fucking move's about.
No, it's not. It's like, Ben. Hold on.
You were born this
Venezuela to Trinidad. Do you really believe that?
No, it's about that untapped oil that fucking
it's about rare earth.
It was about a few things. One thing I'm did you know that Maduro, he had already bought weapons from China and Russia. He agreed with the military base in the southern part of the country. The Chinese, Russians were going to build a unified base in the southern part of Venezuela. Honestly. Trump was like, we can't allow this.
Let me give it to you guys that Venezuela was to cut off China's access. How the fuck did you guys now get to Iran's strategy is because of China? The first day he came out and said this shit about Iran, or started this thing with Iran, he talked about a regime change, he talked about cutting off the
It's because they're big allies. China gets a ton of the oil from
He's going to come out and tell you the strategy.
No, China has to
tell you American strategy. You really think Trump is going to come out and tell you what his strategy is?
Well, he's facing everything on Truth Social.
Why he's doing what he's doing?
He blurts out his strategy every day on Truth Social. So do I think so? Yeah, definitely. I think he will. Definitely, I think he will.
You know the best part of becoming a Trump fan? Thank you. The best part of becoming a Trump fan is that you hear the shit he says, the tweets and the stuff, and you guys are taking it word for word. Oh my yeah. And we're just sitting here like, yeah, we know the actual strategy.
We know.
We're gonna laugh at you motherfuckers and blow it up for no fucking reason.
Yes.
And once you realize that, man, you know the inside joke.
Well, like the same thing when he was talking. When Trump was saying Iran is completely defeated, they're completely annihilated. In any smart person know that's not true, but he was affecting the market.
Where you guys
He was affecting the
feels
market.
like
He wanted to make anything he
feels like
says
there's a
affects the markets, you know?
It feels like there's a switch behind your neck that when Trump flips it and says, "Oh, go this way, all of you march this way."
That's
And
a personal attack. That's not an
go that
argument.
way, and all of you go that way. Then he's like, "Oh,
That's
it's a
a
meeting
personal
for
attack.
this way." All of you sheepishly go back.
That's not an argument. That's just a personal attack.
We came, okay,
No,
okay,
that's a personal attack.
I apologize for her to
It's not a substantive argument.
I apologize.
I'll give you the best example. You ready, Ben?
I'll get you some candy for hurting your
Hold on, Ben. Here's the best example. Ben, here's the best example. Do you remember Obama did that interview with the one guy, and the guy asked about aliens? And Obama, ipso facto, kind of admitted to the alien things, blah, 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 right? And then they went and asked Trump. I hope you remember this. They went and asked Trump on his plane. They're like, hey, Obama kind of admitted to aliens. And Trump says this. Now, pay attention, Ben. Trump goes, well, that's classified information. He shouldn't have said that. Now, think about that comment, right? Because they were asking him if it's true what Obama was saying. Trump never said if it's true or not. Trump actually ended up saying, well, I've never heard anything, never heard anything. But that comment, well, that's classified information. Obama should never said that. So now everyone's like, oh, Trump admitted aliens. He's fucking trolling y'all. That's what you guys did. He says that. Run with that shit. In reality, man, Trump doesn't give a fuck about aliens. Trump doesn't give a fuck less about aliens. And he's like, I'm going to destroy an entire civilization. And you guys call him a liar because he didn't end up destroying an entire civilization. It's so fucking nuts. Trump was never going to civilization. Trump wants you guys to pay attention on that so he can deal with his deals. They all ask him questions about the real fucking deals. I mean, how does he kill their top 40, the big wigs in the IRGC, the top 40 guys, and no one knew a word about it? You know how much planning that probably took? Years. We're talking years. Years of planning. And they take him out in one night.
They do it.
Allyship with Israel.
You'll never know what he's
They've
doing.
been watching that guy's movements for years, so like,
Why would he tell you?
Right? Why would he? They're like, oh, you didn't go to Congress. Why the fuck would he go to Congress?
I imagine I'm watching Xi Jinping too, bro.
We wasn't required to go to Congress until the end of the 60-day
Shut up, Marshall. We know.
War Powers Act.
I feel like I can also.
But either way, Marshall, he's not going to go to Congress because there's fucking rats in Congress. They're going to fuck. They're like, tell us your plan. Fuck off.
Mike, that wasn't my point. My point was he didn't need to go to Congress within the 60 days.
60 days.
He would be required to go to Congress on the 61st day, but he's not required to go to Congress in between the 60 days. Now,
Marshall
the resolution does say that they have to be informed in a quote timely manner, if I'm calling the words correctly, right? So the Gang of Eight, the 4 people in the House on the Intelligence Committee, and the 4 people in the Senate on the Intelligence Committee, those guys usually get informed over the last, say, like 50 years. It's typically been done post the operation.
Right, got it. Totally. But then you got to start understanding the genius of Trump. And once you understand the genius of Trump, you'll start to actually look at it and actually have a lot of fucking fun. Now, I'll give you another example, Ben, real quick example. This is a while ago during the debate, when he said the eating the cats and dogs thing, right? The eating the cats and dogs thing. Now, if you watch the debate with Kamala Harris, the moderator goes, well, the sheriff that only had 50,000 people was fucking 30,000 illegal immigrants. Did anyone know about that? But no. After that comment, we all knew about it. We're like, whoa, you're sending 30,000 illegal immigrants to a town that only has 50,000 people? Because you know how crazy that is? And that was the point.
Why you guys try to connect nonsense to justify Trump's stupidity? It's really, you know what? Let's get back here next week. Mike, let's get back to speak in 2 weeks. I think you will try to find a way
He's a
to
millionaire.
and you know, please.
Don't you think almost doubling of the population overnight?
Please. Now, let me just make this statement.
No, I like honesty.
What reasonable though? What's reasonable about him saying cats and dogs and now you got to connect it to this?
Because his original point was they're not a society.
I bet you next week.
So
he's making the
sell cars and their culture at the expense of the Americans.
It has nothing to do with cats and dogs.
I bet you come next week. you guys are gonna find a connection or a justification to this shit.
Like, are you gonna use the thing like
350-foot flip on the national on the reflective rule? You guys are gonna find a reason next week or in 2 weeks to fucking say dumb shit like that. You guys are gonna be like, why he said he wouldn't highlight this and that.
You're saying that you could be wrong about. You could be wrong about a small detail, but be initiating a larger conversation, right?
Thank you.
Yeah, that's
James Miller gets it. He's a grandfather.
Yeah, kind of makes sense.
Right. He brings attention to stuff, and not only that, he takes the hit on the low end to bring attention to everything. And then you're like, holy Springfield or Springdale.
I mean, obviously it worked because immigration, like obviously it worked. Like if you're looking at the like post-election, like polls or whatever, like immigration like was like one of the leading things, one or two. So like the idea of having a larger conversation about the abuses of the executive branch in nation with TPS and mass parole programs was on like the part of his campaign. So if you bring light to TPS and how it's being abused, or like how the asylee program was being redefined, yeah, man. Like,
or USAID.
That's different though. Like if you're just talking about the category of immigration, that's a more opener. Like super one, yeah, bro.
Or even the tax code. Remember the Hillary Clinton? She's like, oh, you don't pay your taxes. He's like, yeah, well, you wrote the code, you dumb bitch. Of course I'm gonna fucking abuse it, you fucking idiot. And we're like, but he's right.
No, not abuse it, use it.
Y'all wrote the fucking code.
No, not abuse it, use it.
All rich people. Of course I'm gonna use the fucking loopholes. Y'all wrote it, dumbass. Hello. They wrote it themselves. Of course they did.
Like she put the line down in the caption. Like her facial expression, bro. Like when you hit her with that.
She's so good.
You know? That was so funny.
You wrote the code. What the hell? Fucking idiot. You gotta understand that, man. And once you get it, bro, it's actually entertaining. It's fucking great. Because we know that you guys are gonna jump on this shit. And now, does he shoot himself in the foot? Yes. Like I mentioned with the monkey faces on the Obamas. Which, oh, by the way, he put a monkey face on Biden on a monkey too. But that video was 2 minutes long, all about the election fraud. In the last 10 seconds, he fucking added a fucking clip of the Obamas on a monkey face. And everyone talked about that. It completely ignored the whole fucking first 2 minutes of the clip, which was factual evidence about the election fraud. No one gives it.
Yeah, but we do have to like be fair. Like that's his blunder.
That's what I'm saying. He shoots something. Right,
like,
I agree. Yeah.
Like there's a deceptive way of like moving the action past like good points, and then there's like your own way, like cutting your own nose off, right? You're like, an impactful thing, and then you fucked it up at the end.
Yeah. But that's kind of the genius of him, right? Ben, do you remember the one lady, the reporter, asked him during the QAnon? She was like, Mr. Trump, is it true that you're the leader of an organization that's trying to stop child sex trafficking? And he goes, well, if I was, that'd be a problem. Fucking idiot. Think about that for a second.
That's why him and Todd Blanchard playing out his defense on the Epstein files, right? That's why, right?
He's released more Epstein files than anybody else. His name's mentioned over 6,000 times. It should be very easy to prove something if his name's mentioned over 6,000 times. It should be extremely easy.
I've never seen someone so but yet playing this much defense. Left, right.
His name is mentioned 6,000 times. Not what you do, Brad.
Should be super easy.
And release it. He cut it down. First of all,
because it's not good enough. 6,000 times isn't good enough. They need more.
Yeah, what if it comes out that he was an FBI informant that got Epstein arrested?
Then release it. We will praise him for being an FBI informant.
Remember Epstein, so he's the one that won't fight.
Release it. The fact that you when he was
sitting in Congress right now, anybody can go read them. There's nothing there.
Lady Vance, Josh Patel, Dak Bongino, all of you, all of them were saying about release. You guys are out there saying release.
Now they're released. Now what?
He becomes president and he flips the switch on your neck, your back. And now you guys are like, oh, there's nothing in it. There's nothing in it.
Hey, hello.
Do you know why?
Well, what's in it? Tell us what's in it.
Hello?
I don't know.
Hold on, guys. Let Elle get in there. Go ahead, Elle.
They're sitting in Congress in this game.
Normal. Quit being weird, bro. Let Elle do it.
They've read it, right? And if you know why the politicians have quit talking about it? Because there's nothing there.
Exactly.
Hello?
Dude, there's something there. Losing Biden.
Nothing's online that keep talking about it.
Then release it to the public. Why are they still holding the
He's released.
You guys are just trying to justify the unjustifiable.
No, you can't release it to the public because there's innocent people in
The
there.
Democrats didn't release what they couldn't release either. Exactly. Thank you.
Yeah, why would you want to hurt innocent people by releasing their names?
Well,
I'm sure then, like, so, Biden and Obama had an opportunity to release the files too, and they didn't.
They would love to crush Trump. It's become so hyperbolic that just having your name in there. I mean, I think what's in there. I think Spider-Man's in there a couple times, but like just having your name and no one reads the context, they're immediately going to associate you with Epstein. So they just can't do that, bro. Because Epstein tried to get dirt on people just to make shit up. But look, there's a part there where they threw a girl in front of Trump and Trump left. He left.
Is Pokey in there too?
This is why they say you guys are in a cult, or you guys act like you're in a cult.
So you
think Trump comes out today and says Epstein good? All of you guys run with it, Epstein good. He comes out tomorrow and says Epstein bad.
Well, you said that. Nobody else.
That's why folks keep thinking that you guys have been brainwashed.
Do you think Trump's a pedophile, Bill?
I don't know. I mean, release it if you're not.
Do you want him to be a pedophile?
They did that a long time ago. They're sitting there in Congress. You could go look at them, and there's nothing there. If there is something there,
Someone just posted an article.
If there is something in there, the Attorney General can bring charges against the guilty candidate.
Justice Department.
Whether it's Rex Garland under Biden, or whether it's Jeff Sessions under Trump, or whether it's Eric Holder under Obama, right? Because Obama was president during that time. Any of them could have charged these people, but nobody did. So what's the problem? Tell me.
Trump and his they campaigned on releasing. It wouldn't have been a big deal.
They released a long time ago. What have you found so far? The files were released.
Hold on.
The files were released. Now what?
This article from 6 to 5.
Trump did not run on releasing the files.
There's millions of things released. What's the problem? Did you find anything in?
That's a good point, Elle. I didn't think about that.
No, he did not. Go find any clip of him running on this. Go find it. And
let me get a clip of it. Where they actually Oh my goodness.
So, Ben, it wasn't kicking the dick. I'll give you that. What's her name? Not Lead, was her the other one? No, it was the other one. Bondi, I think. When she was like, oh, I got to stack them on my desk. And then they're like, no, there's no files. It's like, all right.
Yeah, Dan Barney was a fucking idiot, bro.
It was kicking the dick. I'll give you that, dude.
Well, that's
Dude, there's nothing in there, man. Like, I'm sorry to break your heart and your presence on a
Trump
pedophile.
didn't
I'm sorry.
run on this. That's basically been made up.
I will fault Trump about, appointing people like Pam Bondi who's hot and shit. That was fucking stupid, bro. And Christy Nome because she's hot. They're looking enough for him. And they're fucking idiots, bro.
And Bill Pulte, but he's not hot, right? And he's not hot. And I don't care about he's not hot.
We don't
and
AOC
he's
can get it.
not hot, right?
AOC can get it for sure.
AOC can fucking get it.
I just hope Sims don't elect her because she might actually fucking have a fighting chance.
No, I don't even think so. I think Democrats have been doing a fucking stupid, disastrous. They're gonna try to put in AOC up there. I'm not gonna vote for AOC back.
Dude, they have identity politics, so that's all they have. They need name recognition. They love identity politics, and they know that the Latino vote is getting shot.
They have nobody.
That's a good point. I'm sorry to say, I don't think America. It's been proven twice. I don't think America is ready for a woman president. Dan, I apologize for saying this, but America did 2 times.
Dan, we know that
has nothing to do with being a woman.
It has everything to do with being a woman.
No, it definitely has something to do with being a woman too. It's identity politics. The Democrats love that shit, bro. It's about being a woman. It's about being black. It's about being a fucking Mexican. It's about whatever identity that they can clear on. If they can, they're gonna try to. They've experimented with the black vote many times, and actually the Latino vote is getting stronger. Remember, the black vote is maximum 18%. The Latino vote is like 31%, and getting stronger. They have elected Claudia Sheinbaum in Mexico, so they've already shown the Latinos will do. So I'm just saying that the Democrats, they need name recognition. I wouldn't be surprised if we got a Gavin Newsom AOC ticket, to try to get that name recognition and count on, simps, Democrats, obviously blacks, minorities, and women, and Latinos, because Latinos are a huge potential voting bloc there. I'm telling you, man, when I heard about this woman, she's beautiful enough, charismatic enough, and people are just stupid enough. I said to my dad,
if you use this sound, your video.
We have the first female president, it's going to be her.
Ben, how do you feel about Newsom? Do you like Newsom?
I actually do, yeah, I do. Yeah.
What has Newsom done that you like? What has he been successful in California?
I have great hair, so I haven't tried to get his hair. Yeah, he has good hair.
I think he's tall.
Yeah, that's one thing.
People have a short memory, though. That's what this short attention span shit is so beneficial to these politicians.
I want to show you some of my skills.
People don't give a fuck at the end of the day. When they have enough hate for the right, they will vote anybody. They will vote some idiot in like this, bro.
Yeah.
I know it seems unfair.
You were born this
You think about it, Kenya's got huge influence and recognition, even if Gavin Newsom has run his team to the ground, and AOC has got that name recognition. I'm not saying it's going to be successful, but they need name recognition, and they don't have anything else but Gavin Newsom and the AOC as far as I'm concerned. But that's my right too. I'm just trying to understand.
Who took maternity leave as soon as he got appointed to the cabinet.
Adopted the kid. He took 2 months maternity leave and he fucking adopted the kid. It was during that train crash in Ohio. There was nowhere to be found during that train crash.
People don't give a fuck about that shit performance, bro.
Adopted a child.
Think about it, Kamala Harris didn't have a great record of
2 months
either. She was throwing black guys in jail for smoking weed and then laughing about it. But people didn't give a fuck. They almost voted that woman in.
That's not what happened. She didn't let black guys smoke in jail for 20 years for smoking weed out of prison. That's what she did.
Tupac smoked weed in college.
Yeah, but Tupac wasn't even out then, so she's a liar.
She had the real shit.
Yeah. Anyway, I don't know, man. I'm just saying the Democrats are kind of wild, so we'll see what happens. But
they're a bunch of fucking weirdos.
I don't want Rubio. I'm going to have Rubio be on the ticket, but I don't want him to be president because I feel like he's too dangerous. He's almost. Remember back in 2016.
Rubio, bro.
Rubio's gonna win. He and Vance, if they're gonna go together, what?
Rubio and Vance would be a good ticket, I think.
Yeah, but Vance is going to be vice president for now 12 years. Because Rubio wins 2 terms in a row.
It'd be Vance as president, and Rubio as VP. Rubio can. Why not?
Because, honestly, I would hate that because Rubio's better utilized somewhere else besides vice president. I'd rather him.
Yeah, but they're going to vote with the VP, and then Rubio's going to get the VP slot.
I'd rather Rubio somewhere else.
Yeah. They've won 16 years with that duo. 16
I'm worried about them getting on stage in the primary and have because that's how it has to work. They have to talk shit about each other, or they're going to be like, "Whoa, well,
they're
the vice president."
They're going to talk shit about each other.
They have to, bro. That's what I'm saying.
Why do they have to? Why?
Yeah,
what are you talking about, man? They're going to have the ticket.
There's hope. There's going to be a primary ticket.
They're going to keep their mouth shut about their dirty laundry.
That's what hurt DeSantis. I think DeSantis shouldn't even have released Trump because what it forced. Now, Trump was calling him sanctimonious, blah, blah, blah. Then they forced DeSantis to say some shit about Trump that no one liked. And now where's DeSantis?
And what's happened to all those Republicans who talked about Trump and Trump talked shit about? What happened to all of those guys? They all fell in line under Trump. Right. The Republicans are going to be wise up and not talk shit about each other. In fact, the Democrats like Carville and top Republicans, the reason why the Democrats keep failing is because you get 19 or 20 a page talking shit about each other.
No, that's the name of the game.
So I guarantee you, they cut this shit out. There's a plan in place.
I hope you're right.
It's Vance for 8 years and Rubio for the next 8 years.
Here's what scares me about Rubio. Remember, Rubio was with the swamp creature. Wait a minute. Let me finish this, please. Rubio, remember, was one of the swamp creatures from the establishment that was trying to stop Trump. And they were counting on Marco Rubio. Well, initially, but this was a lot worse, bro. This was like, during the election, they were trying to stop his nomination.
Oh, I know what you're talking about.
Yeah, and Rubio was completely on board with that. And remember, it was Little Marco and, the puppet master shit. And so I worry that we're going to lose all of our games from the swamp, from the establishment. And if Rubio gets back in, he's going to come back in, business as usual, rebuke Trump, I worry about that, man. I don't want to be at the head of the minute.
No, he's not going to do that because he was only been head alligator because he was young and virile and looked good. He was head alligator in the swamp by years of being in the swamp. He wasn't the biggest, oldest alligator in the swamp. He was the cutest one that had the best chance. And they said, "Hey, you're our spokesperson, right?" Rubio's totally in line. They're not going to go after each other. Those days are over.
I love Rubio. He's a gangster.
I hope you're right, dude. I hope you're right.
I love Rubio.
He's impressed me so far.
I like Vance more than Rubio.
Yeah, man, but Vance is the VP, bro. He
That's
chose
the thing.
Vance for a reason.
Winning and Vance being president for 12 years. Vice President Trump and then a Rubio 8-year presidency. Vance being vice president for 12 years. No way. He's not going to do that. So now where are we, right? Like Rubio, I don't want Rubio to be vice president because he's better utilized somewhere else. I don't know. I'm worried about it. See, man, y'all, the Democrats got nobody, and we're worried about our top two fucking cancel each other out. They got one man,
after this disastrous Trump presidency, where he's losing support from every coalition.
See, it's not like you did. Not like you.
Yeah. After this disastrous we got 2.5 years. I don't know how people are going to survive this next 2.5 years left for Trump. I don't see how you guys are going to expect the Republican Party to win the presidency again. I mean, you guys are getting slaughtered in congressional elections. Slaughtered. I think if so is it 29-0?
The Democrats have a way of losing. Like, it's not going to be hard for Republicans eventually to win another election. Like, if we've learned one thing, they will take the worst candidate and make him president, aka Joe Biden.
What was it?
That the Democrats are like winning.
Nobody.
No, but if you look at like Polymarket, like all of these like predictions, right? Like obviously, the precedent is that on the first term of the president, they're gonna like lose the House or something like that. It doesn't look. It looks more challenging than that. It's like a 50-50. Like in the Senate, the Republicans are kind of like favored to hold, obviously, but in the House though, like as far as House representatives, it's a 50-50.
And it shouldn't be like that, right, Smoke?
Yeah, it shouldn't be like that. It should be more like historically, it should be like a 70-30. Or
they always only take it. And Gavin,
especially with this thin margin
throughout the country, you're crazy. The country, like, Gavin is somebody out in California, bro. There's no way that he's gonna. I think it's laughable, bro. It's literally laughable.
I know, but the Democrats are gonna try to call it running, though, bro. They're gonna attempt it.
The country will elect Joe Biden. Like the idea that the country wouldn't do these things is crazy.
I don't know. That's what I'm saying, bro.
We didn't elect him.
I think that they vote a little different. Like if you're looking at how they subverted like the primaries for Kamala, right? Like they kind of try to vote as like a collective response, not on the individual merits of the candidate. So like that's what the Democrats have going for themselves. But what needs to gain traction is this like a hospice like fraud with Newsom, right? Like that shit needs to. Somebody needs to start plastering that shit in.
Yeah, but who cares about this? Like you would still win every election in California.
Well,
you would still.
Well, that depends on.
Yeah, it'll kill California.
No, just wait, bro. Like what I'm talking about is like what people need to do to like change the reality. And what they need to do is gain traction on these types of things, especially like with the DHS, like removing.
They need to stop being Democrats.
Like losing a woman that Rand's not going to
change their policy.
No, you're just moving the pulp. Look, man, I'm giving you like objective view of like how you can change the tides in California. Like obviously, if you're looking at what's happening right now, there is some conversation to happen. It's just not like a landslide anymore.
Exactly.
There's something's happening. There's things happening there, bro.
Things are happening.
Yeah. Things are moving more in the direction of the right. Like that's just like the facts of the matter. And this doesn't help their case. Like his own attorney general telling him, hey, bro. Like, there's, like, massive amounts of fraud here with hospices. They're just popping up everywhere. And him having that...
Okay, next topic we're going to discuss is porno.
Yes. Especially with this whole fraud thing with Medicare and Medicaid and then how it extends out legal immigration. Somebody's got to answer for that money.
Hey, Samoa, I think that...
somebody have to answer for it. Like, I just don't understand, like... I would love to have
the same reason why people have to answer for Iran.
What's up, Sword?
Who's answering?
What's up,
Sword?
Yeah, I was gonna say, I think to what Samoa was saying, I think that was the plan all along. I think they've been sitting on this information ever since Elon Musk was in office. Whatever he was doing in like the first 90 days, I think they literally on this information and they're planning to roll it out right now, so that way they can use it as an advertising tool to win the to keep the control and power in their favor. So you see, like, everybody's starting to go to jail right now. But, you know, months ago, people were saying, well, when are people going to start going to jail? When are people going to start going to jail? And now we're starting to see this shit happen. And I think the bigger the fish, meaning, like, the powerful the person is, the more we're going to start seeing those public figures going to jail. So I do think that was the plan all along.
Oh, absolutely. It's not a matter of if you got it, it's when you're going to use it.
Yeah, when you really
Am I a blue collar kind of guy or a white collar kind of guy? What kind of guy you want me to be?
He was only there for 90 days.
Why do you want me to be a blue collar guy for you?
Video, like a year later? You know, like, they've been known this. They've been known who the people were. They really knew within the first few months that Ilhan Omar was, you know, fraudulently filled out the paperwork, but they stayed and they waited and waited and waited. And
so Elon's been charged with a crime, right?
Say it again?
So, like, Elon's been charged with a crime from a Justice Department, right?
I'm not following. What you saying?
So Elon Omar, she's been charged with a crime, right?
Oh, you said Ilhan.
I thought he was talking about Musk too. I was like, fuck.
Nah, I don't know if she's been charged yet.
But we're trying to come to her with a business.
Right, yeah.
So they've had what's happened exactly since that story broke that's actually like shown any sense of justice, what's going on there?
I don't think any. I think the Elon thing's different. I think Soares mentioning the fraud in Minnesota and all that stuff. And I think he's saying like they knew this shit all along. They could tell discrepancies, especially discrepancies that big. I mean, when you get guys that go in there, like, what the fuck is going on?
Where's the accountability on that? I'm just curious.
Well, there's already been arrests, a bunch of arrests in the Minnesota shit. Now, Ilhan, I think it's different now because, well, I'm sure it's still ongoing. But remember, she said she's like it was a clerical error. So he really wasn't supposed to say that. He's supposed to say something else. So now they gotta fucking tackle that one. But like her business and her husband's winery, which by the way, a Muslim having a winery is fucking super crazy. But her and her husband, like their business was like $3 billion, and the next year was like, what was it, like 58 billion or some crazy shit. Like in 1 year.
That is so fucking crazy, man. That woman needs to go.
The accountability
Those fucking Somalis need to get the fuck out of here, bro.
Trump has the full Justice Department. He has the House and he has the Senate, and yet there's really no accountability. You know.
Well, you're not yet, I guess. I mean, you're
not yet. So what is he waiting for?
I'm taking up your sarcasm. You're laying on pretty thick here. What I'm saying is, it's hard to just charge politicians. It's not like you can't just go and charge politicians of shit. You know what I'm saying? And I guess you're trying to go through.
I was told that you could do it because Trump was told to charge politicians.
Correct. Trump was charged to politicians. No,
the funny thing is you're demonstrating the fact that you don't respect strategy.
Well, the strategy I just haven't seen it.
Yeah,
you understand.
Right.
You rush the indictment.
It's usually 2 years in your brain.
You don't want to rush the indictment.
Here.
So
they've
already had the information. They know who did what, and the only thing you have to do is just drop little breadcrumbs out there and watch the roaches run.
Just like,
and as you see, right? as you see the roaches run, then everybody starts to make moves that they normally don't make. So it's the cheese and the mouse trap, you know. It's I take you as a very intelligent human being. Wow. So I'm gonna just put this together.
Well, the Comey thing you mentioned is just like what Sword's saying. Comey's a phony, bro. That's shaking the tree. Shit, what's Comey though? No,
like Swalwell would be an example.
Swalwell's a great example.
Right, like of a timely drop of information.
Right before he was trying to run for fucking governor. Boom.
Right, and then
you guys need to understand that Dan and I are not small people. So a quad espresso for us is not as serious as you guys think.
Wait, I thought that was like 5'4" and like.
Was in 5th grade.
No, it's not.
Just playing, just shut up.
But yeah, when you're tall, you know, all of that stuff matters. The amount of caffeine that you need to get the hit. I mean, there was a time I did try to do the whole, I'm just going to get a double because I'm trying to be cautious of my health. And I drank that thing, and it tasted, I felt as if I just had water. It didn't do nothing. So I need at least a quad. But if I really want a little extra because I'm feeling sluggish, I'll make them add a single shot to the quad. So that'll be 5 shots total. And I like the bitterness. I think Ben likes the bitterness too. I like the bitterness of coffee. Because I don't add cream or any of that stuff. And now and then I'll add a little sweetener, like maple syrup or honey or something. But usually it's just coffee with nothing. Just espresso shots.
Yeah, I don't put sugar or milk.
Oh, that's something else. That's ice cream.
Yeah, adding milk to coffee is an abomination. I'm sorry, I can't.
Oh. Well, you know, I do drink espresso black. But coffee on a regular basis, I'll put half and half in it.
Wait, how else does one drink espresso? Wait, you just confused me.
No, yeah, that's true. That's how. But my regular coffee, yeah, I do put half and half in it.
Oh, that's ice cream.
That's not. Wait a minute. First of all, how much half and half do you think I'm using?
One drop, and it's Haagen-Dazs. That's right. Jerry's.
Oh my God! You know what? I used to get pissed at Dunkin' Donuts when I ordered coffee and I would ask for half and half. They would literally put damn near half a cup or half and half. My coffee that used to piss me off. I'm like, I don't need that much. I used to hate it.
Oh well, if you go to Dunkin' Donuts and just ask for milk and you get a regular coffee, they don't have small. They get to medium. It's basically medium. I think they give you 3 or 4 creams and like 5 or 6 sugars.
Yeah, it is. And you know what? I just said, look, Just give it to me black. And just give me the rest on it. And give me the sugar and the cream to the side. I can't. Yeah.
They open,
And everyone knows. Oh, good.
they open Starbucks here. While I went to Starbucks in the United States, shit. I really can't stop.
Yeah, it's not good. The only reason Starbucks works is that if you're in a bind and you know you need energy from the caffeine, you can go there and order a particular thing, and you know with the assurance that you're going to get what you need in terms of caffeine. But in terms of taste,
Yeah, I ordered something, I don't even know what I ordered.
I like mocha. I mean, I like espresso. That's my go-to, but I like mochas. I like lattes with syrup.
well, of course you love lattes, you're liberal.
Of course I do. I mean, Oregon syrup or almond to the Coke.
You see what Europe would do with the Soviets, make them soft.
Now, I drink black tea. I also put half and half in that.
Oh my God, Sherry!
Yeah.
Do you think he's British now?
Child, you know, the Brits just fucked up everything, child.
But you know what? No. It depends. It depends.
What's going on, bro?
What's going on, man? Nothing much, man. I was actually asking you. I mean, you were asking my question about Crystal. Now that Crystal's here, you know, I want to know what's going on.
Brother, when did I say that? Now she's here and you're saying like that. Maybe if she's listening, what put you up? Bullshit thing, brother. I never said that. I never took her name, bro. I mean,
No, it's AJ, man. What do you mean? AJ was here. Amira was here.
you can call him and ask him on your side. I never took her name.
And then, no, listen. All right, so once you agree with her, then you go to like publications and how the whole world is down with this conspiracy to say that it's not three gods. Like everybody's in on it. So Wikipedia, she says three gods, pagan. Okay, let's look through the Wikipedia page. No, it's not paganism. They must have drank. They must be part of it. Like, just go along with it. Like, why can't you just play along? Just agree with her. Be a friend. You know what? You're right. It's three gods. So what does three gods mean? Three gods means paganism? Okay. All right. Let's go to Britannica Encyclopedia.
You say polytheism.
That's polytheism. So why can't the world define Christianity as polytheism? Why not? Why doesn't the world forget about there's many people in this world, many philosophers, doctors, lawyers, publishing people, all types of shit.
There's no argument against polytheism.
Nobody says that Christianity is polytheism, but she says it's polytheism. So explain to her how isolated in the world she is. Like, she is the only one that comes up with this bullshit. Why can't you just agree with her? Because you're a bully, Nargis. You want to bully them. You're a Salafi. You're a Wahhabist Salafi.
Why would I agree
that you
with
want to
something that's
convert
not
everyone
true?
through the sword. You want to convert everyone with your
Bro,
persuasion.
I will not allow falsehood. Like, he's not being honest. No Christian sees it as three gods. It's never understood as a three-god model.
Why couldn't you
He's
just tell her
embarrassed
5:17? Why couldn't you just read her 17?
Yeah, she does take entirely from the Quran. Let me go read it.
Oh, you don't know what 5:17 is?
Islamic faith will collapse if she agrees that Christianity is not a polytheistic religion. Because she has this really, I think the problem is it doesn't rely between her and Trinity. It's even before, it's between her and what she thinks Quran says. So
Yes.
I have to break down for her that the Quran says it's three theism that is condemned in the Quran and not the Trinity.
Not the Trinity.
But good luck to whoever tries to explain that to her.
She thinks Trinity is the tritheism. The three minds, the three wills. The Quran refutes the belief that Jesus the Messiah is divine. That's 517. It emphasizes absolute monotheism by challenging the idea that God could be confined to a human form. How are you using this verse to your benefit?
Is Allah saying this?
She's refuting you like anything.
Who's saying this in the Quran? Is it Allah? Is Allah saying the Christians believe the Messiah is God? Nargis, I'm asking you a question.
Reading the refutation to this
Speak up.
verse.
Speak up.
I don't know.
What is this saying? Listen to me. Stop. Don't be a jihad now. What is it saying?
I'm reading the verse.
What is the verse saying?
It's saying they have certainly disbelieved who say
Who
that
disbelieved? Who?
The Christians, I guess.
Oh, you guess. This is the word of God. The
They
literal.
have certainly disbelieved who say that Allah is the Messiah, the Son of Mary. Say. Then who could prevent Allah at all if he intended to destroy Messiah, Son of Mary, or his mother, or everyone on earth? And to Allah belongs the dominion of the heaven and the earth. Who is saying this?
Who said that? Is this Allah speaking?
It's Muhammad.
It's Muhammad. It said say.
Say.
It says say.
Yeah.
So it's Muhammad.
Yes.
So it's not Allah.
The line previous to it could be Allah. Because say, then who would prevent Allah? He's saying this.
Allah.
I mean, the claim is all of this.
Okay, so Allah already knows that the Christians believe the Messiah is Allah, correct?
Correct.
Okay, so why are they confused? Do they not listen to their God? Did you ever ask Dr. Z if she ever read the Quran and what Allah says about the Christians? He says that they are disbelievers because it is true that they believe the Messiah is God, correct?
Correct, yeah.
Okay, all right. So who's saying this? Allah? So they don't believe their God. Their God is saying that the Christians believe the Messiah is God. Why doesn't she listen to her God? All she has to do is read the Quran. She doesn't need to go and ask us, where does it say Jesus is God? Doesn't say he's God. Why are they saying he doesn't? Why are they saying that Jesus doesn't say he's God, but Allah is saying that the Christians are saying he's God? Make that make sense.
So, it's saying that
Pay attention. Who is saying, is it Allah saying the Christians think that that the Messiah is Allah, is God? Yes, yeah. Right? Okay, so now, why is she going, why is it that when she is something in her Quran that she doesn't believe, is she going to the people of the prior scriptures and asking questions?
She's gonna say no, they're corrupted. You know how she thinks.
But she's living out 1094.
I can see what she's saying. Yeah.
She's literally living out 1094. So don't say 1094 is bullshit. She's doing it. She doesn't believe Allah when he says the Christians believe he is God. When she goes to the Christians, she's saying, where does Jesus say he's God? Why? If Allah says it already. Now,
the great argument. Wow.
Now, Jesus is claiming all that the Father has is mine. Right? He says this in John 16, 12 to 14. 12 to 15.
Can Muhammad say all that Allah has is his? Can he say that?
Opens her mouth and says, where does Jesus say he's God? This is 517. Here, Allah says that the Christians say that's Jesus.
Let me ask you this, Megatron.
Good.
Following that idea.
You're really doing polemics. You keep repeating the same arguments. You're so annoying.
This is good.
Wait a second. Now, hold on, Marcus. Can Muhammad say all that is Allah's is also his? Can Muhammad say all that Allah has is his?
Yeah, why not?
Oh, he can say that?
You mean like acknowledge and all? They won't grant that.
Okay. So you're saying that it's shirk, you're adding a partner to Allah. If Muhammad said all that Allah has is also his.
Based on Allah, yes. If Allah is
Thank you. So if Jesus is saying all that the Father has is mine, is that not committing shirk?
Yes.
All right, so Jesus is saying he's God. Thank you. Any line that Jesus said, you see that?
Yeah, but see.
I was with you before the creation of the world. Mm-hmm. Whoa, Muhammad's going to make that statement? Muhammad would make that statement, you know that? He's ballsy up. They're such pagan. They're so pagan that he would say that. Because they do worship.
There are Allah's models that all to that, including believers in Northern Tanzania.
Yeah.
But this is a good one. All that the Father has is also mine. What verse is it? I'm going to give this to
John 16, 12 through 15. You want to read it? You've read this. I have many more things to say to you, much more than you can now bear. But when the Spirit of truth comes, he will guide it to all truth. He will not speak on what he hears, he will not speak on what he knows, he only speak on what he hears. But he's saying, I must go. I must go, and my advocate must, my advocate.
Where does Jesus in the Bible say that he is God?
You know what I love about this verse is that we've allowed them to say up there. I was freaking the fuck out. I was yelling. I was screaming.
I remember.
I was so angry at myself for letting this go. I know every Isa verse, and this one just slipped right through my fingers. And I'm saying to myself, why didn't I ever read this? Here I am reading these other stupid verses, and I'm not reading this verse. And it was really frustrating for me to read this verse and realize how much time I've wasted when I should have just gave them this verse. Did you understand? Did you understand when I went to 381 and how the scriptures before all the prophets confirmed all the other prophets except when it gets to Muhammad? So if we use the test in the Quran to test the prior scriptures, if it passes with flying colors, using the test that it gives us in the Quran, 381. If a messenger comes confirming what is before it, confirming what is with you, right? Then he is also a messenger of God. If we go to the Old Testament, to the New Testament, we see all the prophets of the Old and New Testament agreeing with one another. From one to the next, to the next, to the next. So 381 works. This 381 doesn't work when you put Muhammad. So there goes your Islamic dilemma. How can his believers be telling us, oh, we don't have these scriptures? But yet 517 still makes sense.
What kind of argument is this? He's the one confirming what they have with them.
It's because you're a Morocco. You don't listen.
Jackson.
You don't listen to me.
You're not gonna win.
Pay attention to what I'm trying to tell you. If we look at John the Baptist and Isa in the Quran, John the Baptist, Yahya, is in the belly at the same time as Isa. He's a little older. They're born in the same. They have this in the tafsir, right? Explain this.
No idea this one. Where
1950. 19, chapter 19.
I know what you're talking about. But where are they getting the thing from?
Getting what?
The age.
I don't care. They use this for the app. They use the New Testament. I don't know.
They use it in the tafsir.
Yo, how long have you been? Like, why do you LARP as a Muslim?
Getting that from?
Why do you LARP as a Muslim if you don't know what this shit? Like, I gotta explain. I gotta teach you this shit now.
Where are you getting the age from? When have I fucking LARP as a Muslim? What's wrong with you?
So wait a second. Are you telling me right now that in both theologies?
I know about John the Baptist. I'm talking about the stomach, the belly of the fish.
What about? I never mentioned that. What are you talking about?
Judge, I don't know why I was seeing visual. Sorry. I've said
like yeah.
No, I have synesthesia. Sorry.
Yeah. I don't know why you saw
I saw the entire freaking inside workings of the stomach of the fish. Them sitting in it. Sorry.
Yeah, I don't know why you would think
because I have synesthesia. Related visuals.
It's alright. I forgive you.
I was born with that. Alright. It's
So,
my
yeah.
high and my downfall.
Yeah, so if we use 381 in the Quran, the John the Baptist is confirming Jesus, right? This is how it works. Confirming the scriptures that he had with him. We can go all the way down the line of prophets like this in the Old and New Testament. So what is the problem here? It's just that when it comes to Muhammad confirming the prior scriptures, his believers are telling the world they no longer have the scriptures. So then who's confirming Muhammad if all the scriptures are corrupted? You still don't get it. You're another.
Yeah, I get it. He's confirming them, right? So therefore they're not corrupted. This is why, I'm going to send you Elias's paper where he writes about how the previous scriptures are not corrupted. The greatest misconception of Muslimdom, right, which holds to this freaking fraudulent belief, he says. Let me ask him for the paper again. It's in my WhatsApp group chat, but it's from a year ago. And I want you to read it. He's written a great academic paper on it.
Yeah, well, he's not interested in talking to me. I don't want to talk to him.
The misconception of the Muslims with regards to the corruption in previous scriptures. He's published it and everything. I'm going to send it to you. It's groundbreaking.
I'm never going to read it.
Yeah, I don't appreciate you insulting the Muslims like that.
Who?
You said that the Muslim is dumb? No, stop.
No, he didn't. He was saying I laugh as well. I never laughed as well. I go to save the underdog when Megatron comes to freaking
you said
destroy them. I feel an immediate need. My maternal instinct needs to save the weaker one. Even if I don't agree with them.
Yeah, that's why. And then she gets. See, the only thing is, you can only play stupid, but for so long and so well, then eventually it starts to get you to dumb down your, way of thinking. And that's sometimes I have to. I really have to get her out of it. I really have to scoop her out of it.
So bad. It's really, I feel dumbed down. Like, when I do that, I feel like, shit, what am I doing? At the same time, I'm like, Megatron, you're not seeing your side and the loopholes in yours. Even if Platonian thought was used, right? Even if Justin Martyr, it doesn't change anything. But Congress was finding it very hard to sort of digested. Because it's this super exclusivity that each religion wants to give itself. Like as though it was like born in isolation. Whilst you can see that Jesus rested on the shoulders of Judaism, right? And he too, I think, was propagating something that went wrong with the Jews of his time. There is no need for a Jesus if something is not off in that paradigm. And even if it took just 3 years for them to like brutally freaking kill him like that, right? Completely reject him. Freaking something, there's something he's saying that is not sitting well with them, which they are doing wrong. What is that thing?
Can you speak in English, please? I'm
saying Jesus came to rectify something.
He did?
For sure. There is no need for Jesus if there is no need for rectification. Something needed to be changed within the existing people of his time. What is that thing? Benny Adam said something very crucial. Like he was the only one who said that he came to like show them that we're all equal in the eyes of God. Because
if you talk to the Muslims, they say that
not Muslims, the Jews. What went wrong with the Jews?
Well,
it's the shit. It's very important. That's the entire purpose of Jesus.
No, it's not.
No, because you're missing it. You're thinking that something went wrong with the Jews, and then Jesus came to fix what went wrong with the Jews.
No, that's not what happened.
That's not what happened.
It's not fucking the Jews. Something was off in their paradigm. The treatment of the Gentiles.
So read her. Alright, so do me a favor. You want to do me a favor, DV? Because we'll read her the last book of the Old Testament. And we'll read you chapter 1. We'll read her chapter 1. This is the last book, Malachi. Right? And this is explaining how God is very unhappy. He's very unhappy with the way what his people are doing. He's very, very disappointed. And this is him describing how disappointed he is with his people. Okay, so he'll read it to you. Read the NIV. This way it's just really easy.
Okay. In prophecy, the word of the Lord to Israel through Malachi. I have loved you, says the Lord. But you ask, how have you loved us? Oh, damn. I gotta stop there. That's painful to the heart. But you ask, how have you loved us? Was not Esau Jacob's brother? Declared the Lord. I have loved Jacob, but Esau I have hated, and I have turned his hill country into a wasteland and left his inheritance to the desert jackals. Edom says, though we have been crushed, we will rebuild the ruins. But this is what the Lord Almighty says. They may build, see it with your own eyes, and say, great is the Lord even beyond the borders of Israel. You keep reading?
Yeah, keep going.
Yeah, that's it.
That's it. A son honors his father, and a slave his master. If I am a father, where is the honor due me? If I am a master, where is the respect due me? Says the Lord Almighty. It is your priests who show contempt for my name. But you ask, how have we shown contempt for your name? By offering defiled food on the altar. But you ask, how have we defiled you? By saying that the Lord's table is contemptible. When you offer up blind animals for sacrifice, is that not wrong? When you sacrifice lamed and diseased animals, is that not wrong? Try offering them to your governor. Would
he be pleased with you?
You see that? You see that? You see what they're doing? They're giving it to their who? They're giving perfect lambs, not to God, but to their government. Exactly. Keep going.
Now plead with God to be gracious to us. With such offerings from your hand will he accept you, says the Lord Almighty. That one of you would shut the temple doors, so that you would not light useless fires on my altar. I am not pleased with you, says the Lord, and I will accept no offering from your hands. My name will be great among the nations, from where the sun rises to where it sets. In every place incense and pure offerings will be brought to me, because my name will be great among the nations, says the Lord Almighty. But for you, profane it by saying the Lord's table is defiled, and its food is contemptible. And you say, what a burden, and you sniff at it contemptuously, saying the Lord Almighty. Scroll down. When you bring injured, lame, or diseased animals and offer them as sacrifices, should I accept them from your hands? Says the Lord. Cursed is the cheat who has an acceptable male in his flock and vows to give it, but then sacrifices a blemished animal to the Lord. For I am a great king, says the Lord Almighty, and my name is to be feared among the nations.
What is the purpose of these sacrifices, these blood sacrifices that the Jews did?
They come from the covenants.
So, hold again. The parchment.
Mm-hmm.
So the parchment is from animal. So they needed paper that was going to actually last longer than papyrus. And they found it with the animal skin. So along with sacrificing it towards those things, they used to skin the animals. But it's a very expensive process because you have to raise the animal, you have to feed the animal, you have to wait till it's fully grown and fully fed, and then you're gonna cook the animal, and then you have to, you have to skin it, then you have to scrape it, you have to wash it, you have to scrape it, you have to wash it, you have to scrape it. Like, say, how many pages do you think you're gonna get? Like, you're gonna have to do a lot.
Yeah.
So
these guys went cheap and started sacrificing freaking dead animals and feeding the good stuff, the good ones to the rabbis.
Well, the Lord is not happy with the system, sacrificial system. He's not happy with the way he's not happy the way they're worshiping God.
Right.
So it wasn't so much that Jesus came to fix it; God came to fix it.
And he fixed it by doing away.
This is not a job for a prophet, like a Bedouin, desert dweller or camel jockey. It is something that God Himself must come and do. Right? This is already in prophecy. It's already in motion. They knew He was coming eventually.
And it starts with Abraham. Because God makes a covenant with Abraham. And back in those days when you made a covenant, it would require a sacrifice. And two parties would come together and you would agree on a covenant. And they would call it walking the covenant. You would lay out these pieces of dead animals basically, and you'd walk through it. And the weakest person in that covenant, if they failed, basically they were saying, if you break this covenant, what happens to these animals happens to you. And so in the vision, Abraham is is put to sleep. And it says that God then walked the covenant, meaning he took full responsibility that if any party, either God or man, broke the covenant, God would take the responsibility. And so when we fast forward and we see Jesus and we say Jesus is God who came to walk the covenant because man broke it, and God took the responsibility, fulfilling his promise to Abraham, walked the covenant, and doing away with the sacrificial system altogether, because we only have one sacrifice in the end. And that's, you know.
Oh fuck, he himself became the ultimate sacrifice.
That's the point.
Oh my god. I think I figured it out. He himself became, he was showing that you're going to drip my blood eventually, and my sacrifice is necessary.
It's pagan. Sorry, no, it's pagan.
I'm not seeing it from your lens. I'm seeing it like purely from like the lens of like betrayal, like esoterics. I'm not seeing it the way you're seeing it. Like he had to go so that they would realize that, you know, that what he's trying to preach to them is that flesh is decay. Stop doing this shit. Flesh is temporal. And spirit comes. Well, there is a spirit.
So, you know, this is repeated.
Why don't you guys see this through esoteric lens? Like, why are you guys seeing this through such physicality? It doesn't, like, it sounds retarded with physicality. It completely makes sense esoterically. Whether he rose or not, all of that, like, becomes immaterial at this point. Like, the grand freaking lesson that he's teaching them is that this amount of stress that they've freaking dedicated their lives and their tribe to just flesh and the chasing of it, and now they're feeding their fat rabbis with it. This hedonism will flee, and he had to die on that to show how that blood needed to be dripped, just like how they dripped the blood of freedom, the lambs. Zipalasi, the final sacrifice.
Well, the truth is, they didn't need to do it.
God, they are horrible people. How do you forgive them?
So, the Bible uses this story. It's a beautiful story, actually. You want me to give you the revised version, my version of it? Hold on a second, I gotta get my iPad. Oh, my wife's texting me.
Is there historicity about his real card? Is there historicity about the sacrifices they were doing? Like, or because you have parchments?
I've never heard the parchment thing before, but that's
names.
I was just thinking of this one.
Knowing she would one day be unfaithful to him, Hosea loved her, built her family together. but she left him and gave herself to other men, and eventually fall into misery and slavery. Most people would have just walked away. Instead, God said, go again and love her. Hosea went looking for her, looking for his wife who had broken his heart. He found her at the lowest point of her life and paid the price back so he could own her. He brought her to his home, not because she deserved it, but because he loved her. Then God said, this is how I loved Israel. Even though Israel had repeatedly abandoned him for idols, God had not abandoned them. Like Hosea, he pursued his unfaithful people in mercy, willing to redeem them, to restore the relationship. So I could have really went into the Hosea story, because the Hosea story, now that you have a gist of it, he does marry her, and he has the first child, but it seems a little weary. He doesn't know if the child is his, right? Then they have another child, and he's feeling empty about this one too, right? And later figures out that the children are not his. They're not his at all. So when she left him, he forgot about her, and he took care of the children. The children stayed with him. She also abandoned her kids, and he continued to take care of her children. And then one day he's at the market, and he sees them selling slaves, and there is his wife, and he sees her being sold off, and he goes and he purchases her, he buys her again, and he brings her home, and he rejoices her. Everything's good, even though, right? This is how God loved Israel. He loved Israel even though he knew they were giving his kids away, having them with foreign lands. But he still loved them. He still loved them as their children, right? Just like Hosea loved his wife. And this is that relationship that they've been having. And this is the relationship I think that all of us have with God. But he's always there. He never leaves them. So a lot of people don't like the fact that Israel is called a whore, or that it's depicted in this way. I'm not saying that it's trying to make women look bad, because it's not. It's just trying to use an analogy of someone who is, has fallen away. And you still continue to see God doing this for his people still to today, right? Even though we fall short, we fall away. He wants us to get back up. He's going to always accept the fact that you're going to say sorry. Right? The one who doesn't get up and says sorry, that person's not really connected with God, right? Even if you do it every day, even if you say sorry every single day, right? God still makes you get up until that day comes where you don't. But he has to be there in order for you to say sorry, right? He's got to be there in order for you to start over. And that might take years. At first, that might take years. For certain people, it might not take as long. For others, it might take half your life. Right? But if he really loves you, then he'll never give up on you. And that's just the moral of the story.
So this is something I wish that the Muslims would understand more about, a covenant relationship, or even having a relationship with God. You know, I wish that they understood these types of things, these types of, you know, excellent. Oh, what are you calling Israel a whore? Ha 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 ha! You fucking slut! Rape. That's all you get from these people. It's really hard to have really nice conversations. So.
And that's why, at the end of the day, we don't serve the same God. Because our God, you have the Hosea story, you have the one in Ezekiel, which is almost very similar to that, where a king says that God is like a king who, where somebody took their baby and left her in the field, this little baby girl to die. And the king sees the little baby girl and takes her and raises her as his own. Again, he's being the father to a child that's not his. And raises her in his kingdom. And she grows up, he adores her. Then he enters a covenant with her. Not really sure what that means. I kind of imagine he probably married her. And but then he flees and runs off with someone else. And it's just this repeated relationship that is being illustrated where, and then the prophet says, oh, the girl is Israel, you know, and the king is God, and he's entered covenant with you, but you break it. And it's a God that actually loves, and it's crazy. From the beginning.
So, Nargis, I didn't want to get a little emotional. I know that when I go into these sort of explanations, you kind of, you know, you blame me for paganism. Oh, you know, polemics. But, you know, these are, I think that these are these stories that I wish it was easier to explain. So, the main thing about this debate with Sam Shamoon is not only is Sam Shamoon final boss, top dog. Like, you cannot and will not slip anything by this guy. Like, he's on the ball. He's on the ball. And when it comes to debating, he knows his shit. And, but the thing with Sam Shamoon now, all the Christians, right? He disappeared because he needed to clean up his act. People were telling him, yo, enough with this Aisha bullshit. Enough with this, your prophet's whatever. You're not getting through to them like that. You're making them mad. And you're making people not like you, Sam. So we can't do this. We can't interact with them this way because we're not gonna get anywhere. And now the Christians really, since he's been gone, waiting for him to be on center stage again, waiting for debates just like this to see Sam Shamoon at his best. And let me tell you, he's a changed man. You see how much different he interacted with this guy. And he was even shocked how he was acting. So I think it is important for us as Christians to clean up these types of things. Now, Nargis has known me for almost a year now, and I rarely do or ever never do Aisha type things because I love Sam. I love Sam Shamoon. You know, I could watch his videos every day, which I pretty much did for a while. Not only on Islam stuff, like a lot on the Trinity and a lot on other stuff. And wasn't really happy with the way some of the times he would attack, like the way he would attack. And even though he's the smartest dude, like when he starts doing that, nobody's gonna listen to him. And then he has all that knowledge. And then it's completely gone. Once he starts going all he throws these little fucking digs all the time. And we're like, bro, we just lost the message, bro. What are you doing, Sam? Like, you're not getting him on the shit that he says. The shit he says is good. They're telling me that Jesus didn't die on the cross because of one verse. No evidence. No evidence. One verse. How much prophecy he completed? It doesn't make no sense. You're giving me one fucking verse. I'm giving you 40 prophecies. Are you serious? I'm supposed to be like, but you want me to be like, how are we gonna be cool about that? But we have to be cool about it because I'm sorry to tell you, but there's more truth to our story than theirs. I'm not saying it's the more true or it is the truth. I'm just saying there's more truth with our story than their story. Because their story is just the Antichrist. Sorry. Not sorry.
It is what it is, bro. It's
no truth. What happened? What's up, Habibi? What message? If they insult me, insult me, Habibi. I'm here for you.
When they
Again, insult me. I'm not allowed to have an opinion because it automatically makes me Islamophobic. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry for defending myself because that's Islamophobic. My bad. No. Defending myself against a Muslim is Islamophobic. Did you know that?
Brother, sister, can you calm down, please? Can I make a point, please? Just for 1 minute. Thank you so much. I love you guys. Right?
Take 5 minutes. Yeah, Habibi. Go for 5 minutes. Don't ask no questions. Yeah, you got 5 minutes uninterrupted.
Are you sure?
Yeah, go.
Thank you so much, brother. Yeah, listen, I born in a Muslim house, right? When I was a young kid. I'm from UK, right? And I was only Muslim because my father was a Muslim. And I used to pray, and I used to, my dad's first wife, she's a white woman, right? Jehovah's Witness. So I started thinking, if the Christians are right, the Hindus are right, if there's no God. So I'm on a long journey of studying the basics, right? The basics. In Islam, there's many sects. The many Muslims, they lie. They are different sects. So I started studying the basics of Islam, Christianity, Judaism. Have you heard of Zoroastrianism? Fire worshippers? Have you heard of Zoroastrianism?
Yes.
You can hear me? Yeah. Zoroastrianism, Sikhism, Hinduism, and the basics of science and history as well, right? I know there's many differences over there, but I look at the similarities, right? The first thing you got to do is you got to have a clean heart and look for other people. That's the first thing to seek the truth. And then, I've always gone to Muslim Islamic lectures and stuff, and I've always looked at my prophet, and, Muslim scholars look at what about Prophet Muhammad and stuff. Then I come to this guy, Sam Shamoon, way back, brother. And he was insulting the prophet and David Wood, and bro, I started crying. I thought, this guy is insulting my prophet and stuff, So then I went on a, long stretch of listening about objective, evidence stuff and all, yeah? So the first thing I did was looked up, who is Almighty God? Who is he? What's his nature? Right? I looked up all the scriptures. Right? For example, Hinduism, today, you may think the pagan politics, but the scripture actually speaks about only one God. And the description of this God is, there's nothing like him. There's no one like him. You cannot see him with your eyes. Right? Even today, there's a sect called Sanatana Dharma. Just like Jehovah's Witness, who believe in absolute singular God, unipersonal God, they're called Sanatana Dharma. So check it. So I looked at the basics of that, and there's 3 times Allah's mentioned. Yeah, in the right? So I looked at Hindus because that's the oldest scriptures. When I went to school, I was told the oldest religion is Hinduism. That's what I was told. And that's because the scriptures are the oldest. Right? A lot of people say the Quran's copied from the Bible. But did you know Adam and Eve also mentioned in Hindu scriptures? Noah's mentioned there. There's a guy called Krishna. He's born miraculously and he's supposed to be like a God incarnate, similar to Jesus. Right? These things are there independently of Bible, Torah, and these are the oldest scriptures in a language called Sanskrit. Today in India, there's about 70, 80 different languages, but no one speaks Sanskrit. No one except the scholars will lie and take people for a ride. Only they know, certain people know that language. It's called Sanskrit. You can check it out all around city, right? So, one God. Then I look at the Old Testament, independently of Christians, and you know what the Jews are saying first. That doesn't mean we say the Jews are correct. Let's see what the Jews are saying about God. They are the original recipients of Scripture, not the Christians. It's the Jewish people in their language. I can't teach a Chinese his language. I have to learn from the Chinese. So when you look at all this Echad and all this Elohim and plural and look at all this, right? The Jews say God is absolutely one, and there's nothing like him. You can't see him. He cannot come with the earth. First in chapter 8 verse 27, Second Chronicles chapter 2 verse 26. The heaven of the earth cannot contain him. He's too big. He's too great. It's like you cannot fit in my pocket. You're too big. That's who you are, the nature of God. So that's God in there. And then you look at the New Testament, only following Jesus' teachings. Right? People say to me, are you following me so far? When I finish soon. Are you following me so far?
Yeah, we're following.
I'm following, buddy. Yeah.
I'm going to finish soon. So when you go to the New Testament,
I'm going to put another 3 minutes on the clock, all right, gang?
Thank you. So when you look at Old Testament, the Jews, they believe one God, right? Jesus Christ was a Jew. And then when we say to Christians, look, where did Jesus say this is God? So many Christians say to me, look, right, because I go to church as well. I do a lot of charity work. We help the prostitute, the drug addicts, Orwells with the Catholics, Protestants, Jehovah's Witnesses. I go to church as well, right? Listen to lectures and stuff. I invite a lot of Christians to my house, and we sit and talk like brothers and sisters, right? We have tea and biscuits anyway. So from the New Testament, when I say to a simple question, where do Jesus say is God? Many Christians say, why do you put Jesus over Paul and Peter? If you read John 18:20, Jesus says, I've never ever spoken in secret. Whatever I've spoken, I've told you all this. So the criteria should be this, right? The most important person in the Bible, New Testament, is Christ. Matthew 10:24. The disciple is not about the master. The master is Christ. So if anyone says anything that contradicts Jesus, you have to reject it. If anyone's in line with Jesus, you follow him. Right? So in the New Testament, Jesus only worshiped the Father himself. He keeps saying, I keep preaching the Father. Regardless of John 1:1, Revelation, they're not Jesus' words. So anyone contradicts God, the word he used was Allah, singular being. Right? Then it comes a long, discussion of father, no father. I'm quickly going to say this, right? Sorry if I'm speaking fast. People say Allah is a different God because we don't use the word father. But so do the Jews. So do the Unitarian Christians. That doesn't mean they believe in the same God as the Trinitarians. They also use the Bible and they use the word father. But it's a different God, same God as the Muslims. You understand? And then Allah revealed the last book. Not to say, oh, Christian, you are degrading, you are this. It's come and telling you very positive things about the Bible. The Quran talks very positively about the Christian. Chapter 5:82. What does it say? The closest to the Muslims, not in teachings, in love and affection, are those who are Christians because they are not arrogant people. Check it, chapter 5, verse 82. So we have to, as brothers and sisters, come together and first we have to come and unite. Who is our Almighty God? Right? For example, Philippians 2:6, right? You cannot say any scripture that says, oh, for example, God became a cockroach. Whether the Quran, Bible, any scripture that says anything nonsense about God, you have to think, look, a lot of people say, oh, God is love. Yes, the heart, and your mind you have to be connection with the scripture. You understand? Not just your mind, your heart. God says you love God with all your heart, all your soul, and all your mind. You have to use logic. So if any book says God became cockroach, you stamp on it and that's the end of God. You reject it. You don't say the Bible says this, the Bible says this. Any scripture has to make sense. Do you understand? So that was my quick summary of my journey. So when I looked at all of this, I come to the conclusion that I stand the truth. And Prophet Muhammad also mentioned that several times more than Jesus in the Old Testament.
That was great, Habib. Thank you.
Really, yeah. I can't believe you guys, but
you were very clear.
I got people insulting me, kicking me out. You guys are this. I'm shocked, honestly. Are you all Christians?
Well, I'm not. I don't align with them, but I thought you were very clear.
Thank you. I do speak fast, huh?
You do. I do too.
Thank you. I love you guys, man. Honestly, I love you guys. You know, the thing with me is, if anyone goes to hell, right, I'm going to be very upset. You have to have a clean heart. We're all brothers and sisters. Nobody wants to go to hell, right? This guy, I'm very sorry to say, Sam Shamoon is a big fucking liar. I'm Christian Prince blocked me. Al-Fadis blocked me. Right? I was on David Wood's wife's Facebook channel. And they're all insulting me. Everyone laughs at my comments. And then there's two people messaging me privately from America, from Nashville, Tennessee, from Mexico. And they said, brother, we're very sorry, right? You never insult people and people laugh at you. Why are you so into Islam, man? Because your prophet was this, your prophet was that. I'm going to tell you right now, right? When it comes to God, concept of God, the Islamic concept absolutely makes sense. The only way around it to attack Islam is to try to defame and tarnish the prophet's image. That's the strategy they use. All these God worship, all of them. You understand? So what I'm trying to say, right, is the main thing is to worship the one true God. All Muslims are saying in 1 second, right? I'm going to say this, 2 seconds. He dies and he doesn't die. These are called, that does not, that's huge. Have you heard the verse when they say God humbles himself, right?
But Habibi, let me ask you a question. Let me ask you a question.
Okay.
What else in all of life can come as a baby but not be a baby? What else could come and fill all things and yet be bigger than all things, but also at the same time be the smallest thing?
Okay.
Is there anything that exists that can fulfill these ideas?
Sorry, I didn't understand the question. Sorry. Can you explain it? What are you talking about, God, or because you break it up a little bit?
Hold on 1 second. Let me turn off my Wi-Fi.
Listen, is there any way you can add me, man? Because I'm new to this, right? I'm a truck driver. I'm a truck driver. I drive for the full week, right? I'm away from home. And my family is maybe some food, yeah? But you guys are so, I can't believe you guys, man. You're so nice, man. Honestly, I really appreciate you guys, honestly. God bless you all. May God keep you happy all your life. May God protect you all your life. May God give you long life, good health. Amen.
So if we have a conversation of Allah, right?
Okay.
Here, Habib, you just have to mute your mic when someone else speaks, or else it echoes.
Okay.
Yeah.
Is there any, 1 second before I go, is there any way you can add me here so I can come back or something like this?
Oh no, you're still in the room.
Follow the room.
Yeah.
We're not going to kick you out unless you.
No. You just have to mute when they speak, because then the mic echoes.
My family's calling me the big piece of food, you see. So I might have to go. That's what I'm saying.
Oh, I see.
Follow the room on top. You will see us in the room.
What's this called? What's this room called? It's called
Torah and Quran.
Can I add myself into this?
Add.
How do you do that?
Just go on the Torah and Quran with the arrow, click on it, and then it'll ask you to join. Just join.
It says he already joined the house on his profile.
I just sent you a message, Habibi. with the link to this room in case. Okay.
Honestly, I'm at the honestly, you can ask any question, any criticism, please feel free. What is your
It's a very simple question for you.
Okay.
Because this is my big dilemma with Muslims when they talk about Allah, and they say, well, he can only be one. And this is where I get confused. Why do you limit him to such a simplistic idea of being one? To me, the Trinity is a far more complex thing that doesn't exist in anything but could only be existing in one thing. But the idea of something being one, well, that's everything.
It's as simple as that. And yet you want to make it complicated, DV. It's as simple as that.
Would you like me to answer from scripture or from logic?
You can answer any way you want. But the fact that you make him one thing, everything else is what it is.
All due respect, I love you, right? I'm not trying to, try to be condescending or something, right? When you say things, when you say words, they have meanings, right? When you say God, right, it has a meaning, right? You can't say God, create another God who has no beginning. Is that possible for God? If God Almighty exists, can He create another God who has no beginning? Can He do that? No, He can't, because if you go through time, the time when He started, there's only one of them, right? You could not say things that God does not contradict Himself, right? When you say, for example, brother, God's everlasting, yes? Is God everlasting? Yeah.
Is God everlasting?
Yes, the answer is yes, right? Now, you have to reject anything else that contradicts that. You cannot say He is everlasting and then that's the next minute He ceases to exist. There's no more God. You can't say that because you've already agreed He's everlasting. Right? When you say He's all truth, which means He never ever lies, not even 1%. And if you say at the same time He can lie for 5 seconds, or 5, He can't. That's not who He is. I'll give an example from the scripture. Right? When God says God is not a man that He should lie. Right? The Christians, they ignore the first part. They go, He should lie. You know why He said this? You know why God says this? Because He has no potential to lie. Which means only, humans, you and me, we have the potential, the capacity. We are able to lie. Right? God is saying he has no potential to lie. Another thing, right? 1 Timothy chapter 6, verse 16. It said, He alone is immortal. Alone. Right? Who dies? Humans. The moment you only die, my brother, when you're a human. You don't die as God. It doesn't have, like, resurrection. Listen to this question, right? This statement, okay? Crucifixion and resurrection does not apply to an immortal being. You understand? These word persons and they're just hiding behind person, all due respect, right? You ask Christians, they're 3 persons, right? But who are they? Each of them is one full, complete, independent God Almighty. There are 3 of them. When you say persons, they're hiding behind the word Almighty God. They're not, when you say who's a person, right? One question they can't answer, right? If you ask them, the Father, how much of a being is the Father? How much of a God is the Father? Is he 23%? Or is he one full, complete God?
See, Habibi, hold on. These are just, I've heard these arguments for years and years and years, and every single time I hear them, I honestly feel like I'm sitting in a 3rd grade class. They're just such juvenile ideas. God cannot have a baby, cannot beget. Nobody ever talks about, no Christian ever sits here and says God had sex with Mary and had a baby.
I understand, but you use words like in my first book, Colossians, in my first one, you use the language. But the Quran is very careful. You understand? I'll give an example, bro. You answer this to me now, okay? All sincerity.
Are you ready for the answer?
Yeah, yes, I will. I'm asking 2 questions. Why the Trinity is absolutely false. Okay? Now you tell me, is the Father one full, complete, independent God? Same with the Son and the Holy Spirit? Or is the Trinity on their own? You can't say God is 0%. sense. When you say God is one, it means something, right? If I say to you God is 0% God.
Let me ask you a question. Hold on. Which existed first, God or math?
God Almighty, of course.
Exactly. So why are we talking about math, bro?
Because you apply math to God.
You're making God in the image of man. You're reducing him to his creation.
Look, God said he's one, right? God himself said he's one, right? And you say God is, so if I say God cannot become two, am I limiting God? If I say God is unable to be two gods, am I limiting him or am I saying the correct thing? I'm telling you God is one. You cannot say he's 0% God. You can't say this. God himself says he's one. Now the reason you can't answer it, because the Trinity is absolutely false. Either three of them, listen brother, with all due respect, with all love, okay, I just want you to think. I'm just sharing ideas. I'm not saying become Muslim. Please, my brother, please, focus, okay? I want you to think. Either three of them are God, fully complete God. Because the Christians say the three persons. They're hiding behind the word God. When you say to them, who is this person? The soul is fully complete God, equal, right? Either three of them individually are God, or the Trinity is God. Which one is it? What is God? Is it the three persons that are God? Because the Bible says the Father is God. We know that. That's one important.
Habib, how many Qurans are there?
Brother, before I come to that, Quran's in great detail. I'll talk for the whole month.
Yeah, but to be honest, you said a lot. You've got a lot to say. I think if you've got a lot to say, maybe you should just answer some questions instead of just giving them talk. The question is how many Qurans are there?
I really think he's trying. I think he's trying.
Yeah, so how many Qurans are there, Habib?
So that means, unfortunately, my question I'm answered?
No, I'm answering your question with a question.
No. Whether the Quran, right or wrong? Okay, it's wrong.
No, I didn't say the Quran was wrong. I just asked you. I asked you. Stop. Please stop.
Brother, the Trinity, answer the question, then I'll go sit the Quran.
Yeah, I'm answering your question with a question.
There's a living God, so with three music.
How many Qurans are there?
How much Quran is there?
How many?
What's the Quran?
How many Qurans are there?
Brother, who is Quran? Before we talk about
the speech, the revelation, the speech of Allah. Okay, I've answered your question. Now answer my question.
Wait, what is Quran?
Stop asking me questions.
Brother, the Quran, the recitation.
How many are there? That's the question.
The Quran is only one, which has different modes of the same speech, like Malik and Malik. Wadduha, Wadduhai. Right? They're not different Qurans. You have a style, brother. The Hadith, the Prophet Muhammad, the Quran was given to him in 7 different modes in Sahih Bukhari.
What are modes? You explain what a mode is.
Different way of reciting a word. Like, for example, Allah, you can say Malik or Malik. Right?
Why do you have different modes?
Because they were racist Arabs. But in Muhammad's time, the Arabs were racist. They used to bury daughters. They were ignorant. They used to bury daughters alive. They were very racist. So when the Quran came, one recitation, the whole tribe was jealous. Or, because it was time of poetry. Right? They were very advanced and they were very arrogant about my poetry is better than yours. The Quran's a recitation. That's why I asked you a question. You say speech of Allah. The Quran's also knowledge of Allah. You want to say to Allah?
So you can have 7 modes of the Quran. So you can have 7 modes of the Quran, but there's only one Quran.
Yes, but they're not identical. You're saying 3 persons, 1 being. How is that possible?
Identical, are they? They're not identical, are they?
I know they're different gods.
No, they're just not identical.
So they're the same God?
No, they're not identical in person.
But whose person is the Almighty God? Let's talk about
the
the Quran. You said, can you just calm down? Can you just calm down? Just walk you through it. You're ready for Just stop. Just slow down. It's not a round. I'm still waiting for the question. If that person's all yeah. So the persons are not identical. Are the modes identical? The modes of the Quran? Of course not. But there's only one Quran, right? Yes, has different modes. Right, well there's only one God then. And there's different persons. So it's exactly the same logic. Okay, does the Quran have a will? Does the Quran have a will?
Carlos, are you comparing speech to something that is like...
No, it's about the logic. It's about the logic. He says that there's one Quran, but there's 7 modes, but there's only one Quran.
The logic process, except that what he's refuting for is the God and man. That dichotomy is absurd, because God, if he is omni, right, and is not made of parts, right, and human is made of composition, then God can humble himself. If you're like, is that the agency that you're giving God? Can God be not God?
I don't know what you're saying. It's not addressing anything I said.
He's fighting for necessary and contingent. He's just not using the words.
Well,
he's basically saying he's arguing for that.
Super charitable, because I didn't hear him use those words.
I don't know why we can't understand. If you have water and you take some of that water and put it in a vase, it takes the shape of that vase, but it's still water by its nature. And just because you break the vase, the vase doesn't change what's in it. I don't.
We get that. The problem here is not. It's not the modes even. That's not even the problem. Is God cannot not be God. Necessary is uncomposed. Human is composite. Each part dependent upon each other in order to work. So can something that is inherently non-composite, aka necessary, become that which is contingent?
You're talking about your concept of God.
No, he's talking about that. He's been arguing for that.
No, but you're describing what your concept of God is.
But that is his God too.
What is God?
You guys, what I'm hearing is that there's 2 things going on, right? There's us understanding that God is one, and then there's us understanding how we explain it. So someone can hear the Trinity as you explaining one God, and someone can hear the Trinity as you explaining 3 different things, right? So if we can explain it in a way...
It's not 3 different things at all. It's not even the problem of 3.
So that's the issue, I think.
This is a good chance at
it's not the problem of one and many. It's the problem of that which is necessary can never become contingent. Before you came, he's been pressing on that.
Yeah, I don't understand.
Right, no, I hear it. I got you.
Yeah, I don't understand.
I'm hearing,
why we try to force God into something that we can comprehend. And that's to me the whole thing. It's like
you're forcing God into a human.
Well, I didn't force God into a human. He stepped into flesh himself, and I say he's big enough to do it.
You're making that claim. We're saying it's impossible.
Yeah, you're saying it's impossible for God to do something.
It's impossible for something to act against its nature. Something that is non-composite. Can God not exist? Can God choose to not exist?
Can God step into existence?
Can God choose to not exist?
Yeah, but Marcus,
can God choose to be not God?
Marcus, you're talking about your concept of God.
He's been explaining that before you came in.
Hold on. Can I just finish? You are trying to represent Habib, and you're describing.
Habib has been talking about what?
Can you just let me finish?
Yeah.
I can listen to you afterwards, right? You are describing your version of God, like the nature of God. Christians have a different idea or concept of the nature of God, where it is possible for God to be a Trinity.
They're just purely saying that God is one, God is not made of parts. Well, that's not, you're not representing them. You're representing yourself or Islam or Habib. That's the point. All I was saying is that, like, this idea of the one and the many is the actual problem, because you think that God can't. It doesn't matter what the mode represents itself as, whether it's a human being or whether it's a different dialect of the Quran. It's the idea of that something can be looked at as one and it can also be looked at as many. Muslims do this with the Quran. It's the same logic. So that's the point.
Listen, 30 seconds. You actually misspoke there. Look, right? Not Christians. You have three independent religions: Judaism, Unitarian Christians, and Islam. Totally different religions. They believe in the exact same God. One God, there's nothing like him. You cannot see him. You Trinitarians are the only odd ones out.
Thank you.
You're the only odd ones out. So don't say Christian. Say Christian. You guys are the only odd ones out. So if you go to a court case, right, and the three independent witnesses, right, and right, and the three people saying the same thing, independent of the other. Jews don't believe in Islam. Muslims don't believe in Christianity. Three different religions. Unitarian Christians, Jews, and Muslims. They believe in the same God. You are the only odd ones out. 3-2-1. So let me ask you, they share the essence, right? Now let me ask about sharing essence now, right? Imagine, right? Please do not misquote me. Get me wrong. I'm not trying to insult, but just give an example, right? Imagine there's a pizza, right? You got pizza. Could you share the one full complete pizza? We're talking about sharing the essence. When you say the Father shared the essence with the Son, Holy Spirit, can you share one complete pizza without slicing it? Will you share that with three people?
Within the constraints of matter, space, and time, no, you cannot. Therefore, God exists outside of time, matter, and space. And so it's all, no. You have to deal with the reality of God, not your mate.
We're talking about sharing, but the sharing. We're not talking about sharing. You have to comprehend. Look, the Bible says, look, God,
no, I'm not talking about sharing. That's a lie. It's that men say, oh, how can you divide up God? So we're not talking about sharing. We're still talking about the Trinity. The reality is you're trying to force the idea of God within the constructs of the universe. And he's the one who created the universe, and therefore he exists outside of that thing.
My lovely brother, I'm only going by what you guys are saying. You have to remember,
going by what you're saying, you're not.
You're strong out of their position. You think that Allah is unlike his creation. So why would you try and compare God to a pizza?
No, brother, that's what I said to you. Don't you talk about sharing the essence? We're talking about only sharing the essence, which is impossible. Sharing the essence is God, divine nature, right? It's fully there. I'm not talking about the Godhead. Okay? We're just asking what you guys tell us. Sharing the essence, right? The pizza is full. The God Almighty, the essence is full, right? We say, for example, in 996, you alone are Yahweh. It's a single pronoun. When you say, no, this is the essence speaking. Right? You say this, not us, but it's only the Father speaking. Verse number 7 says, it's the Father who gave Abraham his name. Verse 20 says, he sent his good spirits. Now, either the essence send the spirits, which is the Holy Spirit, he doesn't send himself. If he says the essence, right, that includes the Holy Spirit. Does the Holy Spirit send the Holy Spirit? No. You have to choose a person, right? So we're just going by what you're saying. When you say the share the essence, we are trying to understand what you're trying to say. Right? I'm really sorry, either it's nonsense or it's correct. So now, thank you. Now, when you say the pizza, that's to say the Trinity. Okay? Now, the three people are Jesus, Father, and Son. How the hell do they share?
Wait. Hold on. You just said the pizza is like the Trinity.
I'm giving you the essence.
Lie to us then.
Look,
that's my case.
Listen, when you say sharing essence, the essence is shared by three persons, correct? I'm asking how the hell is that possible? When you got three people, they cannot share full pizza. The essence is God. How can three persons fully complete God, right? They share the essence if you're not going to go to polytheism.
These persons are almighty gods. Define for me polytheism, please. What does polytheism mean? Multiple gods, right? Right? Polytheism means multiple gods, correct?
Christians believe in one God. Stop. Christians believe in one God. It's a monotheist religion. So trying to bring up polytheism is not addressing. I'm not even a Christian. It's just embarrassing listening to you.
The question is this: are they one? You're saying one, but how?
Allah is nothing like His creation. So you can't use the same. You can't use pizza logic to get out of this.
The ontology that they get Jesus. There's no problem actually with the one at the moment. There's no. It's the problem of ontology given to Jesus. Like if He is the highest reflection of virtue as the Father, right? He cannot have ontology. Only God can have ontology. Father can have. Because by virtue of begotten, right, there's dependence between Jesus and Father. So you see the hierarchy being formed there. That's the thing, Carlos. Otherwise, there's really no problem with that.
Well, relationships are dependent in by definition.
Yeah, that's fine. I grant all of that. And all works. It's the ontology for Jesus. It immediately makes like two different ontologies. One is out of Father, one is out of Jesus. If this would have worked, if they weren't giving Jesus
is God's power
like
ontology, is God's power have a different ontology than God?
Yeah. It's different ontologies. You're giving Jesus a different ontology. Right.
Okay, well then the God we're talking about is a God composed. So
it seems like Kevin, who hasn't spoken yet, they had a good
you can't think about God any other way. God doesn't exist, Marcus.
Even the composition is fine. Like all of that is fine. Because it's like
if you understand that your logic defaults the existence of God.
No, I don't hold to the power and
you believe in a higher power, yes. Okay. And was there ever a time that God did not have power?
There's no such thing as time.
God's power is necessary and not contingent.
Yeah, I agree with all that.
Okay, so if the word of God is the power of God, which is Christ, then Christ by definition is not contingent.
It's not contingent. No, I'm not saying.
There you go. Perfect.
I'm just saying does not hold ontology.
You blow back that pretty quick.
No, I'm using his argument. Carlos thinks it's my argument. I'm using his argument for composition, right? But he says that like cannot be man. This is the best way that he can present it. For me, it's the moment you give Jesus an ontology of his own. This is where you've split it into two gods. Father's one God and Jesus is one God. They can only be one ontology, of which Jesus, by virtue of sharing divine nature, is begotten. All that is fine. But this begetting, or this Jesus,
We were talking about our favorite segments.
only Father has ontology.
And one second. Why do you always type on the very certain interpretation? Okay, the same word of God, the word of Samuel, the spirit of Samuel is a separate person. You see, when you read the Jew book,
is God's word a different ontology than God?
No, it's not different ontology.
So why do you?
That's why I'm saying only God can have. Therefore, don't give Jesus ontology. Jesus is flesh cannot have ontology. You give Jesus ontology in and of himself. There is only that. Therefore, you're saying there is only one ontology.
Saying
Jesus there. Go ahead.
No, but you're saying there is only one ontology, and
there's only one ontology.
The same thing, right? He also believes there's only one ontology.
No, he gives his own ontology. Ask him.
Well, no, the flesh. He talks about
the flesh. He gives the flesh ontology. I think we can.
Yeah, but that's not part of the Trinity. The flesh is not part of the Trinity. Right? The flesh is not part of the Trinity.
Oh, that's fine.
So yeah, so I'm saying like his belief is very similar to yours.
What is his belief? Then yours is polytheistic. His is purely monotheistic.
I don't Christians say that God and Jesus are of the same essence?
That's fine. That's how
just
they.
That's one ontology.
It's one ontology. Yeah. Yeah.
Not his flesh, but his person, in personhood. Yeah. In essence, right?
You know, there's no problem here, except for the only thing I would argue for would be exclusivity given only and only to Jesus. Like this first intellect, right? That if flesh is not doesn't have ontology in itself, what's the problem?
If you look at if you're assuming classical logic, then it's then there's a problem. So if you look, more and more people are adopting relative identity, right? They're relativizing identity. So they're stepping outside of classical logic to
to justify their distinct attributes, right? Like how you are.
So now we have to deal
believe in
with
the Trinity, basically. The personhood, because you hold distinct attributes and you're giving them relative identity, right? They're relationally, they exist through relational identity, you're telling me, and they align with the nature of God. You hold to the Trinity, basically, and you then come here and try to destroy the Trinity.
No, they have.
Well, what I hold to is the divinely simple part of the Trinity.
Would it be helpful if I read a definition of this from Britannica, or is that not helpful?
Which definition of
It's doing logic here. We know what the Trinity is. We're trying to dissect.
Yeah, we know. I can tell you the 7 premises of the Trinity by heart. Like, we know what the Trinity is. Now, if you're talking about relative identity, yeah. So I mean, that some people are not familiar with that, but that's what is used now to get out of the problem.
It has always been used.
Atheism or modalism, partialism.
Yeah, relational identity has always been used to explain personhood. Because they're 3 distinct persons, which also makes it a problem for you because there are 99 distinct attributes. So if relational identity is the freak and insert a word to cope for it, right? And you're inserting the same word to cope for it.
Instead of solving a problem, you punch back.
99 gods.
Come on, now.
I'm making yours 99 gods. So mute your mic, Islamic, because you follow the Trinity too. If relational identity is the word that is being inserted to show relation between distinct persons, right? At least for him, at least for Draco, they all hold the same nature. This is how he gets away with atheism.
At least he's a divine simplest.
Because eventually he goes back to one nature, he goes back to one ontology. You on the other hand.
Hold on.
With 99 distinct attributes, right? Making them relationally identical and not the very nature of God. At least he makes it, he gets away with monotheism because he gives the divine natures equal status. You, on the other hand, do not make it identical.
Kind of admit that, look, yes, what she believes is. Right?
You believe in the Trinity. I believe in the divine simplicity of the Trinity.
I got you. So what I'm saying is, unfortunately, if you just do a basic research and see that attributes are not considered parts, right? Her best shot is partialism. She can't say that each attribute is another God because we don't believe that attributes are another me, right? My attribute of strength is not another me. This is completely ridiculous. She's forcing that upon us because that's the only way her argument works, even though it's not told to, even though she can't show that there's an entailment from that, from what we believe. So instead of dealing with your own problems, Nargis, you're trying to point out a problem of God having multiple distinct attributes. Well, the problem is that if he doesn't have multiple distinct attributes, well, if he has the attribute of mercy and he has the attribute of greatness, right? Well, these 2 attributes are not identical. And if God is identical to his attributes, then you have more than one God. So it's actually you who believe in multiple gods, Nargis, because you believe that these attributes are really distinct.
The attributes are identical, and I equate it to the very nature of God. There's always been one divine nature. For you, these distinct persons, aka distinct attributes that you've inserted your neoclassical relational identity, copied Christianity, you piece of shit, that you freaking managed to copy your relational identity and then attribute it out. The problem, Daniel will massacre you with the 99 gods. He'll massacre you.
So that's fine. For the time being, you know, he's the only one who's massacred is you. Because he agreed with me the other day. So that's what I was asking for. But anyway.
He's trolling you. Look it up. The only ideal freaking model for pure monotheism, aka Tawheed, is absolute divine simplicity. The Christians solve it with divine nature. You, on the other hand, do not equate the attributes to the very nature of God. At all times, Jesus' nature is aligned with the nature of Father. And at no time, this is monotheism. You, on the other hand, cannot obtain that monotheism.
Okay. Is mercy identical to wrath? August?
Yes, you lose it by virtue of them being perfect, not by definition. It's a model for universals, not particulars, you idiot. By virtue of them being perfect, God is perfect.
Clarify that question.
She said there is a real distinction between the attribute of mercy and the attribute of wrath.
If there was no distinction, you wouldn't need to say words. That's not a fair
but their meaning is not identical, right?
Their meanings don't matter. You can put a million attributes. Any attribute you put is necessarily perfect.
That's a question that is non-iterative.
What are you talking? What are you bringing in this perfect language?
Don't make them distinct.
Look. Stop bringing in this machinery.
You don't, because if we're gonna ask questions,
let me ask it better.
Yeah, ask it better.
Okay, but it seems she understood, right? She did understand. That's why she answered it. So
we have to all be on the same page when we're having a conversation, and you have to be clear when you're asking a question.
Attributes. Okay. So the problem is going to be that she admits there's a distinct attributes. Okay. So the problem is going to be that she admits there's a distinction, that she has to admit a distinction within God.
Who said that came from God?
She did.
I don't think we're listening.
I don't think. Fine, there is no answer for this critique.
I think that the debate of linguistics and word and verbiage is very different from what we're speaking about, and it can be very, very easy to get confused quickly. And that's okay, that's how language works. But they're very different things. And I'll end there.
I don't even know why you would have to assume classical logic when talking about God. I mean, Muslims believe
what is classical logic?
Like,
you have to.
Classical.
No, if we're going to talk, we have to define.
Can I finish? Can I just, one sentence in and people already off their mic? Classical logic is just the three laws. Identity, excluded middle, non-contradiction, right? What I'm saying is I don't understand why you would have to assume that when talking about God. Muslims already believe that Allah is nothing like his creation. We don't even assume classic logic when it comes to physics, right? So why would we think that we'd have to use this one mode for describing God?
I don't know. We believe the physics do follow the laws of logic as well. Well, maybe not so much. Maybe quantum mechanics. You might have a point that there are some spooky things going on. But in general, that's what we said you have to do. You have to deny classical identity and go with some sort of relative identity.
Yeah, but there's no problem.
We admit that you can do that. We admit that.
Okay. There's no problem then.
Yeah, no, there's no problem when you invoke relative identity. Yeah. There is actually a problem. There
are many problems, not the same problem.
When we talk about Allah, we try to make, when we talk about the idea of being one, it's either this thing is one and it has no other attributes to it or anything that you can connect to it, or it's one in the idea of gestalt. You gotta be careful with this because we're still focusing on one God. It's not many gods that make up one God or something like that. So there's a nuance to it. And I think it's a very complicated conversation because there really isn't anything that we can picture or point to say, oh, that's what the Trinity is like. So in that sense, there's only one thing that holds this concept, and it is God. And so I think the mistake is that we try to approach him with the idea of oneness in its simplicity. I don't think that's a good thing. I think it's actually the very opposite.
I don't know. I just think you guys are all really biased because you understand these texts so well that you're not seeing it from an outside point of view.
My issue with Muslims in this Trinity debate is that they just...
No, it's all everything that you guys are saying.
I thought you made your point. Already.
Okay, I just want to be clear. Go ahead.
Yeah, so I was just saying that, like, listening to the debate when it comes to Muslims and Christians over the Trinity, that, like, Muslims just either don't appreciate what Christian theology is about and actually represent them correctly, or their arguments are just bad. Like, if they actually had good arguments against Christians, like, I would, like, say so. Like, I don't really care about who's making the argument. I only care about the argument itself. And,
well, one, you said they don't appreciate it.
Most of the arguments I hear coming from Muslims are like, how can God be 3 and be 1? How can you get 3 into 1? When like I said to the other guy earlier, like, Muslims already believe that there's one Quran, but there's somehow multiple modes of narration or whatever. Like, so you already believe that something can be multiple and still be one.
No. All of these questions are good questions, so we have to all back up. We all have to back up and come out of our understanding everything.
Do you serve a God?
I do. I'm not going to answer that question.
All right, so you don't serve a God then. So
what is God? Define God.
Exactly. You just answered my question
no,
twice
I'm answering my question. Define God.
I don't need to. You're interjecting an unbelief into people who believe.
I'm not. What I'm questioning is texts that I'm questioning the texts that we believe in.
Go read the text.
Honey, I have read some of these texts. What I'm understanding.
Hey, Plum Drop.
Oh my God, you're not listening to me. Please, just give me a second. Right? So what is God? Tell me. No.
God is love.
Okay. Anyway, I don't wanna get into it here. All I understand is that all of these texts have the same root and understanding, right? So if we can understand that, if we can break down language, if we can break down history, what are we really talking about?
Yeah, well, they're not the same. That's the problem. You've made an assumption they're all the same if we just break it down. But that's not the reality. The Christians look at the Muslims and say, no, you claim you worship our God.
The texts are different, but God itself is the same.
God is God. We can agree on that. What you say God is, what the Christians say God is, and what the Muslims say God is not the same.
Okay, but can you define it how you
We can all agree that God is the creator of all things. We could probably agree there. But now what happens is when we go to articulate what a unique relationship that God has with his creation, Now it begins to separate out.
Exactly. You just put it very articulate. Thank you. That's my only point.
Hey, Dr. Z. Dr. Z, you there?
Yes, I'm here.
Hi, Nervous. Hi, Dr. Z. That was a great question you were asking.
What?
As to like, where in the Bible does Jesus call himself God? The Messiah, Jesus call himself God?
That is true.
Yeah, so, is there anywhere that he does call himself God?
Yes, no, you should try to read the Bible sometime, figure it out. You could even Google such a question. You could use AI to figure out where it said Jesus said these things. Oh, you're doing it for the Megatron in New Jersey. Are you ready, baby? Tell me the good news of the gospel, baby. Go ahead and tell me, baby.
The John's first verse, which is
Hello?
God is the Word, and then the Word became flesh, and it's so ambiguous.
Ambiguous? It's pretty fucking transparently clear what you're doing.
At 517 is freaking telling the Muslims that you have called Messiah Allah. Allah's affirming and confirming that they do call Jesus God.
They call Jesus God, but Jesus never called himself God. So Allah is correcting their misconception and correcting their disbelief.
No, but he's saying that they are calling him God, right?
Yeah, but Jesus, but the
So
contradiction.
when you ask them where in the Bible, right, does it say that Jesus called himself God, right? Allah is saying that
don't call him God.
That you say that he is God, right? Whilst the Bible is very clear about Jesus holding all properties of Father. Give me the verse, TV.
All properties of Father?
Yeah.
How?
He's quite openly declaring it.
The Quran also mentioned that he has, by the will of God, by the will of Father.
Properties of Allah?
No. By the will of God, Jesus was able to resurrect death from life.
When something is all of another thing, it is nothing itself.
No. Quran doesn't make that claim. Quran only says
That's what I'm saying. But the Bible makes the claim. So when he has declared himself God.
Bible doesn't make that claim. Show me a verse where Bible makes that claim.
With my own beautiful fiance. Ramona T. Bonilla. I love you, baby. I know you're watching right now. I'm gonna marry that woman. She's with Chicago GOP, 31st Ward.
Only came out
On the ballot.
He's asking
where District County Commissioner, Republican, and she's going to run for Alderman down the line.
Several places.
What kind of question?
Messenger is Muhammad is a messenger.
What are you saying? What kind of question is that? Ask for questions.
No, I'm asking for where Allah specifically says it, not alludes to it, not talks about it, not talks around it.
Comedy or psychopathology? Comedy or psychopathology?
Yeah, he's a messenger of God, and that he's a man like you. There's no reference of him being anything other than the messenger or a human. Quran is very clear about that.
I am the Father of one.
I am the
Father of one. John 10:30.
Allah. Quran also says follow the messenger and follow God. Quran says that Atiullah.
Father of one.
So we could take this in the context that Atiullah, Ati Rasul, when you follow, does it mean that Rasul is God? Because we're supposed to follow the
This
She
is
got you, I guess.
that the Jewish leaders
Got you, I guess.
some of blasphemy, right?
No, she got you. Let's just say, yeah. Now you got want to go with the Jewish interpretation. Well, they also thought he was crazy, that he was doing magic.
Yeah, that he was blasphemous, right? Because that's the sentence is blasphemous.
He was inspired by the devil. This is what the Jews said.
No matter what, he's calling himself God. That's why.
But no, you just said the Jews are saying.
Where he's calling himself God.
Yeah, that's why he said that. That's why the Jews said he was blasphemous, was because he equated himself with God. He was taking partnership with God, and more than that, he was saying that he is God. That's why they put
Before Abraham was,
what was he convicted of in the court?
Individually in one thing, but that's
it doesn't matter. He was calling himself God. Where in the Bible does Jesus call himself God?
Hey, in the courts, Jeffrey Epstein was a horrible person, but now Maxwell, whatever her name is, in prison, but he didn't do anything. So whatever the courts say, they have to say for legal reasons on paper.
They give a theological reason.
No.
In the court. And
He
theological reason was that he said that he was the son of God, right?
No.
And that's what was blasphemy.
Nope. Well, that's to the Jews. But to the Romans, they killed him because he claimed that he was a king.
Okay. But he was accused of being, right? He was accused of blasphemy because he claimed to be the son of God. Right? It's not because he claimed to be God. The one who accused him of blasphemy.
Yes.
And the blasphemy was that he was claiming to be the Messiah, the son of God.
No.
Visiting Chicago, I am a little biased.
The story of the Jewish blasphemy starts.
Where does it say that he was tried for claiming to be God? No, where? Show me anywhere where it says he was tried for claiming to be God.
Because there are ideas in the Jewish faith that only God.
When the Jewish leaders accused him of blasphemy, stating that he, a man, was making himself out to be God, Jesus did not deny it, but he defended his claim.
That was not at the court. That's not what he had to defend himself against in the court. He had to defend himself against being the Messiah, the Son of God. He had not defend himself. Nobody accused him of claiming to be God in the court.
What did they claim him of in front of the Roman courts? Because he was in different courts.
He was the king of the Jews.
Yeah, so therefore
does that necessitate having to be God? Does that necessitate having to be God? If you claim that you're king of the Jews, are you claiming to be God?
I'm going to calm myself down for a second. And let's set the scene correctly, okay?
I have a question.
Hold on, I'm speaking. Thank you. There are several courts that Jesus entered. One of them was the religious courts among the Jews, and that is there where we're talking about him claiming himself to be God. The other court was, hold on, I will. The other court was within the Roman thing, and that's where they were saying, oh, he says he's a king, okay? And that's what they put him to trial for, was for being the king of the Jews. The Jews, when he went to the Jewish court, that's where they were calling him blasphemous for identifying himself as God, okay?
John 10:33. We are not stoning you for any good work, but
just stop. No, yes, my gosh.
Because
just stop. You went. I want to go now. Just stop.
I'm giving you the
what I'm telling you is, can you show me? No, that's not the word. I'm not asking for that. I'm not asking for that. I'm asking for in the court. What was he accused of in the court? And he said,
in the court, the
trial was
culminating
I'm asking you. I'm not asking you.
You have to understand. I'll tell you right now. When he was before Caiaphas, okay.
No, can you give me the verse?
Yeah.
Why can't
I even get a question out? Why can't I even get a question out?
You interrupted Nargis though.
No, she interrupted me.
No, you asked a question. I was going to answer it. She answered it for me, and I was letting her go. And then
no, she didn't. She asked in the court. I'm asking in the court.
In the court.
Yeah, what was she accused of in the court?
John 10:38. The crowd tries to stone him, explicitly stating, "We are not stoning you for any good work, but for blasphemy, because you, a mere man, claim to be God."
Yes, bro.
No.
It's a trial
that's not in the court.
multiple earlier attempts. There were multiple reports. There was a physical court.
So you're saying when the Jews said that you being a man, claiming to be God, when he asked, for what good works do you stone me? You're saying this happened in court.
The Jewish court, yes.
Yes or no? Oh, really?
Yes.
He had to go. It wasn't the Roman court.
I'm catching you guys out right here.
Okay. Be careful you don't stumble.
I'm very good at this.
You might hurt your tiny toe.
Oh, yeah, he's good. Let's see what he comes up with.
We never bring up the bottom. Hello. That would like to be like this. You guys don't do that. Is it nice to obviously not.
Alright, so here's the answer. Guys ready? I'll give you some advice. This exchange did not take place in a formal court setting. It was happening when Jesus was preaching at the temple. The location, the incident describes happening while Jesus was teaching in the temple area. Right? This was not a court where they had a judge, where he was being accused of something. This was not that. I'm asking you about what happened in court. I'll let you guys try again.
Okay, I'll tell you right now. What happened was when he went before Caiaphas, who was the high priest, then Caiaphas says to Jesus, "I put you under oath." Okay, so we already established it's not a legal court, which is what happened with the Romans, but it was within the temple. Why are you cutting me off, bro? Why don't you expand a little bit on what their court is? Okay, so they brought Jesus before the Jews, the religious leaders, and Caiaphas, who was the head of the religious leaders, said to Jesus, "I put you under oath." What that means is, by Jewish law, if one says to you, "I put you under oath," you must speak the truth.
Fantastic. I agree.
Okay.
Fantastic.
So
I'm asking about what you say legal, quote unquote legal court. What was he accused of there?
he already went there. That he was the king. He was on trial for being the king of the Jews, and that's what they killed him for. That's what the Romans killed him.
Well, you know, when he said that he is the son of the living God, they said, "Do we need to hear any more?" That they directly accuse him for committing blasphemy by claiming to be the son of God.
The Romans will not say, "Oh, you're committing blasphemy." They can say you're committing treason, that you're rebelling and you're causing some issue against Caesar.
Yeah, he rebelled against Caesar.
Like a lot of things, you Muslims can mix things that shouldn't be mixed.
The Jewish leaders within the religious court, it was blasphemy, and he's right, for the son of God, right?
Well, it wasn't son of God, it was a son of man, but the
son of man that sits on the right hand
exactly.
of Father and descends from the clouds, right? Yeah. This would be in the religious court, right? Exactly. And in the political court, looks like they wanted to execute him for holding a high status, the king, above Caesar, right? Yep. And that would be the Romans. But the Jews prior to that have already they had no right to courtship. So in the Sanhedrin, right, it looks like it was a religious trial. I am God, right? You're right. In the court, that's not his But it is not to say that he has not said it.
Literally blasphemy, and his blasphemous statement was that he was the Son of God, the Messiah. That was his blasphemous statement that they accused him of.
Yeah.
That's why they were like, do we need to hear anymore? Like, he just claimed to be the Son of God. Do we need to hear any more than that? No, that's it. Enough. He didn't have to claim to be God.
You can agree on the two things.
Yeah, not only for your good work, but for the blasphemy because you are just a mere man. Not only for your good work, but for the blasphemy because you are just a mere man and you claim to be God. Looks like it either could be that they're accusing him for making that claim, and he's not called himself God. Okay, the two ways of looking at it. Yeah, the two ways of looking at it. He's not done that, or he's really called himself God, and they may be saying this.
Decision, which was what if
you go frontal lobe damage, you're a retard, and you're very low IQ. Shut up. Just shut up. I was like, yes! Yes! I was like, I'm so happy that you had listened to that bitch because she really is fucking deranged and stupid. She said really ridiculous shit about Jews on her and he like destroyed her.
And that's what they killed. That's what the Romans killed Jesus for. So it is a culmination of things. It's not one trial that he had.
But does it look like he directly ever referenced himself as God?
Correct. So if they accused him, it doesn't necessarily mean that that's the message he intended.
An accusation.
Yeah, it was an accusation.
Yeah. So, but he seems to be saying that I am the Son of Man. I sit in the right side of God. Even the one Dr. Z said is actually very good. I am one with Father, one in spirit. It's like you're saying when I'm one with God. When I'm praying, I feel
one with the mission of God also, right? Which was the mission of Muhammad alayhi wasallam to propagate the message of God.
It's not even close. It is so not even close to the same mission.
All messengers came with one message, which is to worship God. That's a common denominator with all the messengers.
So he's accused of being God. He's accused of just being higher than Caesar, and he's accused of in the religious in the Sanhedrin. He is accused of calling himself Son of Man, sitting on the right hand side of God, and descending from the clouds. None of this indicates Godhood.
And Quran then further clarifies this, that you understood, you called him as God. He never said that, and he will make a testimony at the end of
him as God.
No. Quran says, wait a second. Let me Allah actually gives Jesus his testimony, but he will say that God, I only said what you asked me to say. God very clear about it. He never said he was God, because that's not the message. That's not the message that prophets deliver. They only deliver the message towards submission to one God. That's the pattern of all the messengers.
No, it's not.
Yes, it is. That's the pattern of all the messengers.
That's the false.
They have certainly disbelieved who say that Allah. 1 second. This is 517 from the Quran. They have certainly disbelieved who say that Allah is Christ. He's not saying Allah. Yes, they have certainly disbelieved.
This is a big testimony.
This is it.
And Quran consistently calls him the Son of Mary. Consistently refers, also not if consistently, but has also referred to him mostly as Son of Mary, which is this is like a big testimony.
I'm sorry, this is a flawed argument. I thought it was really good, but it's really bad. It's just you have to be very delicate with the words. Like clearly, it's not affirming Jesus as God anymore.
What was the argument you said was bad?
He was saying that and most Muslims ask the same question, right? Where exactly in the Bible or any scripture does Jesus ever call himself God? Doesn't look like he's ever directly referred to himself as God. He's always shown himself in relation to something, right? Even when he's saying,
He separated himself from God multiple times. You know that Bart Ehrman, right? Bart Ehrman.
Really, really well. Even when he's saying like Son of Man, He's
just want
not
to say
saying
one
I'm
thing.
son of
Look,
God. He's saying I'm son of God.
Your mic is just like
You have to understand what a certain man means.
Yeah, I know that. It's an uncreated. I
I'm
understand.
saying that basically, oh man, I forgot now. Go ahead. I'll remember later.
Let's go back to the court real quick.
Oh yeah, Bart Ehrman said that. Yeah, he put out an argument, right? And the argument was that Jesus. The question was, did Jesus know that he was God? And his conclusion is no. His conclusion is no. He doesn't believe Jesus knew that he was God. And he has a whole, like teaching lesson around that.
What man? They made him God. He never was.
He has another book about that too. How they made Jesus God.
Once you understand who Jesus is, then it's hard for you not to see him as God. Because
I would even grant more than like the superposition, right? I would even grant the sheer position of the first intellect. But even then, the first intellect is never God. There's a clear-cut distinction between that which is internal common or the highest virtues of God manifested, right? Even then, the Shia will never grant equal standing, the equality with God. He'll say dependence upon God. So this is where like Christianity stands alone in this. And I think Habib was right. It's the only odd one out. That is equating, and there's no proof from scripture either. Where are you guys getting it from, man? DV? Where are you guys getting it from?
See, the difference is this. Let me explain something to you guys.
Yeah, I was upset.
Yeah, you have one scripture that came in. How many years did it take to write that thing? A few years? Okay? Let's say you can kill it one lifetime, one generation. Our scriptures spanned thousands of years. And there are many, many parts of it that speak to what is to come. A lot. And that is what you guys, you don't get, is that say, oh, the prophets came to say, oh, worship one God. No, they did not. Sometimes they did. But all of them pointed to the Messiah that was to come. Now, Muhammad points to the Messiah that did come. Okay? So everybody points back to the Messiah. And that's why we stand out from the rest. And the idea that he is called the Son of Man does not mean that he's...
Can I ask one question?
No, you cannot.
Why not?
Because I was in the middle of talking. That's exactly right.
Ridiculous reason that is not good enough reason.
Well, I hear you, DB. You're saying that, all the messengers preached the coming of the Messiah and Jesus was him. I understand, why you feel that way. Just saying, like, when we actually read, the scripture, we don't see that, right? We see the importance of there being one God and being established. I think it's wrong. You put him down already, DB, what's going on? Why is it still? Anyway. So, yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, and yeah, the previous prophets, they did, they had an importance of worshiping one God. Like, this was, God routinely, goes after the polytheists and the pagans and the idol worshippers. All throughout scriptures, he goes after them and how wrong they are. So it is important to establish one God. We believe Jesus did establish that, or he continued on the message, right? He was there to get the Israel to follow the law again. They were deviating from the law. So his mission was to...
It's not what he meant. He came to fulfill
That's what he said. That's what he said.
He said, I came to fulfill the law.
Yeah, he said that he's here to for the lost sheep of the house of Israel, right? Meaning, like...
this have to be God?
Because a human can't fulfill the law. That's what the Bible tells us.
I see. That's how they get.
He what does with the law, please?
Hello?
Oh, that's how they
What
get
are you
it.
talking about now?
Fulfill the law.
I hope you are enjoying the show. It is so very interesting.
No, say that again. I didn't understand that.
Hello? Let me Google that for you.
Only God could fulfill the law, right? By dying on a cross.
How is the law fulfilled by God's device? But how is the law fulfilled by God's device?
Just see the word. They say only God can fulfill the law, therefore only God could do it.
Okay, how is the law fulfilled by God's demise is the question. Like what?
Achieved anything through a human? Can God achieve something through a human? This would be a legitimate question. A human that is infallible, sinless, for example.
Adam is the representative of God. Does that mean I have to worship Adam as God?
Saying like
No,
he was built under the condition that
what you asked is also directly proportional to this question too. Just the same ideology.
Guys, if God can be the only one who can fulfill the law, if God is the only one who can fulfill the law, why didn't Jesus come? Why isn't it that the first thing that happened was that Jesus died on a cross for everyone's sin? That should have been the first thing that happened, because now everybody has a chance to be forgiven. But what you're saying is, in order to be forgiven, the people in the past, before Jesus' arrival, they weren't really forgiven, right? Because God has to fulfill it.
That's a good point. That's a good
point. The argument is, does God have to come down to fulfill the law as a human, or can God send an agent to himself? Right? This is how you have to
That's the assumption that God works on a fixed time. And the book of Revelation really speaks about Jesus being slain from the foundation of the world. So for you to say that, well, it should happen in the beginning, now all these people before are not going to be forgiven is just contrary to the biblical text.
Right, so
I know it's contrary to the text, that's why I'm bringing it up.
God knowing he would make man.
No human can fulfill the law, so therefore, like, even if a human is sent,
they fulfill it to the law.
That's what they mean by only God.
Alright, so let me ask you this, Stevie. So maybe someone can't, follow the law perfectly, but could they follow the law enough to where they can get into heaven?
No.
Okay, so then that means that all the people that died before Jesus' sacrifice, you're saying that they were not forgiven?
No. Hold on.
Yeah, I don't agree about this.
Hold on. We just told you that our scriptures teach us that Christ was slain at the foundations of the earth. So before humans were made, grace and redemption was already provided before they fell.
Christ was slain before the earth, before the existence of the earth. So Jesus was crucified before the creation of the earth?
No, that's when the planet came.
As long as just play stupid and act like,
I'm not trying to play stupid. I'm trying to smile.
The plan was always in the mind of God. And so if God already had a solution from the beginning, then it doesn't matter at what point in time he's
those people in the past.
He's a God that is not restricted by time. So
I don't know if it's just me, but you're breaking up. I think you're breaking up.
Well, he shouldn't.
You're in the Matrix. Yeah. So, look, what I was asking. Okay, one second. So, okay, that's fine. So you're saying that since God knows the future, that all of them were forgiven. Okay, so then what you're saying is people were forgiven, right? Without having believed in the sacrifice of Jesus. Because people in the past, they didn't know about the sacrifice of Jesus, right? Not only that,
it's not going to be any different than people today that are stuck on an island that will never is when he forgives them, the atonement of Christ is applied to them. It doesn't have to be people who acknowledge him and realize and actually heard of him. When God judges somebody as righteous, he will apply
sacrifice of Christ to them. And so whether you live thousands of years before Christ, or if you live on an island right now and you never heard of John.
Okay, great. Got you. Thanks for the clarity. So you're saying one sacrifice is required then, right? Even though David says it's not. That's correct? Is that correct?
Well, wait. Who says there's no sacrifice required?
David?
What was David's?
David, yes. So what are you referring to?
He said sin sacrifice you do not require.
Bro, pull up the verse and then continue reading the verse, because that's pull up the verse and continue reading.
Okay, so
pull up the verse and read it.
So when I keep reading, it's gonna tell me that sacrifice is required, right?
Yeah, it's just required. Yes.
So he says it's not required, and then he says it is required. Got you. Okay. I mean, there's nothing to argue there, really.
Are you talking about Psalms 51?
Just let him pull it up and read it, because I'm sure he's taking it out of context.
I'm sure you guys know the verse I'm talking about.
Joseph, no. Pull up the verse. Remember, when a Muslim makes a claim about Islam, we have like the sources. And even in Islam, even Muhammad himself said, the person who makes a claim, the burden of proof is on them. That's an Islamic teaching. So when you make a claim, follow your religion and bring the proof. Now go ahead and bring the verse.
Listen, man, you don't need to tell me how to practice my religion.
Okay, then why aren't you doing it then? If I don't need to tell you, why aren't you doing it?
Because I'm driving.
Okay, then, so don't make a claim.
And it's raining a lot.
I'm talking as an atheist. Why you? Because now this whole cope of like putting Islam under the thing is going to happen. This is why Islam and I declare myself an atheist before making any freaking arguments.
Stop it. I'm the smiler. I don't care about that. Look. I'm the smiler. All right. I'm trying to figure out, what his understanding is when David says to God, sin sacrifice, you have not required, nor do you desire it. Right?
Bring up the verse.
This is a foreshadowing of there being no sacrifices required anymore for sin. This is a foreshadowing of it. David, this is a messianic, this is a prophecy, right? That no more sacrifice. And this prophesizes coming of Muhammad salam, where there are no more sin sacrifices. Now it's just either not.
Where's the verse?
That's the prophecy of Muhammad, bro. There's a prophecy of Jesus, because when Jesus became the final sacrifice, we don't need any after Jesus. He is the final sacrifice.
No. He said we don't need sacrifice at all.
No, you preach
Get the verse. Get the verse, Islamic, because you drive me mad. You can go to Google. You can go to Google, press the microphone, and voice command Google and say, I'm looking for the verse that says this, and then you can click it and let us know what it says.
Yeah, the verse. That's up to you guys.
You're not good. So he's not going to follow Muhammad. When Muhammad says the burden of proof is on you when you make a claim, he's not going to follow that.
No. I'm having a conversation. I'm not having a debate.
So what verse did you have in mind when you made that claim? Because you made that claim, now you want to verify your claim.
He's typing. If you listen to what Smiler said, he said just type into Google, right? Sin sacrifice you do not require, and then type in David.
Psalm 51, I have it in front of me. It does not say what you think it says.
Oh, okay, so go ahead and read it.
Yeah, sure. Let's start from the verse that you're talking about, right? This is verse 16 of Psalms 51. For you do not desire sacrifice, or else I would give it. Right? You want to stop here? Is that not proof? Okay, great. You do not delight in burnt offerings. The sacrifice of God are a broken spirit, a broken and a contrite heart. These, O God, you do not despise. Now let's keep reading. Do good in your good pleasure to Zion. Build the walls of Jerusalem. Then you shall be pleased with the sacrifices of righteousness, with burnt offerings and the whole burnt offerings. Then they shall offer bulls on your altar.
Yeah.
Great. Where is sacrifice being abolished? Why does God not require sacrifice?
It's a foreshadowing. It's a foreshadowing of there not being any sacrifices. It's not a foreshadowing of one last sacrifice to end all sacrifices.
Well, that makes no sense. If they're sacrificing, and then you're saying that the day will come where there are no more sacrifices, there has to be a last sacrifice.
No, there doesn't. There doesn't have to be in the sense where one sacrifice to end all sacrifices, not in that sense. Yeah, maybe there'll be one day left while they're practicing the routine sacrifice that they've been doing, and that'll stop. But it's not how you mention it. One last sin sacrifice for the whole mankind to end all sacrifices. That's not in this. I'm saying this is a foreshadowing of the future. Just like
why it's the truth.
Just give me like 5 seconds.
All right.
Give me 5 seconds. Islamic, we read the verse, right? And you said this is a verse where sacrifices would somehow be abolished. I'm paraphrasing. But then we continue reading the verse. And then it says, David went on to say, then you will delight in sacrifices. Then we could offer burnt offerings before you. After we have done certain things, after there's a certain requirement met, then we'll continue with the burnt offering and sacrifices. So where does this say what you saying it says? Where does this say what you're saying?
It says sin sacrifice you do not require. Did you read that part?
Yeah. You want to stop there and take it to the context, or you want to continue with the whole context?
No, you're saying the context of that is it's not required until you do these things first, and then it becomes required again. Right?
Why was this Psalms written?
All the verses say,
go ahead, bro. Go ahead. I'll continue.
I was good. Yeah, I would just point out the verse clearly suggesting that God would prefer the righteousness. That doesn't mean the sacrifice is just completely unnecessary. He would prefer you to just be righteous, so you don't have to make sacrifices. And this is a song from David, talking about how you would prefer me to just have a contrite heart, prefer to be humble, prefer me to just follow your laws.
And he didn't.
He was not perfect in the laws. So the psalmist saying that he prefers you to just be righteous.
Jesus, right?
He doesn't. Hold on a second. Hold on. The psalmist saying God just prefers you to be righteous. He doesn't want you to sin, so you can give sacrifices. This isn't like Islam. Hold on, wait. This isn't like Islam, where in Allah doesn't prefer you to be righteous. He wants you to sin so he can show you mercy. That's not what this is saying. It's saying the opposite.
Yeah, so why did Solomon fail in Islamic? What happened?
According to you, but anyway, so what I'm saying is the sin sacrifice.
Did he fail because of
Let me go back to the topic.
No, but can you tell us? No, but wait, did you say?
I literally just answered your
I
question.
didn't hear what you said. I didn't hear what you said. It cocked out.
I said according to you, he failed. According to us, he didn't fail. So now,
okay, so according to us, how did he fail?
Back to you.
How did he fail?
Megatron, hold on, because you'll get them derailed. I wanted to answer
I knew you would do that, Megatron. Yeah, I knew Megatron was going to do that. It wasn't just one question. He was lying and questioning. See,
What are you saying? Like, tell us.
He's very deceptive.
That he did
He's very deceptive. Yeah, he's very deceptive. Anyway.
Megatron, hold on, bro. Yeah, go ahead.
So now we're talking about David and Psalms. You're contextualizing it. And I answered a clear question, and I would prefer if you give me a yes or a no. Are you saying that it's not, when he's saying it is not required, you're saying it's not required in the light that he didn't have a contrite heart first, that he didn't do the sacrifices first, that's why it's not required? But then once he does do the sacrifices, then it will become required? That's a yes or no question.
No, that's not what I'm saying, right?
Okay. So once he did what he said,
could I answer?
Wait. Let me just read a different translation just to add, because whatever translation he's reading is saying that.
How many people am I talking to?
Translation says
Like, you understand?
Islamic, be quiet. I'm not talking to you. I'm contributing another translation. So hold on.
Yeah, you're compiling now.
Another translation says, "You do not delight in sacrifice, or I would bring it. You do not take pleasure in burnt offerings."
And then it says, "Sin sacrifice." Yeah. Anyway,
thanks, man. So Islamic. Do you know why the Psalms was written? It's okay if you don't know. Do you know why the Psalms was written?
It was written so that David can deliver the message to the people. It was revelation from God.
No. Why was this specific psalm written? Why did David tell this specific one? Okay, it's okay. It's like no say your position or anything. So David wrote this after he sinned with Bathsheba, right? You read the context, it will tell you. This is like a lamentation, right? Great. So this is like a lamentation for adultery that he committed, right? And now he's saying that the offerings, what you're pleased with God, this is verse 16 in context, right? He's saying that what you're pleased with God is not the fact that I'm burning offerings to you and slaughtering bulls and giving it to you. What you're pleased with is my brokenness of my spirit and the crushedness of my heart, broken and contrite heart. Wait, hold on, Islamic, hold on. A broken spirit and contrite heart. Okay, great. Well, thanks for the agreement, bro. Right? So that's where we get that context from. And then David says, after you have a broken spirit, after I have a broken spirit, after I have a contrite heart, that's when you're going to delight in my sacrifices. That is a parallel to what happened with Cain and Abel. Cain offered sacrifices.
That's when you will delight in sacrifices. Where does it say that?
Yeah, sure. In literally verse 19. Then
you should do the sacrifices, then the sacrifice is required.
No, sorry, come on, bro. It is required for forgiveness.
Agree with him.
There you go.
Just agree, bro. He knows what he's talking about, Why argue it?
Hold on, Megatron. No,
but why do you have to be right? Let him be right, bro. Let him be right, bro. No, I'm serious. Let him be right, man.
Be quiet.
Why can't you just let him be right, bro? Islamic.
Pissed off with you.
I don't give a fuck if it pissed off. Hello. Just let him fucking win. Because he knows.
He's gonna crash out.
No, he knows what he's talking about, bro. Why you gotta correct the nigga? Like, let him think this. Listen to what he's saying. Bro, listen to what he's saying, bro.
What is wrong with this guy?
Yo, Islamic. Under your view, explain what the fuck you're saying, bro. Explain to us what you're saying about the sacrifice.
Keep the spit in your mouth.
No. Islamic, please. Explain to us why you're.
I'm gonna tell you.
Yeah.
Keep the spit in your mouth. Yeah.
Go ahead, Islamic. Sorry about that.
I'm saying that it's not. I'm saying that when he says that you do not require sin sacrifice, you do not require. What is the context in which he's saying it is not required?
It's not required, like he's just like you said, like
he's not saying. Megatron, hold on, Megatron. Megatron, keep asking me a question.
I'm not asking you, Megatron.
Stop. Oh my God, stop. Getting stressed. Stop.
Yeah, could you repeat the question, Islamic?
Is Megatron crying? He's getting a heart attack.
Yeah, so anyway, what I'm saying is that at one point, when he says sin sacrifice you do not require, what is the context in which sin sacrifice is not required?
No, it's not saying required, it's saying please with. Please with meaning that that's not the thing that, that's not the thing that you're looking for. What you're looking for or what pleases you, God, is a broken spirit and a contrite heart. You're not pleased with my sacrifices until I have a broken. Wait, hold on, Islam, because you're saying something different than what I'm saying. So I want you to listen to my point, or respond to it in full. So he's saying, David is saying, you're not pleased with the sacrifices if my heart condition, if my heart posture isn't right. If I get my heart posture right, then you will be pleased with my sacrifices. Do you understand the position now?
Yeah, I understood the position at the beginning. I'm just getting you to understand it. Because that's what I've been saying, right? Psalms 40, verse 6, he says, burnt offerings and sin offerings, you did not require, in which burnt offerings and sin offerings God did not require. What is the context?
I'm sorry, Psalms 40, verse 6?
Yes.
Let me turn to that real quick, because I don't understand what you're asking right now.
The sacrifice offering you did not desire, but my ears you have opened. Burnt offerings and sin offerings you did not require.
He is saying, imagine if you have a kid. Hold on. Imagine if you have a kid, and the kid keeps misbehaving, and every time the kid misbehaves, he runs back and says, "Oh, I'm sorry, Daddy. I'll clean my bedroom." At some point, the kid may do something very egregious, like David did here, where you're like, whoa, little Johnny, cleaning your room ain't gonna cut it, bro. Saying sorry ain't gonna cut it. You just ran over the neighbor's dog. Like, this, doing this little sacrifice and going through these little routines and stuff ain't gonna cut it.
It's not answering my question, bro.
Yeah, I do not understand that analogy. So let me answer it from the book, brother. So
yeah,
I'm going to.
Can you repeat my question back to me, so I know we don't get off the track?
Yeah, burnt and sin offerings you do not require. So it's saying that why is it no longer required? Why is sacrifices and sin offering
No, that's not my question. My question is, what is the context in which sin sacrifice and burnt offerings are not required by God?
Oh, okay, cool. No problem. So it's sin offering and burnt offerings is for the forgiveness of sin. God doesn't require them when your heart position is not right. This is read by the context of this particular scripture that he brought up. Sacrifice and offerings you do not desire. My ears you have opened. Burnt offering and sin offering you do not require. God opened his ears not because of the sacrifices that he did. God opened his ears because, I guess, of God's sovereignty. So, yeah, that's it. That's it, bro.
So,
yeah, sure.
Well, that didn't quite answer, because, look, if you're saying that it's only required after the person has a good heart, then it's been required the whole time, right? It's just that to get to God's forgiveness, it is required to get to God's forgiveness, right? Because first you have to have a good heart. First you have to have a good heart, and then the sin sacrifices are required, because he went on to do that. You agree with me so far, right? Hello? Right.
Yeah.
Hold on. So when you say the context...
Wait, Islamic, hold on. Before I fully agree with you, why is the sin offering necessary? Why are we supposed to sacrifice? No, Islamic, that was never my position. Why is sin offering necessary?
I know that's not what I'm giving you ever. Right?
So answer my question directly now, please. Sin offering necessary.
Why is sin offering necessary? Is that what you're saying?
Yes. Or why is the sacrifice necessary?
My position is that you have to prove that it is.
What from my dilemma, right? Why is sin offering necessary from what my book says, my Bible?
Sin offering is necessary. It depends. There are multiple theories. It's because it's a way for some unintentional sins to be.
Hold on, Islamic. What's the when you read according to the Old Testament laws? What's the when you read for sin? According to the Old Testament, a combination of following the law and
meaning the Torah. Does the Torah mention sin sacrifice, or does it mention law as well?
I'm asking you. Okay, so let me rephrase the question. Right? After you sin, how do you get rid of your sin? Or wipes away your sin?
problem, bro.
Go ahead, Islamic.
One of them is going to be for deliberate or defiant rebellion. The book of Numbers, chapter 15, verse 30. Says a person who sins with a high hand, open defiance against God, is cut off and does not receive the ordinary sin offering. This refers to willful rebellion. Okay. Now, another one will be murder. Another one will be adultery. Another one will be idolatry, apostasy. Another one will be blasphemy against God. So there are
that is not required sacrifices. That is that you cannot even offer even if you wanted to. It's a different
expiation for that sin. Expiation for that sin cannot be expiated by sin sacrifice.
No, it cannot be expiated by nothing. Because the law requires for you to die if you commit your sins.
Yes, Islamic. We're asking for an example of a sin that's non-required. Islamic. We're asking for an example. Islamic.
Yeah, dude, I'm saying it. Look, I'll give you more. I gave you 4. I'll give you more. I'll give you more. Look at this. In the book of Exodus.
Hold on. I don't want you to give me examples to something that we're not looking for. I'm asking for examples of sin that you don't require a sacrifice for.
I just gave you some. Yes, that's what the book says. Okay, Lord, let's look at this. Book of Exodus, chapter 21. Correct. Just that's the point. Yes, it's so So, okay, I'll give you more. Kidnapping. How about kidnapping? Book of Exodus, chapter 21, verse 16. There's a kidnapping in person was punishable by death. There was no prescribed sacrifice to erase the crime, cursing or striking of the parents. Book of Exodus, chapter 21, verse 15, 17 lists striking or cursing one's father or mother as a capital offense. False prophecy in God's name. Witchcraft, sorcery, incest, and certain primitive sexual acts. Desecrating the Sabbath, eating blood, breaking a covenant oath or sacred vow. Like, you can't, these are sins that cannot be forgiven through a sin sacrifice.
He's gonna get up and he's gonna explain to us. Okay, so now since you can't do that, Islamic, keep going and now exegete.
Eating blood, chapter 17, verse 10. Consuming blood is a serious covenant violation, right? And they might be cut off and not killed. There's no expiation for that. So what do you want exactly?
Awesome. Thank you so much. That is like, bro, you're fucking good.
Okay, so Islamic, yeah, that's the point. The point is that death is a requirement for sin. The soulless sins shall die. That's what Ezekiel says. So as soon as you die, this is what God told Adam and Eve in the garden, right? To the angels who never to die. So the penalty, punishment for sin is death. No matter what sin that you commit. As long as you transgress the law, because that's what sin is. Falling short, transgressing God's law. As long as you transgress God's law, the requirement is death.
Those words are sins. But the death expedited them, right? They didn't die. Like if someone commits adultery, they have to be stoned to death. They don't die as a disbeliever and go to hell. They paid via punishment for their crime without doing any sacrifice.
What?
What was animal sacrifice?
Oh my goodness.
Adultery.
It's not the sacrifices. The point is your heart posture.
saved for. So the atonement that God gave in the Old Testament is that He provided offerings, sacrificial offerings for sin, as according to the laws in Leviticus 17. God provides different animals. Okay, great, amazing, right? So those were requirement. Hold on. Almost the requirement means that it's absolutely necessary in order for sin to be forgiven. Just telling God, I know I messed up, but I'm real sorry and forgive me, will not fly with God, because in God's law, God's standard, if you sin, something has to die. Okay, you understand?
There's no forgiveness in that respect. Yeah, but here's the thing. Here's what I'm saying. You're shifting from animal sacrifice to a human sacrifice. Right? You're making that shift. And I'm saying this is absolutely ridiculous to make this shift. Animal sacrifice is one thing. Right? Animals are here for that purpose. But then to have practice this new thing, human sacrifice, this cannot be found in any of the prophets. You study the prophets, well, Jeremiah, Isaiah, everyone. Right? You study any of them. None of them preached or believed in a human sacrifice. Now, where do we find that in history? We find it with the pagan. We find that the ones who practiced it were pagan idol worshippers. Isaiah 53 is one. Isaiah 53, right? Did Isaiah sacrifice a human being in Isaiah 53?
Isaiah 53, that human being sacrificed, but the iniquities of Israel. Isaiah 53.
That's your dogmatic reading.
I'm not saying you're trying to read it.
Yeah. Listen, your dogmatic reading of it is that this is speaking about human sacrifice. Now, I dare you to find a single Jew, a single rabbinic Jew, or a single any Jew at the time, or any of the classical Jewish scholars that interpreted that, oh yeah, Isaiah was meant that a human sacrifice was coming.
Really, it does not matter if Jews agree or not. Jews completely missed the Messiah coming. So whether or not Jews agree or they don't agree, that Isaiah 53 is talking about a human. Wait, hold on. So whether or not a Jew agree or doesn't agree that a human sacrifice, that a human is going to be sacrificed for the sins of Israel, that has nothing to do with the fact that the theology, Christian theology, is that Isaiah 53 is implying, well, not implying, it's explicitly stating that a human being is going to sacrifice for the iniquity of Israel in front of Israel. That's very clear once you read it.
Where do we find that? Yeah, where do we find that in history? I already read it plenty of times. At least you agree with me with this, that not a single messenger of God ever practiced it, correct?
Practice killing themselves so that they
practiced human sacrifice as a sin sacrifice.
Did God give a woman that let me ask you this question because that
Totally right. Can you answer this question, bro? It's really simple.
Yes. Human sacrifice was not a practice.
Any messenger of the past. Okay, great. Now that gives more credence that Isaiah is not suddenly switching it up and saying now humans can be sacrificed. No, God detests this idea of human sacrifices, right, in the Old Testament especially. So I don't see where you're getting this from. How you're interpreting Isaiah with the dogma of your Christian church instead of interpreting it in the light of how Jews saw it.
Is Jesus God? Is Jesus God is living?
According to you, yes.
Is Jesus God according to Jews? Jesus God according to Jews? Great. So that's what we're interpreting the different. That's what we're interpreting the different.
That's also another blunder, bro. You and children tied to being God. Like, that's also another blunder. There's nothing in the Old Testament that's going to tell you that.
Wait a second. Everybody wants to go to the Old Testament and find out where the Messiah is God.
Wait. Allah says the Messiah
disbelievers, they're the disbelievers.
Who's calling them disbelievers? Because they are saying that.
Oh, God is. Oh,
They
God
are
is.
The Messiah is
You do. You do.
okay, so then we do say exactly.
Did you guys?
So we would be considered disbelievers according to your God, correct?
Correct. Absolutely.
Why?
In several places.
Why?
In several places.
Because
Because he disbelieved in God's revelation.
thank you. So there's people who believe the Messiah is God, correct?
Yes.
And Allah calls those people disbelievers. Correct? Okay, why?
Because they're not the Messiah.
Calling God the Messiah.
Yes.
Correct.
They're calling him out.
Just like you. Just like what you do.
Exactly.
Exactly.
Nice.
Anyway.
So what's
Yeah,
the
man,
problem?
continue. Dude, yeah. I can't with you, man. Elio, go ahead, man.
What is it? I just don't get it.
Hold on, Megatron. Yeah, Islamic. So I think the problem you have is that you're saying that this can't be applied. Isaiah 53 can't be applied to Jesus because nowhere is it foreshadowing a coming Messiah, right? Or a Messiah.
No. Nowhere does it say that a Messiah is going to be a man God. That a man God is coming down to be sacrificed for your sins as a sin sacrifice. This is nowhere in the Old Testament.
Does it say that God is going to come down to be the sacrifice for sin at all? Or God is going to come down?
It's going to be an agent of God, as they always are. Always are. God sends agents to do what he tells them to do.
Wait, who says the Messiah is God again?
Hold on, Megatron. Let's go through this. Because this is a really good point. So God sends agents to do what God wants to do. Okay? So God doesn't send himself. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, God himself, right? Even what's his name? Not just martyr, but there's other guy, other church father who said that even the people of smallest of intelligence would not say that the Father came down and was visible on a little place on earth. He says even the most stupidest people wouldn't say that, right? That God himself, the God, the Father, will come down and do.
Okay, no problem at all. So let's go to Isaiah 48. I really want you to give me who this is, right? Who this person that's speaking here is.
I just have to show you it's not a man God, right? I just have to show you that it's not a man God.
Islamic, it doesn't matter. So go to verse 12 right now, right? And read from verse 12 up to verse 17, and then tell me who the speaker is.
I believe it's about Hezekiah. So the Isaiah 53 most closely matches Hezekiah, the one where it says
Isaiah 48. No, we're on Isaiah 48 right now.
48. What does 48 say?
From verse 12 to verse 17. Could you give that a read and then tell me who the speaker is, please?
I'm listening. If you want to read it, I'll listen.
Gotta read from verse 1, bro. He's gotta read from verse 1 to 12 to understand.
That is true. But 12 to 17 emphasizes
that. From 12 to 17.
No, I think he would.
He's a Muslim, bro. What do you expect, man? Come on, man.
No, go ahead. I'm listening, Elio. Go ahead. Don't worry about Bart. Okay, don't worry about it. Just go ahead.
I don't want him to lose the plot, Megatron. So I just want to start from 12. But if he doesn't get it, we'll go back to 1. We'll go back to the ABCs, fundamental, right? So let's go from verse 12. Listen to me, O Jacob, and Israel my called. I am he. I am the first. I am also the last. So this is verse 12. Who is speaking there, Islamic?
It's a prophet of God is speaking there. Is that Isaiah?
Okay, let's read it again. Listen to me. Listen to me. Just talking Islamic. Just talking a little bit.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
Track a little bit. Listen to me, O Jacob, and Israel my called. I am he. I am the first. I am also the last. Who is that speaking?
So this is being spoken about by God, who is giving this, who is saying this through one of his messengers on earth.
Cool, it doesn't matter who is saying it through, because I could write a letter, but I could be the one speaking in the letter. I'm just writing it by the hands of somebody else, but I'm the one that's speaking. Who is speaking? That's all I'm asking.
Right.
Who is speaking?
Yeah, it's God. God is speaking through one of his messengers.
Okay, but whose words are these?
These are the words of God being spoken through the messenger.
Okay, no problem. Indeed, my hand has laid the foundations of the earth, and my right hand has stretched out the heavens. When I call to them, they stand up together. All of you assemble yourselves and hear. Hold on. Who among them has declared this? The Lord loves him. He shall do his pleasure on Babylon, and his arm shall be against the Chaldeans. Even I, have spoken. Yes, I have called him. I have brought him, and his way will prosper. Is this still God speaking?
Of course. Yeah.
Okay. Great. Let's keep going. Verse 16. Come near to me. Hear this. I have not spoken in secret. From the beginning, from the time that it was, I was there. And now the Lord God and his Spirit have sent me. Who's that speaking?
That is his messenger.
Go to the next verse. Read 17.
This is 17. Thus says the Lord God, your Redeemer, the Holy One of Israel. I am the Lord your God.
Exactly. So he speaks. So is this voice coming out of the sky, or is this coming through a person? Are these words coming from the sky? Now we're getting somewhere. You see, when you dodge my question, watch this. When you dodge my question, now you're gonna start going to laughing, rhetoric, but the question stands, right? The question is, why isn't this God speaking through a messenger? Are you saying that words just came down from the sky and everyone was hearing it, or are you saying this was being said through a messenger? Which one is it? Answer this question, please.
That's such a smart. That's so smart.
I'm asking Elio.
That is so smart. I love the hands up, Rosie.
Don't worry, nice.
No, go around the room.
Give me like 2 minutes. I'll be right back.
Yeah, I got you. And Rosie and Nargis, the both of yous, giving the thumbs up to Islamic. That was amazing. No, I love it.
You don't agree with Islamic ideology or even...
No, I'm agreeing. So why are you adding your theology? Why are you supposed to?
Directly says, I am God. There's nowhere where he directly says that.
No, 1 second, Megatron, please. Can you just wake up and pick a side? Because yesterday you were saying that the only religion that's most clear and explains it perfectly is Catholicism. That's the best version of Christianity.
Yeah, that's what
now you're over here saying there's nowhere that says I am God worship. Can you pick a side?
Catholicism.
So can you pick a side?
The best version of
He's not going to pick a side.
So if Catholicism is the best version of Christianity, why are you saying today that there's no way that Jesus says he's God?
Metaphysics is best.
It's just to make a mess
so how are you saying
every room.
How are you saying today there's no verse where Jesus says that he's God?
It's the truest. Am I saying it's true? I'm saying it's the best religion that explains Christianity.
So the best religion that explains Christianity, according to you, is the one that goes against what you just said, where it doesn't say Jesus is God.
Metaphysics is refined. It's metaphysics in school.
You should take a side, bro.
Side of what? It is the best representation.
How today you're saying nowhere it says he's God, so what is it?
In and of itself, the best version of it is Catholicism.
Okay.
Yeah, he is not proclaiming.
So now,
but
you realize, right?
Yeah, and then tomorrow Christian, and then she gonna be Sunni, and then she gonna be a philosopher. What is it?
Any messenger.
Utilize my mind.
Any messenger, listen to what he said. Any messenger can say that he is the first and he is the last. Any messenger can say this.
You heard what he said, right?
No. That's what he said. No. Nargis, you gave the thumbs up.
The messenger is saying.
You gave the thumbs up, just like any messenger could say, all that the Father has is mine, right? Just because he's speaking the words of God, because Moses the word of God, Allah the word of God.
Yeah, you know the truth.
Muhammad the word of God. He said the word of God.
Don't forget
Abraham the word of God.
Augustine.
Everybody the word of God.
Don't forget Justin Water, Hippo, and freaking that of Alexandria.
Wait, say that again, Megatron.
Philo of Alexandria, Augustine of Hippo, and Justin Martyr.
Okay, so let me give you something, LL. Right, LL. So
you were Googling?
That nigga was Googling, boy.
You really want to know what I was doing? I was using the bathroom.
Okay. Okay, that's fine.
Want to give you details of me using the bathroom now?
Yeah, number 1 or number 2.
Alright, so now.
Did you go into the flowers? Did you walk into the bathroom with your left foot first, like you're supposed to?
I thought it was the right one.
No, it's the left one. And you're supposed to sit down.
Well, we're not supposed to eat with the left hand, right? What was the word of God?
You all see these Mountain Dew teeth? Commerce and Pander.
He said that you confirmed his view, and Nargi said that he misrepresented you. So I'll be open to hearing that.
I'm gonna
I was just talking about it earlier. You said Daniel would destroy him with the logic and simple.
I'm gonna intellectually destroy you, Smiler.
Yeah, and then Islam was like, what are you talking about? He agreed
I
with
don't
me.
have to believe Islamic's ideology to agree with the point he just made.
I think he honestly.
I don't have to know his metaphysics to agree with the point he just made.
What point did he make? What point did he make?
Let me just make one brief comment.
Don't bully him. He's pretty much on point with this. He's saying
Marius. We have Persian teeth. Come on. Look, Islamic made a good point. He said produce a syllogism. Was able to produce the syllogism or the contradiction. So he wanted a contradiction. It was the, what is it called? I don't usually run the argument. It's called the Islamic dilemma.
Mm-hmm.
So I couldn't do it. So technically he won.
Yeah, he also won this one. He also freaking won the freaking Jesus is God.
I have no idea what's going on. I have no idea what's going on, but
I appreciate Daniel, man.
Daniel, what Islam is saying, that any messenger can say that he is the first and the last.
No, he didn't say that. He said
Yes, he said that. He said that.
Through the messenger.
That's exactly what he said. He said anybody can say as a messenger
yes, the messenger
that he is the first and the last.
You're
now lying.
Can I just
I think he said God speaks through his agent.
He said, yeah, they speak through the agent, but exactly, but they can say
where he's talking to God.
Everybody's the one.
And the agent says that you have sent me, and the brother Elo says, well, who was speaking there? He's like, it's the messenger. But it's the messenger speaking. God is saying. So it's still God saying somebody sent him. You still have to
agree with you. Oh my gosh, you got my point. Thank God. What do you say? That was my point, dude.
Keep explaining it.
You're such bad faith, man. Anyway. Let me go back to Ella.
Even if Islamic is biased toward doctrine, I'm an onlooker, right? And I can
Deep down, you like me, Smiler. Deep down, I refuse to believe that you don't like me. Deep down.
No, I do. I never said I don't like you. I like you. The only person on this app I don't like is Rashad. So anybody other than that, I haven't found anybody else I don't like.
I thought you were Rashad.
And you trying to act like Rashad. That's what I'm trying to tell you. I need all of you.
Any prophet, any messenger, it doesn't even need to be a prophet. Any messenger could say he is the first.
All right, God. Right, God's telling him. Then say to him, meaning the Pharaoh, the Lord, the God of Hebrews, has sent me to say to you, let my people go. So he's quoting God here, right? Let my people go. Now he's quoting God. He said, he sent me to say to you this, and then he quotes God by saying, let my people go, so that they worship me in the wilderness. Right? Coming out of the mouth of Moses. Moses is saying, let my people go, so that they may worship me in the wilderness.
When does he say?
Oh, wait, let me finish.
This is fucking weird, though. Why do you have that shit, bro?
You
have no idea what the fuck you're talking about.
Look at this base game.
Wait, hold on, Megatron. Wait, Islamic,
the reference that I gave, Exodus, is when Moses was being told to go to the Pharaoh, right? So,
hold on, man. Oh, you read
it up, right, to preach to him, right? Okay, you know about this, right? So, when it's, so in Exodus chapter 7, right, Hebrews has sent me to say to you. Then he quotes God, let my people go so that they may worship me in the wilderness. Is Moses asking Moses, or is he asking them to worship God?
Yeah, well, it's a quote. So when
he's quoting. Exactly. But until now, you have not listened. This is what the Lord says. Listen to this. This is what the Lord says. They will strike the water of the Nile, and it will inch the blood. Who is going to strike the Nile? Who struck?
Allahu Akbar.
Who was it?
Well, who struck the Nile? Kind of the same thing, but sure. Moses struck the Nile.
Struck the Nile. And it's a staff. Oh, not my point. I'm not. Oh, I got you. Okay. Sorry. The reason I'm elevating my voice is for Smiler and only Smiler. So,
okay, yeah, ready. So,
I want to give him a piece here. So anyway, this is what the Lord said. Yeah, okay, cool. So this is what the Lord says. By this you will know that I am your Lord, with the staff that is in my hand. This is God speaking through Moses. Right? Moses is not saying that he is God. He's not, even though these words are coming out of his mouth. One of the words that came out of the mouth of Moses, with the staff in my hand, I will strike the water of the Nile. This is how you will know that I am your Lord, right? That's what he's saying. He's quoting God. Now let's see what Jesus says. Okay. Jesus says in John 8:40, I'm a man who has told you the truth that I heard from God. Whatever he's telling you, he heard from God. So when he says, I am the first and the last, he's quoting God. When he does a miracle, he's doing it through God because God allowed him to. Authority was given to him. Everything was given to him. You don't have to jump to polytheism, bro. You don't have to do that. You don't have to jump to polytheism. The Jews never jumped to polytheism, so you don't have to either.
Hold on, Islamic. So when Jesus said, therefore the Son is also Lord of the Sabbath, he is referring to himself as the Son of Man, and he's equating his status to being
all
like
human beings are Lord of the Sabbath.
What is he?
All human beings are Lord over the Sabbath.
Brother, no.
Yeah, why do you have to be ill? But why would you say anything after that?
Let's read it.
Just like let him win.
Okay, look, he's so butthurt.
This is what I'm saying with you Christians, and you don't let them cook themselves. Like, why correct him?
Watch this. Go ahead and read it and show me. Right, go ahead and read it. Go ahead. If you disagree with me, go ahead and read it and we'll go through it.
So it's Matthew. Son of Man is also Lord of the Sabbath, Matthew.
What?
Matthew, because that's what I was quoting, yeah. Matthew 12. Son of Man is also Lord of the Sabbath.
So you understand your
your lovely accent. My bad. So Matthew, yes.
That was niggas racist.
No, he's not racist. I will accent for you. I like his accent. I actually do like it. I enjoy it.
Yeah.
So Matthew said I've ever heard of in my life. There's no nuance. English in America is like disgusting. Like there's no linguistic like element to it anyway. So what I'm saying is that so you understand me that here Jesus is saying that he is simply telling you what he heard from God, just like Moses did, right? Just like Moses did. So whatever he says, right, just understand that he's quoting God, or he's delivering a message from God, because everything was given to him. All authority was given to him, so he's going to speak, right, what God tells him to speak. So we don't have to jump to this, he's another God, he's a God man. We don't have to jump to that.
If somebody has authority, then they can speak however they want because they have the authority. What are you talking about?
Yeah, so the bad thing about it, Islamic, is that to your point, Jesus is... Yes, but to your point, Islamic, is that Jesus is described as the Word of God. So, of course, he speaks as a representative of God because that's who he is. He is God and he is the representative of God on earth. Right? I don't want to talk fast so that you wouldn't understand the point. I just want to bring it across.
Like I'm giving you a justification for my view, right? I'm saying that Moses spoke in the same way, and it doesn't necessitate that Moses is claiming to be God.
No, so there's a difference between speaking on behalf of somebody and making a direct claim for yourself that attributes to your characteristics.
So where does he make a direct claim about himself? Go ahead. What is
literally Matthew chapter 12. You ready? Matthew chapter 12? Okay, great.
No, who's got a swing in the background? Is that you, Elo?
A swing? Nah. Fun.
Oh, that's what's squeaking. That's what's squeaking. Oh, that's not alright.
Oh, my bad. No, the fun kind of silence. I don't know. No. There's probably something outside. My bad. I can't hear it, but yeah, probably something outside.
You might need to anoint it with some dawa oil.
It is the most annoying sound. It sounds like it's swinging outside. How do you not hear that, bro?
You're hard today, Smiler. I'm coming at you hard today, Smiler. Just wait till it's your turn. Anyway, hello, go ahead.
You hearing it now? Or?
Yeah, it sounds like it's fine.
That's all right. Yeah. Go ahead. You can continue speaking.
Yeah, we'll try to fix it after this. I don't know what it says though. But anyway, so this is chapter 12, verse 1, and we'll finish at verse 8, right? At that time, Jesus went through the grain fields on the Sabbath, and his disciples were hungry. They began to pluck the heads of grain and ate. When the Pharisees saw it, they said to him, "Look, your disciples are doing what is not lawful to do on the Sabbath." But he said to them, "Have you not read what David did when he was hungry? He and those who were with him, how he entered the house of God, ate the showbread, which was not lawful for him to eat, for those who were with him, but only for him to eat, not for those who were with him, but only for the priest. Or have you in the law that on the Sabbath the priests in the temple profane the Sabbath and are blameless? Yet I say to you that in this place," listen, this is the key verse, "yet I say to you that in this place there is one greater than the temple. But if you have known what this means..."
Bro, you gotta fix that sound. It's driving me crazy, bro. I'm serious. Like, I don't know what it is. It's squeaking. No, it's squeaking in the... No matter how much I lower it, it sounds louder than you, yo.
I don't know.
What is that?
It's probably my internet connection. More than likely, it had to be the internet. So the only way to is that...
Yeah, please.
Yeah, you might have to
go to a different place where that sound is.
No, I don't think it's a sound because I'm not hearing anything. It's the internet. How to be the internet?
Squeaking? No, we hear squeaking noises in the background.
It's a mechanical squeaking noise, like, seriously.
Yeah. It's not in.
I don't hear it anymore.
There it is. Did he walk away? Did you walk away?
No, he's still here.
No, I just hit the thing.
No, bro. It's driving me crazy.
Okay. Maybe it's an Islamic alarm clock.
Yeah, I guess I got it from the room or something. Alright, well, I can't answer Islamic.
Come back, just see if it'll shut off.
Yeah, I want to. Okay, let me do that.
If it's an Islamic alarm clock, I want to be dancing.
Yeah, they'll make it come after you too. You're number 2 after Smiler. Sorry, you're not that distracted from Smiler. Coming after him.
What's the argument?
No, Islamic knows everything about our theology. He's saying that any prophet could say he is the first, he is the last. Right?
Yeah,
any messenger, any prophet can say it. Yeah, any prophet, yeah, he could say it. Yeah, he could just say it.
Exactly.
And Moses, and because Moses said, exactly, and because Moses said that he is God to the Pharaoh,
you will know who I am.
That any prophet could say that he is God.
That's a straw man.
That's not a straw man. I don't know.
Collards are phenomenal. Like, I don't know. It's hard to explain.
What's phenomenal?
Which is
Collard greens.
collard greens.
Did you make them?
No, I got them from the Ethiopian place.
I knew she had to get them from a black person. The only way they could.
My granny used to make good collards, but she's dead.
Yeah. Ain't no white people
She's from
making
Eastern
good collard
Tennessee.
greens.
She
That's a
knows how
lot.
to make good greens.
I take that back.
I was about to say, you ain't never been to like Louisiana or anything like that.
So Jason,
Yeah,
he said that Isaiah 53, right? No, not Isaiah 53. Isaiah 48, right? And that a messenger can say that he is the first, he is the last, and that he is. Yeah, no. He's not quoting God. No.
It says here, a man who has told you the truth that I heard from God. This is what Jesus said verbatim. That he is a man who told you the truth that he heard from God.
We went from Isaiah 48.
What I'm doing? Yeah. I'm telling you about Jesus.
Right? And
I'm
this is
teaching
the reason
I'm
why.
teaching you about Jesus before you hijack him. You hijack Jesus, right? Because you literally did that. Jesus was a Muslim, Moses was a Muslim, and you decided to hijack him.
Can I finish explaining it? So we explained this is why I didn't want to read from 12. I needed to read from verse 1. And now he's running away. Read from verse 1 in Isaiah 48, bro. It says who's
context.
It says who's speaking.
You won't get me to dismiss context. Now, Moses was speaking. Moses said, look, this is how you know that I am the Lord. Through the staff that is in my hand.
Book, chapter, verse.
No, you know what?
What?
Anything you say is right. Muhammad could say that he is the first and the last, right? It's Allah speaking, right?
Exactly.
Yeah. Oh, any prophet could say that.
Any prophet can quote God, yeah.
So how does a prophet commit shirk? How does he do that?
If they start preaching shirk.
How is it? Because can't they just say that they just saying
those are the
words
of Allah.
Yeah.
What? Can they say what?
They'll just say those are the words of Allah.
Yeah.
Essentially you're saying a prophet can never say shirk.
No, not at all. If the prophet teaches something other than God told him to teach, that's shirk.
You don't know that though, because everything that a prophet says, everything that a prophet
you qualify that's a false prophet. What you're talking about is a false prophet. Someone who doesn't teach what God told him to teach. Why would we follow a false prophet? How do we tell? We test the person to see if they're a prophet or not.
How do you do that?
But Jason, do you see this? Look, Jesus literally said in John 8:40.
Can we say in his
Who has told you the truth? Who has told you the truth that I heard from God? Right? He's telling you that whatever he's telling you, he's just a message. He's just telling you what God told him. He's just telling you that, which at times means he's quoting, at times he's teaching, right? So it's the only. If you're telling me, can a messenger, right, claim to be God, right? How are we going to tell between a messenger who's claiming to be God and a messenger who is not. Well, yeah, if the messenger explicitly says, I am your God, that's one way you could claim to be God.
I'm God.
Didn't the Father say, I am all powerful?
You need those exact words?
Of course he can say that. Of course he can say, I am all powerful, but he's just quoting God. Because he said, you know why? You know why? What qualifies the statement? The statement in John 8:40 where it says, I am a man who has told you the truth that I heard from God. He qualified.
Hold up. Islamic. Is that part a quotation from God?
That's a teaching of God.
No. Is he because him saying I am a man, is that a quote from God?
No, that's a quote from Jesus.
Okay, so there's a distinction between when Jesus is talking.
Of course, I never said there wasn't.
Of course, there's some how do you know? Okay, how do you know the difference?
How do I know the difference between what?
When Jesus is talking about himself and when he's talking about God.
You just look at the context. When Jesus is talking about himself, he'll say things like, I am a man, because everybody knows God is not a man, so he can't be talking about God, right? Who has told you the truth that I heard from God. He's separating himself from God. He's saying, I heard it from God. God is not going to say, I heard this from God. God is not going to say that. That doesn't make any sense.
What if God swears by his name?
This is the...
Yeah, of course. What do you mean, what if God swears by his name?
Can God do that? Can he swear by his name?
Yeah. Of course he can. But he's not going to say, God is not going to say to you, I heard this from God. God is not going to tell that to you. That's not going to be a quote of God.
That's a double standard.
It's going to be a quote of a man. Like, this is, come on, guys.
Yeah, so when Jesus, I know. So when Jesus says, honor me the way you honor the Father, who is he quoting the Father, or is that Jesus talking?
No, that's Jesus talking. And it's just like when the women were told to obey your husbands like you obey Jesus, like you obey God.
Mm-hmm.
Right? But that doesn't mean that their husband is God, because you obey him like he's God. This is what the scripture says. For the wife to obey her husband like he's God.
What scripture is that?
He's talking about says the wife shall obey her husband in all things unto the Lord. I think it's 1 Corinthians.
Yeah, the wife submits to the husband like the church submits to Jesus.
Exactly. So you don't know your own Bible, sir. Come on now.
No, because I was trying to figure out the quote that you used.
Yeah, it doesn't say God, it says Lord.
Any chance you could put black seed oil and bless that fan?
Yeah, so submitting to the Lord, the church submitting to the Lord, that's talking about Jesus.
Our husbands.
Wait, I'll give you the verse, Jason.
Yeah, our husband's God like Jesus is God.
Yeah, he's all over the place, man.
Everyone is following except for you. You and your white knighting.
This is just talking about submission.
Submitting to their husbands like they submit to God, right?
No, it doesn't say God.
Who is the Lord here?
Jesus.
Okay, so is Jesus God?
The church has to submit to him, yeah.
Okay, good. So are the husbands God like Jesus is God? Are they equal to Jesus?
Can you show us in the verse now?
Because the wife is called to submit to her husband.
Like he's Jesus, right? Like she submits to Jesus.
Like the church submits to Jesus.
Exactly, and the church submits to Jesus, right? Like they're submitting to God, correct? Okay. So if we were to take your interpretation of this idea of honoring someone, if you honor the Father means that he's equal to the Father. Okay, great. And honoring, then obeying your husband like you obey God. Well, then that's just because your husband's equal to God.
You don't see, okay, like look at the military. There's an authority structure from the foot soldier all the way up to the general. So, does the soldier submit to the drill sergeant like he's a the general? Does the general and the drill sergeant get the same?
this would be analogous if they said, obey your drill sergeant like you obey God, then you'd be saying, okay, then you're equating your drill sergeant to God. That would be an analogous analogy. But what you provided is not analogous.
Because it doesn't say in the Bible like you're submitting to God as they submit my sons to the husband, as the church submits to Jesus, as not like.
Yourselves your own husband as you do to the Lord. For the husband is the head of the wife, as Christ is head of the church, his body, of which he is the Savior. Now, church submits to Christ, so also wives should submit to their own husbands. Great thing.
Oh. Thank you,
ladies.
Those are equal to Jesus, right?
Then why is the husband still submitting to Jesus?
In one sense, yes. So I would say in one sense, yes. Okay. Okay. Well then, are you going to worship all the husbands now?
I'm not married to a husband.
Doesn't matter. You submit to Jesus. You're not married to Jesus. You submit to him.
Worship is our dating. Worship. I'm part of the church. I'm part of the market.
You just say you're married to Jesus.
Yes, I'm part of the
In a way, a wife is married. In the same way, a wife is married to her husband.
Correct, because he's part of the church.
Yes, the church, the body of believers.
Okay, church. Being part of the church. Okay. No, but all I'm trying to show, Jason, is that, honoring someone like you honor the Father does not necessitate that this person is in any way, shape, or form equal to the Father, right? This is basically like saying, if you've honored me, you've honored the Father, right? Basically what he's saying, because that's in another place, right? So basically he's separate to God. You have to obey the one sent by God. So in the same way, obeying even like you obey Jesus Christ does not mean that woman's husband is equal to Jesus Christ, right? In terms of worship, in terms of being God and stuff like that. That's all.
The difference between the word honor and the word obey. The word obey implies that you submit your, like as a man, and you follow specific commands. Honor involves more than just following specific commands. Honor involves devoting time, devoting attention to someone.
So the words are different. The concept is not. Even if the words have different meaning, you think that the husbands, right, that have more authority than Jesus.
You're equating two things that don't have the same meaning, and you're saying that they should be equated the same way. I want to answer your question directly. No, the husbands don't have more authority than Jesus.
So all I'm saying is that when you do something like you do it for the Father, whatever the thing is that you're doing, that doesn't mean that object is equal to the Father. That's the concept of the honor. You're into the definition of this, it doesn't mean the same thing, but honor entails worship. No, honor does not entail worship. We honor our parents, that doesn't mean we worship our parents. We obey our parents, that doesn't mean we worship our parents.
Hold on, that's not what's what glory. We glorify our parents the same way we glorify God.
Sure, if you can do it for a man, you can do it for a man. It's just like you can obey your husband, obey God. It's the same things.
Yeah, literally, just commit your job.
I'm saying according to your framework, you can give honor and you can give obedience, right, to someone, right, equally to God. That doesn't mean that someone is equal to God. See, I'm drawing a principle, and you're not drawing a principle. That's right.
Is that you can't glorify man the same way you glorify God. You can't honor men the same way you honor God.
Well, does worship? Does honor mean worship?
How do you define worship?
Christ the Lord.
It's like, yeah, I think it's
Well, I got yeah, yeah, go ahead, go ahead.
yeah, so Paul already calls Christ God, right? He says we have one God. So he says, Romans 9:5, our great God and Savior Jesus Christ. And when you read Philippians 2:5, he also says, though talking about Christ, says, though this mind be in you, which is also in Christ Jesus, though he is in form of God, he thought not equality with God a thing to be grasped. So Paul here already claims that Christ has equality with God. And he also calls our great God and Savior in Romans 9:5.
Well, he says that we have one God and one Lord.
Right.
So he's distinguishing the Lord. Yeah, well, so he's distinguishing. That's not the quote of the Shema. He says no. The Shema does not say one God and one Lord. Right. The Shema does not say that. The Shema says your Lord, your God is one. Right. So he's saying. But what I'm saying is that he's saying here that. Sorry, what was the passage you quoted again?
Yeah, well, let's go back. You said that your Lord, your God is one, right? So, or the Lord, who is our God, is
Oh, I know. Yes, it's your Lord, your God is one Lord. Now, this is different from what Jesus says when he says that in this. Well, sorry, can you give me the reference?
Yeah, it's going to be Corinthians 8:6. So,
First Corinthians or second?
I believe it's First Corinthians. Yeah, 1 Corinthians 8:6 says we have one God, the Father, and one Lord, Jesus Christ. That's the
right.
point that I point out to you. So if
So
you're
here's an and. You see, there's an and here.
Mm-hmm.
It's pointing out two objects.
Yeah,
where the Shema is pointing out one object. But go ahead.
No, right. That's the point. So can you quote the Shema for us again?
Shema Yisrael Adonai Elohim Adonai Echad. Hear, O Israel, that your Lord, your God is one Lord.
All right. So now, why is Paul now saying that we have one God and one Lord, Jesus Christ?
So you understand that's a different claim from the Shema.
It's not.
Did you hear? Okay. Let me tell you what's different about it. Okay. Paul says that there is one God and one Lord.
Correct.
Where the Shema says that your Lord, your God, is one Lord.
Exactly.
Right? Meaning the one Lord, the one God is your Lord. Like
right. So
he's not saying and. He's not saying there's a Lord and there's a God and you have to believe in. No. He says your Lord, who is one God.
Hold on. So here's what I'm going to show you. So he is quoting the Shema. He's actually utilizing Shema. So if you look at this Shema, it says the Lord our God is one. So we have one God, one Lord. Paul is saying that we have. Hold on. Paul is saying that we have one God, the Father, and one Lord, Jesus Christ. Paul also says that though he is in the form of God, he thought not the equality with God. So now here's the problem you're going to have.
So he's not in equality with God.
Well, hold on. No. That's not what it says at all. Don't try to twist what I'm saying.
I thought that's what you just read.
No.
Being in the form of God, he did not find it.
I'm not saying that you're over talking me to you, which is also in Christ Jesus. Who, though he is in the form of God, the Greek there's morphetheo, he thought not equality with God a thing to be grasped, but lowered himself by taking on the form of a man,
the same word.
Same word. Yes, the author believed that he is God in a sense. My contention was when you try to relate it to the Shema.
Okay,
that was my contention.
Okay. So if the authors believe he's God in a sense, then what? Please tell me what God creates all things.
The Father.
Okay, so why in John 1 and in Colossians chapter 1
and Corinthians that we're talking about, it's explaining existence. So he's saying from the Father, right? It says from whom, it's talking about the Father, all things and for whom we exist, and one Lord, Jesus Christ.
So from who? From the Father, right?
Well, hold on, bro. He's going back to the 1 Corinthians 8:6 that you tried to say that he was separating this. If you look at that, Paul's actually attributing creation to the two of them.
Exactly. Because Paul believes that, look, I know a lot more than you think. You believe that everything was created through Jesus.
Okay, bro, hold on. Okay, whoa. Okay, let's stop for a second. So now let's examine that. Everything was created through Jesus, correct?
Yes. Could Jesus have created if the Father did not create through him?
Hold on. What does John 1:1 say?
Go ahead.
It says, in the beginning
was the Word.
The Word was with God.
The Word was God.
The Word was. Okay. In verse 2, what does it say?
things were created through him. Or he was
All things were created. The same was in the
Through.
beginning with God.
Through him, right? All things were created through him, right?
Bro, you're panicking now. Hold on a second. Just calm down. We'll get to it. So it says all things were made through him.
No, don't do that, man. I can play the
You're
rhetoric game.
panicking again. You're interrupting.
I can play the rhetoric game just as easy.
Hold on. So it says all things were made
I
through
know your
him.
scripture.
Okay, bro. Okay, hold on. If you know it, then let's let everybody else hear it. So it says all things were made through him, and without him was not anything made that was made.
Correct.
Question.
Correct.
Hold on, man. Question. What kind of being do you have to be to precede all things and to be necessary for all things to exist?
So he didn't precede all things. He didn't precede the Father, right?
Okay.
So he preceded creation.
We didn't say
Preceded creation.
We said all. No, the word there. See, you don't know the Bible. The word there is panta. It says all things.
So he preceded the Father.
Bro, wait a minute. It's related to all things created. Notice the
Good. That's why. Why did you disagree with me when I said that?
No, bro. Notice he says he's not. Notice he said he's not above all things because he's not above the Father. But then agrees that it's talking about all things in relation to all things created. What's the
That's
Father
great.
created?
Yeah. What you have to be. What you have.
The
I agreed with you. I agreed with you. Wait, come on, man. Can I have a turn?
Listen,
Hold on. You were interrupting. Well, bro, in order for us to have a dialogue, you gotta be able to interrupt.
So the context of John 1 and 1 Corinthians 8 is existence, things coming into existence. This would necessitate that they're in the Son are not part of
John
things
says,
to existence.
John 1 specifically says, in arche in all logos. So the phrase there is John's using in his writing. You're familiar with that?
What I said.
Yeah.
We're working against each other?
No, hold on, brother. You didn't answer my question. Let me just ask my question again. I want you to answer so you can do what you do. So in John 1, in John 1:3.
What do you have to be in order to precede all creation? What do you have to be? I know what you're saying, dude. You guys don't have to ping pong back and forth with each other.
Okay, let me just simplify the question.
So let me answer the question.
Hold on a second. So we'll say this for the audience, man, so they know what I'm asking. So there's no straw man. What type of being do you have to be to precede all things created and to be necessary for all things being created?
Good. Now, what you have to be is you have to be a type of God. You don't have to be the Most High God because nothing is created through the Most High God, right? But everything was created through Jesus, meaning Jesus could not have created if the Father did not create through him. So he's a type of God. But nowhere does this indicate that he's equal to the Father. As a matter of fact, Paul says, hold on a second. As a matter of fact, Paul says, right? Paul quotes Jesus as saying, so they know you, meaning the Father, the only true God, and Jesus Christ, whom you have sent, meaning you believe in one God and one Lord, right? So now that one Lord is distinct, separate from the one God, right? Now, in this way, right, through, you can say personally, that's fine, but nowhere does it indicate here that he is the Most High God. As a matter of fact, if you pay attention to church fathers, you'll see even Justin Martyr says Jesus is subject to the maker of all things, meaning he's saying Jesus is not the maker of all things, he is subject to the maker of all things, which makes him a lesser.
Okay, let me respond to that because I like how people speak as if they know everything. First off, let's deal with Justin Martyr. In his dialogue with Trifo between chapters 58 and 64, it was Justin Martyr that literally says, questioning Trifo, who then is the Holy Spirit calling God? Ooh, you didn't think of that, did you? God, Son, Word. It's right there in chapter 58 down to 64. Check it out if you like. So Justin Martyr wasn't offsetting him as not being God. In fact, that's the point of his dialogue with Trifo. Trifo was trying to say, I'm not done, bro. I'm not done. I'm responding to everything you said, bro. Just mute up.
I agree with everything you're saying.
Bro,
I agree.
Just mute up, bro. I love it when people kind of roll up thinking that they.
I'm just telling you. I'm coming up and telling you I agree with you.
Okay, hold on, bro. Hold on. Just calm down. I didn't interrupt you. I let you speak. Now, you can look at a dialogue with Trifo, chapters 58 through 64. Justin Martyr was actually saying that Christ is the very God that is the Father. That was the argument that they were having back and forth. Okay, now,
dealing with. I'll give you the quote after I'm done addressing everything.
You're saying that he believed that Jesus was the Father?
Let me finish what I'm saying. Let me finish what I'm saying, bro. It's real simple, right? You're trying to pull the whole, you don't know what you're talking about. All right, now, when you went into the scripture and you tried to exegete what John 1 and 3 is, you said he's a type of God. That's interesting. Let me just ask you this quick question before I continue. Is a type of God created or uncreated?
Well, Jesus was generated, so what do we want to make of that?
All right, well, let's examine that because we're going to see how that is.
Do you mind if I get an answer to my question I asked
earlier? Bro, you just went on and you answered everything that I'm going out, bro. You're being a coward. You just went on and answered.
No, you're moving on. You're moving on. That's why I didn't want to let you talk. You're moving on.
Everything that you. Okay, bro, can I finish what I'm saying? It's that simple. All right, so now when we go to John 1:1 through 3, it says, in the beginning was the Word was with God, the Word was God. It's qualitative because the last is definite article. The same was in the beginning with God. Verse 3, all things were made through him, and without him was not anything made that was made.
Which means he's a type of God, yeah.
Okay, bro, he can't have a conversation, bro. He can't have it. You're nervous, bro. See, when you're talking that mess, and you thought people didn't know that Bible, now you with somebody that you know, now you want to interrupt every single time. All right, so bro, it's real simple. It's real simple. So now, let's deal with something even more deeper than since you want to do that. There's a lot of hope.
I want a chance to speak and address what you said.
Man, this dude's
Don't ask me any questions. Ask me any questions. Yeah, that's fine. Anyway, so you can't deal with my points, so I'm a coward. Interesting.
Well, I would love to deal with the points.
What I'm saying is that what you're establishing is that Justin Martyr believed that Jesus was a God. He was another God.
He didn't believe that.
That's what he says. And then you said you had the unmitigated gall to say that Justin Martyr believed that the Son Jesus was the Father. Like
no one said that.
Dumb do you have to be?
Why would I say
that? Exactly. Why would you say that?
Hey, bro,
you literally said that. I said you believe that Jesus is the Father.
No,
you said,
bro. Listen, bro.
I said you believe that Justin Martyr said that Jesus is the Father. And you said yes, which is why immediately
you're a coward, bro.
Which is why immediately.
You want to straw man what I say?
It's my turn, right? It's my turn. It's my turn. Hey, Kevin, it's my turn.
No, it's my turn.
What do you mean it's not? You can interrupt me. I'm not gonna let you speak. I'm not gonna let you speak.
Bro, you just lied.
Literally, you haven't even let me make my case. Bro, no, I'm saying, fine. If you don't believe, look, if that was a mistake, that's fine. Look, as soon as you be quiet, man. The conversation works. After you're done talking, then I get to talk. I get to make my case. Okay, fine. Then it should be easy to refute me. It should be easy.
Okay, go ahead.
As soon as he said that, right? As soon as he said that, I was like, what? What is he talking about? So then I went, right as soon as he said that, I asked the question, does Justin Martyr believe that Jesus is the Father?
Equal
Justin,
with the Father.
He's alive. Stop.
Get the fuck out. Get the fuck out. He said it fucking 12 times already, and this guy wants to misrepresent me. Get the fuck out. The whole time, Nargis, why do you entertain this bullshit? He's up here like literally misrepresenting. We're at Isaiah 48, and now we made full circle around the whole fucking Bible.
Right.
Can we just stay on Isaiah 48? Isaiah 48, Elo is asking him about Isaiah 48. He went to Matthew, he went to this verse, he went to that verse. It was first about the sacrifice. He blundered on that. He doesn't stick to one point. He wants to keep jumping around like a fucking atheist. Go to Andrew's room, bro.
Now hold on, bro. Hey, yo, let me do this right quick, bro, because this dude, man, bro, listen, there's some heavy hitters in here. See, you probably been spending your time on BSing with people that's not familiar with what you're talking about. Now, notice what he said. He said Justin Martyr never said that Christ is God, right? I'm going to show you an exact quote from Trifo. He doesn't know what he's talking about, bro. This dude's a charlatan. He's a fake. He don't know what he's talking about. He's one of them cats that step up there and he think he can show Christians what it means. Now, he bounced out there, but what I'm going to do is give you guys some info, and I want y'all to save this
I dropped him.
Oh, you
I dropped him because he's just straight up lying. Like, you guys, you just hear him lie?
Yeah, he's a liar, bro. He don't know what he's talking about. All right, now check it out, right?
Fucking liar, yo.
Yeah, I got
you can follow his ass too. You want to find the both sides of people sitting up being fucking lying. I don't give a shit.
Hey, you know,
this shit gets boring after a while,
be happy is just the Knicks one, bro. Like, what's up with you?
I'm mad happy. I'm upset that Elo was explaining to the brother, took his time to explain to him Isaiah 48. Then he jumped somewhere else. He's mad. He's upset because his book already tells him what we believe.
Yeah, but
right?
But Mark, did you notice the shift though, right? This is the goalpost shifting right here. First, he's asking us to prove that Jesus is God. Then he concedes that Jesus is a God. You see how you goalpost shifted? That's what he said. It's a God. Yeah, but at first though, he was denying the divinity altogether.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know what he's talking about. Look at my piece here. Luciano.